Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. But the killing intent emanated by the sword was definitely not transparent. Suping made the move. The sword light landed on the tablet of principles. The mist over the tablet of principles was moving. A grain appeared. What? No way. A complete principle? The golden crows were stunned speechless. That grain was awfully dense. It was more than 10 times larger than the other grains. That grain stood out on the tablet of principles, shining in glorious radiance. Compared to that grain, the other 4 grains Suping had inspired looked dim. The other 4 combined were less than half the size of the 5th one. That move has the power of rules. Dickion gazed at Suping, stupefied. Dickion was not so surprised when Suping inspired the first 4 grains and used all the other skills. Still, the swordplay was indeed awe-inspiring for the Royal Crow. The power of rules. That was something Dickion was still pursuing. Dickion was at the fundamental level and could use some of the power of rules, but that was only because of its emperor-level bloodline. It had been born to be better than the other golden crows, all thanks to the pure ancestral bloodline. To make things worse, Suping was at a much lower rank. Nevertheless, Suping had been able to understand that power. It was almost scary. Descendant of a Heaven Master. Did the Heaven Master teach him those things? Dickion murmured. That theory calmed it down. If the Heaven Master was the teacher, it wouldn't be that strange to see Suping attain such a feat. Dickion never had the chance to learn from the first ancestor. If the first ancestor would have given it some guidance, Dickion would be even more powerful. Not bad. The 3 Golden Crow elders were much more composed. They had seen Suping's potential at the very beginning when they questioned him. They had been able to see him through, completely. That was why Suping's revivals had surprised them. For the first time in forever, they had been unable to keep calm when they saw him come back to life. He has the potential to be apotheosized. The elder on the right blinked. Those who had such potential were few and far between. Of all the Golden Crows, less than 10,000 had a similar potential. Chapter 632, Murdered Heaven. That grain is huge. Suping appeared to be startled as he stood before the tablet of principles. He knew that the Sword of the Void was his strongest skill for the moment, but he didn't know it had turned out to be more powerful than the skills the system had given him. I contributed to the creation of the skill. Suping mumbled to himself. He combined the Sin Cutter and some theory from the Fist of Exorcist, as well as insights derived from his repeated deaths in the cultivation sites. He used all the things he could think of and applied them in the Sword of the Void. Still, the existence of rules in that skill was a complete surprise. If so, then the Fist of Exorcist. Suping's eyes glistened. He punched at the tablet. The golden virtual fist landed on the tablet of principles, but nothing happened. Suping was baffled. The system had given him the Fist of Exorcist as a reward. How come it couldn't inspire any grains? Of course that skill contains rules and is much better than any self-created skill. However, you have just mastered the first level. Of course it wouldn't produce a reaction here. The system's grumpy voice appeared in Suping's mind. Suping curled his lips. Well, truth be told, the system made sense. There were 7 levels of the Fist of Exorcist and he had only learned the first level. When he cultivated the skill, he had once seen a vision where the creator of the skill had been able to kill countless beasts with a single punch. Some of those beasts were as large as the Golden Crows. If he could reach the top level, it would be extraordinary. Such a pity. Suping shook his head. He didn't have enough cultivation to reach the 2nd level. But after experiencing countless battles, he had the feeling that he wasn't that far off from reaching the 2nd level. Just maybe, he would soon make it possible. One more try. The golden glow receded from the sword, burning dark flames emerged instead. This time, he was using the Sin Cutter and nothing else. Bang. The ray of sword light landed on the tablet of principles. Nothing. Suping was disappointed. So, he had not learned any rules from the Sin Cutter, either. That was a skill that Dusk had taught him. It was good as the Fist of Exorcist. However, he was also barely scratching the surface of the skill. I'm glad that you realized it. You're not even close. Work harder, the system lectured. Those two skills are not as good as the others. He's not even close to learning the underlying rules of the two. But given time, he just might. That human. Some golden crows were relieved to see that Suping had been unable to inspire more grains with the Fist of Exorcist and Sin Cutter. They could tell that Suping's insights on the two weren't deep enough. Still, some of the more powerful golden crows were concerned. They could tell that the two skills were powerful. Given time, Suping could learn the rules, which would later produce aggressive results. A descendant of the Heaven Master. Indeed. No wonder he can come here. Some of the more powerful golden crows knew about Suping's background. They had stopped underestimating the human. Stunning, the golden crow elder on the left commented. The elder on the right shook its head. They could tell that the last two skills were marvelous. It was a shame that Suping had yet to master them. The two skills once again had convinced the elders about Suping's relationship with a Heaven Master. He couldn't have learned such stunning skills without the Heaven Master's help. Once he used the Sin Cutter, Suping didn't have any more skills to try. He didn't feel the need to try again though, since he had already passed the test. He also didn't want to show all his cards since he still had to deal with the comprehensive combat round. He left the Tablet of Principles and thus his turn ended. The Golden Crows were happy to see that Suping had finally stopped. If he were to use another skill on par with Sword of the Void, he would have undoubtedly won first place in the third round. That would be quite a blow and a source of shame to the Golden Crows. The young Golden Crows were also relieved after seeing him retreat. All of them became more alert. The foreign creature had been shown outstanding results in all 3 rounds, which had left them full of worry. I cannot believe you tapped into the rules of thunder. Dickian said to Suping. Suping raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Dickian gazed at Suping with open confusion. The crow was able to tell that Suping was not being smug, asking while knowing the answer. Nothing. Go back and ask your Heaven Master. Suping was speechless. Damn this arrogant bird. Even though Dickian didn't talk about the specifics, Suping had reached some understanding. Back at the demigod burial, Joanna's subordinates had talked to him about the power of rules. Only those at the star rank or above could have learned those things. Legendary creatures were able to learn how to manipulate space. Star rank creatures could master the ability to control time and space. Other than that, they knew how to manipulate the power of rules. Suping had experienced the power of rules in the Dragon Tower back at the Valiant Academy. The strange age limit had often made him wonder. He suspected that, maybe, Heaven Killer had not aged. That was why a severed finger would carry such strange rules. Entering the Dragon Tower was to actually enter the finger. Heaven Killer's age made the severed finger repel anything older than the Heaven Killer himself. It was illogical, but that was the only answer that Suping could come up with. If that were the truth, Heaven Killer was indeed someone to be feared. It was possible that, like Joanna, Heaven Killer was someone who had reincarnated in a new body, which was why he had managed to attain such achievements in merely 20-some years. Suping shook his head. That was not the time to think about it. Heaven Killer and the Golden Crows were too far above him. After Suping ended his trial, the rest of the young Golden Crows took turns to have a go at the tablet. Several hours later, the trial ended. Many of the Golden Crows failed the third round. No one else offered outstanding performances. The results were announced. Suping was number 2 again. He had inspired 5 grains, but one of them displayed the power of rules. That single grain had allowed him to outperform those that had inspired 6 or 7 grains. The first place was taken by the Golden Crow that inspired 8 grains, 2 of those had been close to the power of rules. Suping was once again the center of attention. He didn't care about it. He would leave after the trial and he didn't even know whether he would return. Now it's time for the comprehensive combat, the Crow's elder said. The Tablet of Principles shrank and was kept in a small cube, which later vanished in the void. As the Tablet of Principles disappeared, a battlefield appeared in the void. The battlefield was quite large. Suping felt like it was as big as an entire star. All the young Golden Crows would engage in battle there. When the unfortunate ones died, the elders could bring them back by reversing time. The young Golden Crows could battle with nothing to worry about. Off you go, kids, the Golden Crow chief elder said. The young Golden Crow's eyes glowed in anticipation. Some of the young Golden Crows took the lead and flew to the battlefield, passing above Suping. Light and shadow alternated. Suping was about to enter the battlefield. He wanted to familiarize himself with the environment. However, the chief elder suddenly spoke to him. You have passed your trial. You don't have to participate in the comprehensive battle. Suping didn't understand. I don't have to? Why? Of course, he was happy to save some strength, but the good news came too suddenly. The Golden Crow's chief elder explained, if you go in there, all the crows will gather and attack you. That would not be fair for you. You've done well enough. Suping thought of the glares he felt from the young golden crows. The chief elder was not wrong to suggest this. If he went in there, he would become the only victim. He wasn't afraid of a fierce battle, of course. However, the golden crows would lose all dignity if he were to win in such circumstances. Sure, Suping said, so, my materials. We will give you the materials. Also, according to our rules, anyone able to pass the trial will be given a drop of heaven's blood. You will have that as well? Suping asked, astounded. Heaven's blood? That is correct, the chief elder said. Our first ancestor once destroyed a heaven. Suping held his breath. Destroyed a heaven? Could they do that? He remembered that the system had told him about heaven masters who were superior to the very heavens. Thrilled, Suping said at once, thank you, chief elder. He was immensely grateful. It was obvious that heaven's blood was precious. Otherwise, the golden crows would have given all the young golden crows a drop. Many young golden crows had already made their way into the battlefield hovering in the sky. The entrance closed once everyone had gone inside. Chapter 633 Form Divine Body. The onlookers were surprised that Suping was still standing on the twig. What is the foreign creature doing, waiting here? Dickying and Suping suddenly disappeared. They seemed to have been teleported to another place. Some golden crows seemed to have understood. They shifted their attention away from that foreign creature. The trial for the golden crows continued. In the meantime, in a different place, countless stars were shining and a primitive river of energy was traversing the sky, emitting a surging breath. On the ground stood a massive skeleton that extended into the distance. Dickying and Suping appeared on the skeleton. The wind was chilly, strong as Suping's body was. He was about to tremble due to the cold. He gazed into the distance. There seemed to be a snow mountain in front of him, but upon a closer look, he realized it was actually a piece of bone. He didn't know where he was. It most likely was some important, off-limit location for the golden crows. Being familiar with this place, Dickying was neither surprised nor uncomfortable. Dickying began to explain to Suping, this is our race's forbidden land. Dickying knew that the chief elder must have recognized Suping and wanted to befriend him. After all, the golden crows had no idea what the world outside the celestial star was like. They knew, however, it was not a peaceful time and the exterior was in turmoil. The golden crows were unwilling to get involved in a brawl, that was why they chose to close the star. Still, some battles would come to their doors regardless. To be prepared for the future, it was necessary to befriend a descendant of a heaven master that had purposefully approached them. A forbidden land? Suping was perplexed. Before Dickying could elaborate, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them. The ray of golden light eventually revealed a golden crow. This crow was not large compared to the others, but it was still massive, as far as Suping was concerned. You have passed our trial. Thus, you're entitled to the rewards. It was the chief elder. Its voice was refined. Suping was surprised. This is the chief elder? The one that I could only see the lower half of? After the chief elder finished talking, a cloud of light suddenly appeared in front of Suping. Then, the light became muddy, it was difficult to look at it directly, and was basically indescribable. The light seemed to be full of countless colors, it produced an eerie and bizarre feeling. Suping felt as if a beast were waking up in front of him. That is heaven's blood. The chief elder said, the heaven's blood has been purified, all of its prior will has been stripped off of it. If the blood had been freshly harvested from said heaven, not even Dickying, lest Suping, would be able to use it. The heaven's will in the blood would tear them apart. You're learning our skill and we consider that you now have part of our bloodline. This heaven's blood will inspire your potential. If you do have the potential to have a divine body, that potential will also be inspired. The chief elder said. Suping still had his head in the mud. He simply knew that the item was precious. Thank you, chief elder. You don't have to thank me, the chief elder said. The cloud of murky light suddenly smashed into Suping's chest and seeped in. Suping's body trembled, he felt like his chest was being torn. Something squeezed in forcibly. Then there was an extremely cold feeling. It seemed that the blood all over his body had frozen, but after that, it was an extremely hot sensation, as if his entire body was about to burn to a crisp. That contradictory and complex feeling made Suping endure a little bit of pain. Soon, that boiling sensation receded and turned into a numb sensation. Suping's entire body was paralyzed, he could not feel a thing and only his consciousness remained. Focus. The chief elder said. Suping felt that voice was very far away from him. There was an odd alternation of light and shadow in front of Suping and then he appeared in a turbid world. That world was empty, only some mottled lights and shadows existed. There were also a few beams that looked like meteors, but were in fact powerful principles and rules. Suping was shocked to see himself surrounded by principles. While being in that chaotic world, he felt his eyes were somehow opening, as if he had one more eye on his forehead. His understanding of the world had changed sharply. Chaos, rules, heaven and earth, the universe. Suking was completely immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. Time had no meaning in such a place, it was akin to a controllable substance. It was a wonderful, unspeakable feeling. Suddenly, Suking felt an extremely cold feeling, coming from the bottom of his heart. Then he felt as if there were a creature standing behind him, staring at him. The creature's gaze was cold, but Suking didn't feel scared, rather, he felt extremely affectionate. What is that? Suking wanted to turn his head around but found that he could not move. Buzzing. Suking opened his eyes again. He saw that he was still standing in front of the chief elder on the snow mountain, or piece of bone, whatever that thing was. The cold and powerful gaze that had fallen on him still remained behind him, and Suking couldn't help but look back. Suddenly, he saw a pair of extremely sharp eyes and a figure covered in black mist. Interesting. Sorcerer Divine Body. The chief elder didn't seem to be all that surprised. If anything, the chief elder sounded relieved. I see that the dark sorcerer's bloodline trace in you was stimulated. Suking looked at the cold and dark figure behind him. It gave him quite a familiar feeling, as if he were looking at himself. This is a divine body? He asked the chief elder in surprise. Yes. That is your divine body, the chief elder answered. Suking couldn't help but look up at his divine body, and suddenly had a strange feeling. Triggered by a thought of his, the dark figure suddenly merged into him. He instantly felt his strength was ascending rapidly. He felt his body was about to explode. That was even more powerful than the strength the Inferno Dragon gave him. The Dark Sorcerer. The chief elder blinked but didn't say anything. The strength of the divine body gradually faded away and the dark figure no longer appeared behind him. The divine energy's power was part of him. I thought you would awaken our flaming sun divine body. It is a surprise to see that you have a sorcerer's divine energy. Either way, you do have a divine body and there is room for improvement. I hope that your divine body can evolve to its ultimate form one day, the darkest divine body, the chief elder said. Suking committed that to memory. He nodded. Thank you for the advice, chief elder. Those are the materials for the solar bulwark's second level, the chief elder said. A pile of herbs and materials appeared in front of Suking. He took a glance and saw that all the materials he needed were there. He was excited. His trip had been rewarding, even without getting those materials. His trip had turned out perfect since he did get them. He could save the little skeleton. Little skeleton, hang in there. Suking stored the goods in his storage space. The chief elder was once again confused. It could not understand how Suking opened another space. Suking was anxious to return. Sorry to have bothered you. If it's alright with you, I'll be taking my leave. Chapter 634 Return one moment, please. The chief elder gazed at Suking. I don't know how you made your way into our star, but since you can, I have a favor to ask. Please help me deliver a letter to the heaven master of your race. A letter? Suking did not know what to do. He didn't know any heaven masters. It was just an explanation that the Golden Crows came up with by themselves. Well. Before Suking could refuse, the chief elder produced a ball of golden flames that had no temperature at all, but Suking was convinced that the flames could burn anything and everything. The fireball flew to Suking as the chief elder explained. This letter can only be opened by a true god. I hope you can help me deliver the letter. But Suking wanted to say that he was not acquainted with any heaven master to turn down the job, but he didn't think the chief elder would believe it. With a bitter smile, Suking said, Chief elder, is this letter important and urgent? I don't want to lose it and endanger any of your dealings. The chief elder smiled. It's okay. I'm just writing about a minor matter. It is more like a greeting. It would be fine even if you lose it, although, I don't think that would ever happen. After all, I don't think I could kill you, let alone other creatures. I think the only ones able to threaten your life are the heaven masters. The chief elder gave Suking a meaningful glance. Losing the letter? The chief elder would never believe such a thing. Suking's revivals were strange and the chief elder believed it was proof of the heaven master's hand. The chief elder was convinced that the heaven master would assist Suking on his way back. Well. Since the chief elder had said so, Suking could only accept the job. He was glad to know that the letter was not about a critical matter. Anyway, it was impossible for him to deliver it since he had no idea what a heaven master was. The ball of flames flickered and then submerged into Suking's forehead. Mr. Su, I will see you out, the chief elder said after Suking took the letter. Suking nodded. Dikian had been standing by their side quietly. As Suking was about to leave, Dikian called him abruptly. Hey. Suking gave Dikian an inquiring look. Dikian worked up the courage and asked, is the world outside interesting? Suking was surprised by that question. What do you mean? If you want to know about the food and drinks, I think they're fine. You can have tasty food and you can watch some TV if you get bored, or play some games. If that cannot make you feel interested, you can also go on adventures. Of course, if you're the one going on adventures, I think you would only force everyone around you to experience adventures. Dickian said nothing. The chief elder heaved a sigh and said to Dickian, "It is time for us to leave. Kyonger, we'll be able to leave the star one day. That day will come when you become more powerful than me." Dickian looked at the chief elder. Dickian had been hearing that since it was a baby. More powerful than the chief elder? The chief elder's life was longer than anyone could imagine. Dickian just knew that the chief elder was one of the earliest guards of their first ancestor. To become more powerful than the chief elder was something too far in the distance from Dickian's point of view. Suping realized how eager Dickian was to go out. He followed the chief elder's lead and advised Dickian, "Yes, cultivate well if you want to get out and explore. The world outside is dangerous." Suping heaved an inward sigh. If he could sign a contract with a star-rank creature, he swore he would get the bird to leave with him. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Maybe he could try that when he became strong enough in the future. Suping was cheered up by this. The glow in Dickian's eyes dimmed down, then merely snorted as a reply. "I might be able to take you out for a trip if I can come back here sometime in the future," Suping said. He was paving a way for his future endeavors, and he also wanted to see how the Golden Crows would react to that. Upon hearing that proposal, the chief elder narrowed its eyes to hide the glint of coldness, but its voice pitch did get lower. "Mr. Su, it is time for you to leave." Dickian wanted to say something to Suping, but the latter had already been teleported away. "Kyonger, work hard. The world outside is dangerous. The human has a mysterious background and he's able to bypass our first ancestor's formation. I don't know how many peaceful days are left for us." The chief elder hovered in the air. It gave Dickian a solemn look and then flew away. Dickian watched as the chief elder vanished from its sight, lingering on the spot for a while. Dickian remained quiet for a long time. So hot. Suping was panting. Once again, hot air was surrounding him. He felt he was soaking in boiling water. Suping looked around and saw nothing but redness in his eyes. That was a deserted land. The chief elder appeared and asked Suping, "Mr. Su, can you go back from here?" Suping looked around. Dickian was no longer present. The chief elder must have teleported him away so that he couldn't trick Dickian. It was obvious. If he wanted to trick that bird into going away with him, he first had to find a way to deal with the chief elder. Suping shook his head. That was a worry for another day. "Yes. Chief elder, thank you for your help. I will never forget about the Golden Crow's kindness." The chief elder adopted a softer attitude with Suping. "Please send our regards to your heaven master." Suping nodded with a forced smile. There was nothing left for them to talk about after saying their goodbyes. Suping didn't want to continue with that awkwardness. "So," he said to the system in his mind, "time to go. Are you sure? You still have 8 hours, 42 minutes and 21 seconds left." "Yes, I am sure." Suping nodded. He had been staying here for over half a month. He wouldn't stay for another 8 hours if there was nothing to be gained. The environment would no longer refine his body. The moment Suping confirmed, a swirl appeared behind him and a strong force pulled him inside. That swirl made the chief elder widen its eyes. If it hadn't been there to witness the process, the chief elder wouldn't have believed that Suping's return method was that simple and rough. He was teleported away. But the celestial star was closed. No teleportation was allowed. No energy nor force could shatter that rule. And yet, a teleportation was happening right in front of its eyes. The chief elder even began to wonder if their formation was still working. "See you, chief elder." Suping waved at the crow. The chief elder came back to its senses and saw Suping disappearing within that swirl. Before the swirl was dispersed, the chief elder reacted fast and sent a golden flame inside the swirl. All of a sudden, the chief elder heard a snort that came out of nowhere. The probing flame flickered away and vanished. The chief elder was appalled. "I can't believe it." The chief elder sounded terrified. Longjian Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Whoosh. The swirl spat Suping out. Phew. Suping felt he had been thrown into a deadly cold planet, but he soon adjusted himself. He looked around and was happy to see the store. He was back. Finally, he was safe home after his trip to a top-level cultivation site. Little skeleton. Suping's eyes glowed as he thought of the little skeleton. Without further ado, he was ready to go to the test room. Right then, Joanna went into the pet room. Suping was standing there, stark naked. The first instinct was to look away, but Joanna held the urge and forced herself to stay calm as she stared right at him. "Finally, you're back. I cannot believe you were gone for so long again." Suping was wondering. "So, what is going on?" He dug out some clothes from his storage space and put them on. His clothes had been burned off on the celestial star. Even a treasured artifact would be destroyed in that environment, not to mention his clothes. I think something serious has happened. Many people have come to the store to find you, including your sister and parents, Joanna said. Suking was startled. They were here? What happened? Chapter 635 Global Chaos. I don't know. I've been in the pet room all this time. You didn't ask me to run the store, so I couldn't open the door. But I did hear something. I think the base city is in trouble, Joanna stated. Suping's heart skipped a beat. He was in a rush, so he had not authorized Joanna to operate the store when he left. The store had been closed while he was away. He thought he was just leaving for a few days, but the fact was that half a month had already passed. I'll go and have a look, Suping said. The matter about the solar bulwark was not a priority. He hurried to the storefront and opened the door. Light shone into the store. But something was different. The first thing he saw was a row of buildings across the street. The Ken family and the other 4 major families had bought the buildings and they had plugged their family flags on them. But what caught Suping's eye was a large number of titled warriors right across the street. They were armed to the teeth and covered in blood. The blood was still fresh. Suping was worried. He went out of the store at once. As he opened the door, those standing in front of the Ken family's property were startled. The titled battle pet warriors gathered around the Mu family, and the Liu family also turned, clearly surprised. They were overjoyed to see Suping. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, you're here. I'm so glad. The titled battle pet warriors were thrilled. They were from the 5 major families and they lived in Longjiang Base City. Naturally, they had witnessed Suping's development. They held the young man in high regard. What is going on? Suping blurted out the question. Whoosh. From the Ken family's building came out a man who rushed to meet him. It was Ken Shuhai. Man, he stared at Suping, a little reserved. He had been the superior titled battle pet warrior when he first met Suping in the mysterious realm, but as time passed and had chance encounters, he realized he was no longer superior. Mr. Su, finally. We thought you were away. Ken Shuhai sounded worked up. Suping frowned. I heard something is amiss. Have the wild beasts come back again? Ken Shuhai nodded and then shook his head. Yes, the wild beasts are coming, but Longjiang is not the only one base city under attack. Other base cities have become victims to the wild beasts. 13 base cities of our subcontinent district have fallen in the past 2 weeks. What? Suping narrowed his eyes. An average base city could have a population of 10 million and a class of base cities were even larger and more prosperous, able to house a population of 100 million. One base city falling would result in great casualties, not to mention that more than a dozen base cities had been destroyed thus far. What is going on? Suping had to know. Ken Shuhai said quickly, soon after you returned last time, wild beasts began to strike around the globe. Large-scale strikes. No one was able to tell where the wild beasts were from, but their numbers were great. They were everywhere when they attacked the base cities. Many were caught off guard and were soon routed. A lot of the wild beasts are beast kings. It is as if all the beasts around the world were gathering. Suping could not believe that. Wild beasts around the globe? He thought of something. He thought of what he had seen when he exited the deep caves. Beasts were waiting quietly in the wilderness. The wild beasts were of different kinds, but they were peacefully clustered together. They were like well-trained soldiers. Suping felt his blood freeze. That was not a good feeling. So, you say this is a global strike. Have you heard anything from the deep caves? Ken Shuhai was surprised. How did you know about that? Yes, we've heard that the wild beasts escaped from the deep caves. The tower was informed, but they didn't verify anything, so we couldn't confirm the facts at all. We're still speculating at this point, but I think it's most likely that the wild beasts are indeed from the deep caves. Only then did Suping think of the tower. What is the tower doing about this? The tower has sent legendary battle pet warriors to the base cities so they could lend a hand during the beast strikes. Ken Shuhai said. The Longjiang base city is doing better than the other base cities. Wild beasts were coming this way, but they actually didn't strike us. The tower didn't send any legendary battle pet warriors over. However, my father is at the legendary rank and he can help, plus, you are also here, Mr. Su. Suping frowned. Why didn't the tower send a legendary battle pet warrior to this base city? He suddenly knew the answer before Ken Shuhai replied. Ken Shuhai shook his head. I don't know. I heard from my dad that the tower didn't want to waste manpower since you're here. Suping nodded and could not disagree. Whether the tower didn't want to waste manpower or was doing it on purpose, it was not a matter to consider at the present moment. They were currently at war, and the entire human race was involved. It was a battle between 2 races vying for the blue planet. Personal grudges had to be left out. What are you doing? Su Ping asked about the gathering of titled rank battle pet warriors. Qin Shuhai answered, well, here's the thing. We have been discussing. Many base cities are suffering and many people have managed to escape from those base cities. There are 2 base cities close to our Longjiang base city and we have been conducting trades with them. We're going to help the refugees from the 2 base cities so they can settle down in Longjiang. Apart from helping the refugees, there's another base city by the border of Longjiang that is going to be struck by wild beasts. We're discussing how many people we should send to help them. After all, Longjiang can protect itself at the moment. We should do our best to help others. Su Ping nodded. Okay, good. Please do. I have something else to attend to. Of course. Su Ping nodded. Su Ping's mere presence had given everyone confidence. He didn't have to say or do a thing given that Su Ping was there. The 5 major families were able to decide on whether they should assist other base cities. Longjiang had Su Ping and that was good enough. If he couldn't safeguard the base city, no one else could. They might just as well try to help others. Su Ping didn't linger, he went straight back home. His family lived inside the safety zone of the store, which was to his great relief. Even if he were away and could not take care of them, no one could get hurt as long as they were still there. Ever since his trip to the Golden Grows Star, Su Ping had more confidence in the system than ever before. None of the wild beasts in the entire world could step into the store's territory. The store was the safest place on the blue planet. Qin Shuhai went back to the Qin family territory after Su Ping left. The other titled battle pet warriors said their hellos to Su Ping across the street, regardless of whether he could see them or not. They admired Su Ping. Su Ping's outstanding combat strength alone was enough to awe them, not to mention the fact that Su Ping had saved the Longjiang base city from the otherworld Heavenly King. Soon, Su Ping went back home. Dad, Mom. Su Ping saw his parents sitting in the living room with Zhong Lingtong, but there was no sign of Su Linayu. He could not sense her presence on the street. Where is Su Linayu? Su Ping asked. You're back. Li Qingru and Su Yuanshan were surprised by Su Ping's return. They put down what they were doing and approached him. Zhong Lingtan screamed in delight and jumped off from her chair to run towards Su Ping. Finally, we get to see you. Did you stay in your store all this time? We knocked on the door. Didn't you hear that? Su Yuanshan asked Su Ping. Li Qingru gazed at Su Ping with a reproaching look. Su Ping was in the store but he had not gone out in a while. They weren't happy about it, especially after they had gone to find him several times. I was cultivating and got a little carried away. Su Ping had become more than skilled when it came to lying. Where's my sister? He asked again. Sir. Zhong Lingtong skipped over to Su Ping. Sir, your sister went to the border of the base city. She said she wanted to see the situation over there, Zhong Lingtong answered. Nonsense. What can she do there? Su Ping was angry. And where is Tang? She hasn't come back yet. He had asked Tang Ryuian to help sort out Li Yuan's family business, but that had been half a month prior. She should have returned by then. Sister Tang went out with your sister. You don't have to worry about Lin Yu, sir, while Sister Tang is with her, Zhong Lingtong said with a smiling face. Su Ping glared at her. They aren't that different in rank. I don't have to worry. Neither will come back if they get into trouble. Zhong Lingtong stuck her tongue out. Sister Tang is good. Su Ping snorted but said nothing else. From Qin Shuhai's update, Su Ping learned that the Longjiang base city was quite safe for the moment. Qin Zhuang, the sly fox, was in charge. Tang Ryuian was something like a fate challenger and she could deal with any of the average beast kings. She would be safe as long as she didn't run into void state beast kings. I'm glad you're safe and sound. Mom, Dad, whatever happens, remember this, the wild beasts can come, but you'll be absolutely safe as long as you stay at home, Su Ping said to his parents. Listen to you. There would be nowhere else to go to if the beasts do come here. Don't say things like that, Li Qingru reproached. Chapter 636 Peak of the titled rank. Su Ping was speechless. Of course he knew that. If the wild beasts could get there, it would mean that the Longjiang base city would have collapsed. Still, the store would be the last line of defense. Anyway, even if the end of the world is upon us, just stay here, Su Ping repeated solemnly. Don't worry. Your mom and I won't go anywhere, Su Yuanshan said. Where are you going? The situation outside is very bad. I heard you have legendary rank combat strength, but with greater strength comes a greater responsibility. You must take care of yourself. I understand. Su Ping felt a surge of warmth spread in his heart. I'm just going to do something that is my duty. Su Yuanshan nodded. Good. Li Qingru yanked Su Ping's sleeve and whispered, I heard that those big families across the street are going to help the other base cities. Are you also going? Isn't that too dangerous? I know you're a good battle pet warrior, son, better than anyone else, but you're not undefeatable. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. She was almost begging. Suping understood that his mom didn't want him to take risks. He patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to me. Li Qingru was still worried, but Su Yuanshan stopped her. Our son knows what he is doing. Let's not bother him. Li Qingru glared at her husband but eventually decided not to argue at the moment. Anyway, I just want you to be safe, she said to Su Ping. Su Ping smiled. Before leaving, Su Ping said to Zhang Lingtong, stay here and take care of my parents. Don't go anywhere. Zhang Lingtong wasn't happy to see him leave that soon. Sir, be a good girl. Su Ping patted her head and cut off the remaining part of her sentence. His parents and Zhang Lingtong watched as Su Ping left the house. They felt that Su Ping was too far away from them. Su Ping went back to his store and saw that the 5 families were still gathered in a meeting. He wanted to lend a helping hand but he couldn't split himself. He had to save the little skeleton. He closed the door. He didn't want to open the store to the public. He was going to use the materials he had brought for the 2nd level of the solar bulwark. Finding the little skeleton was the priority. Su Ping believed he could deal with the ensuing crisis with the little skeleton. His visit to the Golden Crow's star had been a rewarding and vision-broadening trip. However, he had not become contemptuous of the blue planet's conditions. The vastness of the celestial star and the powers of the Golden Crows were too distant from him. The blue planet was the place he had to focus on. The deep caves. Su Ping had not reached the deepest level yet. He didn't know what could be hiding inside. Besides, the 4 heavenly kings could not be ignored. Has something happened? Joanna asked after Su Ping returned. Su Ping nodded. I'm going to cultivate for a bit. He was heading to the test room. Cultivate? Joanna raised her eyebrows. Right after you came back? She sized him up and down. I think the place you visited this time has benefited you. Su Ping nodded. Without further ado, Su Ping went to the test room. He took out the materials from his storage space. Su Ping felt a surge of energy merely by being in front of those materials. The trip had indeed been fruitful. He agreed with Joanna. He had already reached the upper position of the titled rank. 1 step away from the peak. His physical strength had increased, which could be seen from the first round of the trial. Even without merging with the little skeleton, Su Ping was able to muster a combat strength close to the fate state. He had not tried to use the Sword of the Void to confront any foes, but he could ascertain that it wouldn't be a weak skill. Pal, wait for me. Su Ping took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The method to cultivate the solar bulwark appeared in his mind. Whoosh! Golden flames rose around him, burning the newly changed clothes to ash. The flames didn't hurt Su Ping. On his back, strands of golden light were shot out from the depths of his pores, faintly forming the figure of a golden crow. It was in a soaring posture as it reached the skies. Su Ping lifted his hand and took the materials which had been refined by the golden flames. The impurities were discarded, leaving behind only the pure energy liquid. The energetic fluid flew into Su Ping. He was increasing in momentum as he applied those materials. Cry. Su Ping felt as if he had fallen into a trance and sucked into an ancient world when he absorbed the last material. There was no sky, nor ground, nor stars. It was just chaos. Still, there was a cry that had cut open through the chaos. The cry was getting clearer and clearer, echoing in Su Ping's mind. His cells and astral powers were vibrating along with the rhythms of that cry. The filth hiding in the depths of his pores were being sifted. In a daze, Su Ping thought he had seen a ray of golden light in front of his eyes. Boom. Su Ping felt that something had broken through his mind's limit. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly broke free from that previous feeling of fullness as unprecedented violet energy gushed out of his body. Cry. Su Ping opened his mouth and cried like a golden crow. That sharp and sonorous cry echoed in the test room. Su Ping opened his eyes and golden flames were burning inside them. He was covered in golden flames and a virtual golden crow appeared behind him. The image was almost intangible, one could barely see the 3 feet of the golden crow. Su Ping felt a surge of unknown energy as it filled his limbs. He was powerful. Invincible. Su Ping felt he could pick the stars and crush the moon. Golden crow flames. Su Ping lifted his hand. A ball of golden flames appeared in his palm. The flames were twisting the air, leaving behind smoke like dark marks. But the fact was that the space was cracking. Golden crow flames, a terrifying inherent skill of the golden crows. Beside the addition of the new skill, Su Ping felt his muscles had tightened. He made a move. In a blur, he had appeared by the other side of the test room and then he punched the wall. Bang. The wall was shaking. Those outside couldn't feel the area shake but the feeling was clear inside. I have reached the peak. Su Ping stopped. He noticed he had reached the peak of the titled rank. 1 step away from the legendary rank. I wonder if I can fight a fate state creature without the help of my battle pets, Suping asked himself. He had only been able to do so by merging with a little skeleton. He would have had to run for his life if the fate state creature was exceptionally strong. However, the trial undergone with the Golden Crows and the Solar Bulwark's second level had boosted Suping's confidence. He had still not fought against a fate state creature, but he was convinced he was a good contender, just like when he merged with the little skeleton. He would only be stronger if he merged. I am coming for you. Suping's eyes glowed. The virtual Golden Crow vanished behind him. Moments after, a dark figure appeared and it looked just like Suping. That was Suping's divine body. There was a glint of coldness in the divine body's eyes. The divine body gradually became one with Suping. Whoosh! Suping turned around. He reached the door in an instant and went out of the test room. Chapter 637 The Tree Spirit. I have to go out, Suping said to Joanna, who was waiting for him to come out. Joanna narrowed her eyes. Once again, Suping appeared to be different from before. There was something in him that even she was afraid of. It was a distinctive, primitive feeling, even more ancient than the gods she had met. Joanna had become used to the fact that Suping was a man of mystery. Aren't you going to open the store for business? When the store was open, she could be of help and she could become an outstanding employee sooner. You can help manage the store for me, Suping said. He was up to his neck with things to do, but he couldn't give up the store. If anything were to happen, he would have to rely on the store and the system. He looked at the revenue. His trip to the celestial moon had cost him hundreds of thousands of energy points, which was fewer than he had anticipated. He had gotten lucky because he managed to pick up the yang fruit soon after he got in and managed to become more resistant to fire. Otherwise, he would have died hundreds of times over during the past 2 weeks. Help me plant the tree. Suping took out the scroll. A burst of hot air was suddenly felt as soon as the scroll was opened, like an erupting volcano. Suping was taken aback. He then sensed that the world inside the scroll was completely burned. Everything had been obliterated. The picturesque landscape was scorched. That astral spirit fruit tree was also gone. The astral spirit fruit tree was a rare and cherished item, maybe less so when compared with the yang fruit tree, but it would be revered by titled battle pet warriors. But the tree was gone. Anyway, where's that girl? Suping noticed that Yan Benayu, who had been kept inside the scroll, was nowhere to be found. Was she burned to death? Suping was speechless. That yang fruit tree was more intimidating than he had imagined. He had stored it inside the scroll, turning the world inside into a veritable hell. While Suping was in shock because of the yang fruit tree, he heard a girl's angry voice. Finally, you're here. That voice sounded familiar. He focused his sight and saw that a half-transparent figure had floated out from the tree. Was it Yan Benayu? She didn't die? No, she just didn't die completely. Suping curled his lips. He could tell that it was Yan Benayu's spirit. Her physical body was gone, but the realm of the undead had failed to take her soul away. You got me killed. Did you know that? Yan Benayu shouted in rage. She was clenching her teeth. Nothing had happened to her while being inside the scroll. She had been praying that there would be a chance for Suping to let her out. However, one day, out of nowhere, a flaming tree fell from the sky when she was cultivating, and it just so happened that the tree had fallen on top of her. She could not even cry before she had melted. Her body was vaporized and the tree absorbed it like a nutrient. She noticed that her consciousness had been trapped inside the trunk of the tree and she was unable to get away. She finally began to accept the fact after a long time passed. She had died. Her soul was imprisoned in the tree. I didn't do it on purpose. Suping wanted to explain. Whatever he said came as a weak excuse. He didn't do anything on purpose, but she had in fact died. The world inside the scroll was scorched. She must have died a painful death. Piss. What is that look on your face? Yan Benayu pulled a long face. I don't think you're at all sorry. Don't you feel the least bit of guilt? You cannot say that. I am sad. My heart is bleeding. The blood is just diverted into other blood vessels. Suping heaved a sigh. Yan Benayu was about to break her teeth when she saw that sadness on Suping's face. She knew that Suping held a grudge against her, and it was because she had almost killed his sister. That was why he had been keeping her there. But your sister lived. I was kept here long enough. You should have vented your anger by now. You're going to die a bad death. Yan Benayu cursed. Since she had died, she was no longer praying for Suping to let her go, alive. Are there any kinds of deaths that are good? Suping said, anyway, how come you're still here after dying? Did your spirit merge with the tree? Yan Benayu crossed her arms in front of her chest. You're the one to be blamed. I cannot even be reincarnated in a new body. Suping shook his head. That is not my fault. Who told you that you would reincarnate in a new body after dying? Have you visited the undead realm? The deceased are just a bunch of wandering ghosts in that place. You should thank the tree that you are still here. Yan Binayu sneered. Don't talk like you have been to one. I have. Suping said. He didn't go into details because that wasn't something he could explain. This girl's situation is uncommon. Do you know the reason? He asked the system. What do you think is the reason? She was assimilated by the tree and has become the tree's associated spirit. The system sounded to be familiar with such cases. Suping raised his eyebrows. Associated spirit. The tree is young and it hasn't formed its consciousness yet. Her consciousness took over, you can say that she is now the tree's spirit. The system explained. Suping was stunned. Tree spirit. The girl became the spirit of a tree? So, she can control the tree, right? Suping asked. Of course. Suping was speechless. He couldn't have, for the life of him, anticipated that Yan Binayu would become a tree's spirit. He wondered if that was good or bad for her. However, if she was the tree spirit, cultivating the tree was to cultivate her. That was a headache. Can I separate her from the tree? Suping asked. Yes, but your powers aren't even close, the system answered. Suping lost his tongue. As he gazed at Yan Binayu who was floating above the tree crown and biting her teeth, Suping said, Don't look at me like that. You look like a vengeful ghost. Yan Binayu was about to calm down when the words vengeful ghost rekindled her rage. Who turned me into this? You, it was you. Yes, yes, yes. Suping nodded. You have a choice now. Forget about it. You can face annihilation or you can listen to me. Maybe you can regain freedom in the future, Suping said. Annihilate me? I've died already. I'm not afraid of you, Yan Binayu protested. Suping heaved a sigh. You're not dead, you just lost your body. True death means that your consciousness is gone forever. You can at least talk, right? What do you mean I just lost my body? Do you know how important that is for a girl? 211 Think it through. Live in the tree to prevent your consciousness from being destroyed. If you work with me, you can have your freedom back one day, Suping said solemnly. Can I trust you? There's no one else you can trust. You are shameless. Make your choice. Forget about it. You asked for it. Suping took the tree out. The scorching heat from the tree was completely unable to affect him, plus, the store was impervious to the heat. What is that tree? Joanna was startled when Suping took out the tree. She stepped back, clearly afraid. The heat from the tree was making her sweat. A golden glow appeared over Joanna, she covered herself with divine energy. Whoosh! A branch tried to smash Suping. Suping immediately grabbed the branch. You! It came as a surprise to Yan Binayu that Suping had been able to stop her sneak attack. After being imprisoned in the tree, she gradually noticed she had become different from before. First of all, she was more sensitive to her surroundings. She learned that she could control the tree, which was quite destructive. That was why she was torn between hating Suping, and not, all at the same time. She no longer had a physical body, but she had become over 10 times more powerful than before. So, you were trying to kill me. Suping did not know what to say. I gave you this thing. Do you think you can hurt me with it? Yan Binayu's face was clouded. Suping let go of the branch and said coldly, Never mind. Make your choice. That time, Suping was serious, Yan Binayu was struggling. Eventually, she decided. I know what I should do. Suping nodded and said to Joanna, Take care of her. Anyway, have you seen a tree like this? It's called Yang Fruit Tree. Do you know how to grow such a tree? Joanna was dumbstruck. The Yang Fruit Tree. One of the 5 mysterious plants of the fire family? The 5 mysterious plants of the fire family? Suping said, I don't know. Joanna had become used to Suping's lack of knowledge. She calmed herself down and gazed at the tree for a bit longer. I cannot believe that you stumbled upon this thing in your trip. I heard that they had gone extinct. This is a tree that should have only been found in the immemorial age. Suping shrugged. He did get the tree from the immemorial age. Since you know how to take care of it, please do so. The fruits are valuable. You, bear some fruits as soon as possible so I can sell them for good money, Suping said. He and his battle pets could eat the fruit. They would become popular products of his store. After all, that was a fruit that could make anyone resistant to fire. It was a must-have for battle pets of the fire family. You bear fruit. Your entire family bears fruit. Yan Binayu shouted. Suping glared at her. I understand. Joanna still had troubling feelings. Even she had been unable to foresee that she would ever see that tree, which was supposed to be extinct. This scroll is of no use now. I have to find something else. The system's storage space is too small, Suping thought. He no longer could not put anything into that wasted scroll. The edge of the scroll had been burned, it could shatter into pieces at any time. The world inside would also collapse. It was not a risk worth taking. He shook his head and threw the scroll over to Joanna. He remembered the chain ghost he had captured in the deep caves, a demon beast currently at the void state, which could later evolve and could grow to reach the fate state. There was a small chance that the chain ghost could later evolve and become a ghost lord at the star rank. I'll keep it here and sell it to someone trustworthy. Suping moved the chain ghost from the beast catching ring to the on sale page of the system. A ball of dark mist surged into the store and the chain ghost appeared. It was much smaller than before. The chain ghost lay on the ground. It looked ferocious but was no longer willing to move. Joanna was surprised by the chain ghost but managed to calm down soon. The beast was rare, but she had seen others which were more powerful than that. Apart from the chained ghost, he took out the other beast kings he had captured from the deep caves. Most of the beast kings were at the void state and at the peak of their growth. There wasn't much training value left for them. Suping was planning on selling those beast kings. It just so happened that the world was in chaos and wild beasts were everywhere. Selling those beast kings to the legendary battle pet warriors would help the human race as a whole. However, since those beast kings were at the void state, he could not sell them to titled battle pet warriors. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to offer Venerable the Blade 1 or 2 beast kings. After all, he wasn't close with many titled battle pet warriors and he mainly trusted Venerable the Blade. Put them on display and I will make the sale myself when I come back, Suping said to Joanna. All of them were void state beasts. It would be risky to sell them to someone he wasn't familiar with. He had to select the customers himself. Yes, Joanna said. Joanna was not surprised when she saw Suping take that many beast kings out. She knew him well and there was something mysterious about him. She would not be surprised if Suping were to give her a star rank beast. On the other hand, Yan Binayu was stunned while she floated above the tree crown. She had been kept in the scroll and she knew nothing about Suping after he made the Tang family bend and compromise. Those beast kings were eye-openers. She felt that she had missed out on too many things while she was kept inside the scroll. When did this guy become so powerful? Her fear made her decide to stop offending Suping. I have to find someone to ask about a certain matter, Suping said and handed over the store's operation to Joanna. Joanna nodded. Chapter 638 Deep Caves Crisis. Suping went across the street to find Ken Shuhai in order to get Ken Zhuang's contact information. Ken Shuhai and the other titled battle pet warriors of the Ken family felt extremely flattered because of Suping's arrival. One of the titled battle pet warriors stepped forward and offered his phone to make the call. Ken. Suping took over the man's phone and went straight to the point. It's me, Suping. I want to ask you about something. Mr. Su? Ken Zhuang had recognized Suping's voice before he introduced himself. Suping's call surprised him. Yes, what is it? Ken Zhuang was speaking with the utmost respect. He was there when Suping challenged the tower and managed to leave in one piece after killing legendary battle pet warriors who were stationed there. Suping was also the one who had sold the Beast King to him. He still believed that the Beast King was more like a gift because no one would have sold a Beast King at such a cheap price. Nothing. I'm just asking about the tower and the beast strikes, Suping said. Ken Shuhai didn't give him enough details. Suping hoped Ken Zhuang could paint a clearer picture for him. The tower. Ken Zhuang said, I didn't pay much attention to the tower but I think they're doing something recently. They sent out legendary battle pet warriors as reinforcements to the base cities. I heard they were organizing some base cities to prepare defense lines against the wild beasts. The Longjian base city will be part of the defense line at the southeast. A defense line? Suping frowned. The wild beast strikes were more serious than he had originally thought. Have you heard anything about the 4 heavenly kings? Suping asked. Compared to the other wild beasts, the 4 heavenly kings were more threatening. After all, the weakest of the 4, the other world heavenly king, was at the fate state. The other 3 would only be more intimidating. I heard that people have found traces of the 7 Sins heavenly king in the Nordic continent. The other 3 heavenly kings have yet to make an appearance, but I suppose they're going to come out sooner or later. The 4 heavenly kings have to be behind the recent strikes. I think they might be working together. Ken Zhuang voiced his concerns. The 4 heavenly kings were 4 beast kings that were the rulers of all wild beasts on the blue planet. The 4 were endowed with a high intelligence. People could work together and so could wild beasts. Since the strikes around the world were large in scale, the 4 heavenly kings had most likely started an alliance. Anything going on in the deep caves? Suping asked. How did you know? Ken Zhuang was surprised by Suping's conjecture. The deep caves at the Nordic continent have been compromised. The legendary battle pet warriors posted there were routed, and wild beasts were able to come out. Suping felt his mind weighed down by anxiety. The deep caves was the source of the problem. I wonder if we'll have a situation similar to that of the deep caves here. Ken Zhuang expressed his worry and heaved a sigh. He thought that was the most likely scenario, It would mean that the future for the human race was worrisome. Suping said nothing for a few seconds. Eventually, he said, I have to go out for a bit. I will trust that you'll safeguard Longjian. I have a batch of new Beast Kings in my store and they are good. Come and check them out when you're free. I will finish the transaction when I come back. New Beast Kings? Ken Zhuang was panting. Mr. Su, were you out and about hunting Beast Kings? Ken Shuhai and the other titled battle pet warriors stared at Suping in astonishment. More Beast Kings? How come Suping was able to get his hands on Beast Kings all the time? They were longing to get Beast Kings of themselves. Being titled battle pet warriors, they could sign contracts with Ocean State Beast Kings. If Suping could sell them some, they would be able to challenge the legendary rank creatures. That's all. Suping hung up the call. Mr. Su. An age-titled battle pet warrior asked Suping as soon as the call ended, can we buy the Beast Kings as well? The other titled battle pet warriors only showed their eagerness with their eyes, afraid of bothering Suping if they asked him the same question. Suping didn't want to say no to those people, but he had to. No. I can only sell those Beast Kings to legendary battle pet warriors. You wouldn't be able to sign the contracts, even if I was able to sell the Beast Kings to you. Only legendary battle pet warriors? They were stunned. That is to say, those Beast Kings were at the Void State? They had gained a better understanding ever since Ken Zhuang reached the legendary rank. It was an educational experience for the whole family. A Beast King of the Void State was even more powerful than Ken Zhuang. But Suping was going to sell those Beast Kings. Suping never ceased to stun them. Suping decided to find a way to comfort them. I may sell Beast Kings that are even more powerful than those ones in the future. So, if you want to buy the Beast Kings, work hard and cultivate. Try to reach the legendary rank and then you can buy the Beast Kings. The titled battle pet warriors wondered if they should say yes or no. Cultivate. Reach the legendary rank? Suping was talking as if reaching the legendary rank was as easy as drinking water. But that's the legendary rank, for crying out loud. So many talented titled battle pet warriors were stuck there, never able to reach the legendary rank. Suping didn't waste another second after he left the Ken family. He had to go and find the little skeleton as soon as possible. The good thing was that Suping was currently able to tell that the little skeleton's life was not in danger, all thanks to their bond established through the contract. Even in the deep caves, the little skeleton had still managed to stay safe. Whoosh! Suping summoned the Inferno Dragon and sat on its back, then commanded it to fly toward the base city at the heart of the subcontinent district. He used the agility buff on the Inferno Dragon. The beast pet instantly vanished in the sky above the Longjian base city. Suping saw many beasts as they made their way through the wild terrains. Those wild beasts were walking around and some of them were organized in small packs. When compared with the past, the wild beasts had indeed become more active. Those wild beasts would have never left the barren areas before. After all, the wild beasts could get very territorial. In a similar vein, humans wouldn't leave their base cities for no reason. Suping kept on frowning as they traveled. The birds were being scared away by the Inferno Dragon's energy. Even the usual 9th-rank beasts would shudder with fear in front of the Inferno Dragon, let alone the birds. That trip to the Golden Crow's Star had bettered the Inferno Dragon as well. After all, it was thanks to the dragon's protection to fend off the heat that Suping became able to focus his mind solely on cultivation. Longyang Base City. A magnificent wall covered the base city's perimeter. There were many battle pet warriors in golden armor flying around in the sky. Several titled battle pet warriors stood out. Whoosh! A dragon was approaching the base city. Suping stood on the back of the Inferno Dragon. His clothes fluttered and the wind was blowing his hair back. He stood on the dragon and he gazed at the ground. Who goes there? The titled battle pet warriors flew toward the overwhelming dragon. Even though they felt pressured, the critical times dictated that they would have to face all dangers. Suping from Longjian. Suping shouted. A titled battle pet warrior seemed to be surprised. You? Suping frowned. He didn't recognize the man. Soon, he remembered that last time he visited the Longyang Base City with Mo Fengping, that middle-aged man who was deliberately trying to create difficulties for him. You know him? Another titled battle pet warrior asked the middle-aged man. No, but I think he's related to the Valiant Academy. The middle-aged man then snorted at Suping. This is the Longyang Base City. Anyone below the legendary rank is not allowed to fly without permission. There are several legendary battle pet warriors here, so flying is strictly prohibited. Do not disturb them. Get down and put away your battle pet. You will walk from here. Can legendary battle pet warriors fly? Suping asked coldly. Of course. Someone else answered. That'll do then. Suping cut that man off and told the Inferno Dragon to fly onward. Stop. Several men moved to stop him. The middle-aged man bellowed, didn't you hear me? Are you fooling yourself? Thinking that you're a legendary battle pet warrior? I am not, but I've killed some. Does that count? Suping asked. You killed some? Are you kidding me? The middle-aged man sneered. Before he was able to continue ridiculing him, the Inferno Dragon stepped in. Roar. That roar echoed in a large area that even went beyond the walls. The titled battle pet warriors who were obstructing the dragon were dumbstruck, as if they had been exposed to a violent storm. Two of them were trembling, they had even soaked their pants. The titled battle pet warrior who had just teased Suping was the most scared of them all. He opened his eyes wide as if he had seen the most horrifying things. How dare you stop my master? The Inferno Dragon's deep and sonorous voice echoed in the air. The titled battle pet warriors finally came back to their senses. They felt their blood was freezing. This dragon is terrifying. It can talk. Whoosh. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings and directly flew over the obstructing people. If it weren't for the contract and Suping's order of not hurting people for no reason, the Inferno Dragon would have killed those titled battle pet warriors with its roar alone. That. Suping from Longjiang? I think there's a terrifying guy in a Longjiang base city. What's his name again? I think Su something, right? The titled battle pet warriors looked at each other in fright. The middle-aged man who had teased Suping turned pale and could not stop shaking. Soon, Suping arrived at the Valiant Academy. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon extended its wings and cast a huge shadow over the campus. Suping was trying to search for Yan Wanli. He then found something interesting. There were two more legendary battle pet warriors standing next to Yan Wanli. Chapter 639 Second Trip to the Deep Caves. Who's there? Suddenly, a man shot up to the sky and flew toward Suping from a small building nearby. Who are you? That was a man with a rigid look. The Inferno Dragon scared the man a bit. And who are you? Suping asked. My title is Waterblade. The middle-aged man gazed at Suping. How dare you ride on your battle pet on campus? 3 legendary battle pet warriors are discussing a critical matter here. You cannot afford to disturb them. Suping paid no attention to the man and told the Inferno Dragon to land on the building. Courting death. The middle-aged man was enraged. He unleashed astral powers and hopped to the Inferno Dragon, then he created a formation with one hand. A shield 10 meters in diameter covered the building. Bang! The shield broke as soon as it came into being. The middle-aged man was startled. 2 people suddenly arrived. One of them pushed down the middle-aged man by grabbing his shoulder and the other man stood in front of the Inferno Dragon. Brother Su, please. The Inferno Dragon felt Suping's intent and came to a stop, but purple lightning bolts were still flickering in its eyes as it stared at the man. How have you been, Principal? Suping asked. Yan Wanli looked into the Inferno Dragon's eyes and felt his heart skip a beat. It had not been long since their last encounter, and yet Suping's dragon was even more horrifying than the last time he had seen it. Brother Su, everything is well. Yan Wanli smiled fawningly. He didn't have the courage to assume any great airs in front of Suping, not after he witnessed Suping's combat strength in the deep caves. Brother Yan, this is... The old man standing with the middle-aged man gazed at Suping with a frown. The elder was able to tell that the person standing on the Inferno Dragon was at the titled rank, but he was still feeling pressured. The Inferno Dragon seemed to be more vicious than the common beast kings. Sir. The fact that his teacher and principal Yan Wanli were alerted scared the middle-aged man. He apologized at once. I couldn't stop him in time. That is not your fault. This is Fate Challenger Su. We call him Fate Challenger, but not even the legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State can defeat him. He is certainly the strongest Fate Challenger to ever appear on the Blue Planet. It is natural that you couldn't stop him, and you should not stop him, either, Yan Wanli said. Fate Challenger? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in fear. This young man here is a Fate Challenger? A Fate Challenger equal to a Void State legendary battle pet warrior? He is even stronger than my teacher. Even the old man standing next to the middle-aged man was visibly startled by the revelation. Are you the one who once disturbed the tower but got away? The old man asked. Yan Wanli forced a smile. Yes, this is that Brother Su. The old man took a deep breath and cupped his fists. I am Lu Xian. Mr. Su, I have heard so much about you, and I'm glad to have the chance to finally meet you. You are a stunning man. The middle-aged man began to panic, since his teacher was acting so respectfully. He immediately offered his apologies. Sir, I am sorry. I was as blind as a bat. Please forgive me, sir. He bowed to his waist and was afraid to look at Suping. Whoosh! Another man arrived. It was a young man in his late 20s. He darted Suping a quick glance. Mr. Su, it is you. I've been wanting to meet you. I heard that you made the otherworld Heavenly King leave. What a heroic deed that was. You must be from the tower, Suping said with a straight face. Lu Xian nodded. The world is in chaos. We were assigned to help Brother Yun safeguard Long Ying. It was clear that Su Ping didn't think that was helpful enough. I heard that the Nordic continent is in crisis because of the deep caves. I also remember learning that the deep caves are connected globally. The formation underground must have failed. Have you heard any news from below? Not for now. 2 legendary battle pet warriors have gone into the deep caves and they will inform us if they find any problems, Yun Wanli answered. So, there are 5 legendary battle pet warriors here, including you. Yes. Are any of you at the void state? Well. Yun Wanli looked at the 2 legendary battle pet warriors and smiled at Su Ping embarrassingly. Brother Su, you may not know this, but it's not easy to reach the void state. There are only 12 legendary battle pet warriors in the tower. So the answer is no. Su Ping frowned. He wanted to blurt out some things but stopped himself. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were at the ocean state, they couldn't even compare to one at the void state while working together. If something had gone wrong in the deep caves, he didn't think the 5 would amount to much. During his last trip to the deep caves, he had encountered beasts like the chained ghost. It took some planning for the wild beasts to get out from the deep caves. That round of strikes was definitely uncommon. Still, I believe that the 5 of us are more than enough, Lu Xian said with a smile, although he wasn't smiling on the inside. Su Ping didn't say it out loud, but he could tell that the Fate Challenger didn't think highly of them. Su Ping had been able to get out from the tower unharmed, but that was only because the tower hadn't chosen to pursue him. Otherwise, no one would have gotten out from the tower after that huge mess. He's right. We can stop a large-scale strike, the young legendary battle pet warrior added. Su Ping remained silent. Arguing with them was meaningless. Where is Li Yuan? Su Ping asked Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli didn't expect that question. Mr. Li has gone back to the deep caves. He said he wanted to go and help his brothers. Su Ping nodded. Did he go to the tower? Yes. Good. I'm going to the deep caves then, Su Ping said. Since Li Yuan had visited the tower, they would be aware of the situation down in the deep caves. It was not his problem anymore. You're going to the deep caves now? Lu Xian cautioned Su Ping at once. Brother Su, the situation inside the deep caves is not good. We don't think you should go in. Right. The young legendary warrior frowned. Neither approved of such a rash decision. Yun Wanli tried to persuade Su Ping. Brother Su, if you want to offer some help, I suggest you stay above ground. All the base cities need more people at the moment. After all, we have a limited number of legendary battle pet warriors. Not all base cities can receive the support of legendary battle pet warriors. Some base cities only have Beast King battle pets to help. If you stay here, you'll be able to help more people. Su Ping understood that. I have to go because my battle pet is still there. Your battle pet? Finally, the 3 knew why Su Ping had made the trip over. Isn't it too risky? Just to get your battle pet? Lu Xian still disproved Su Ping's choice. He could always train another battle pet. His life was not replaceable if he died in the deep caves. Right. The young legendary battle pet warrior nodded. He also believed that Su Ping should give up his battle pet. After all, those beasts were intended to help and protect battle pet warriors. Still, Yun Wanli didn't advise against it. He had visited the deep caves with Su Ping and knew how attached Su Ping was to his battle pets. Enough said. Stay here and do your job, Su Ping curtly said. The Inferno Dragon turned around and went toward the entrance to the deep caves. Hey! The 3 were surprised after seeing how determined Su Ping was, even though it didn't sound right. It was as if the master of the tower were talking to them. Brother Su, I'm coming with you, Yun Wanli shouted. He went after Su Ping at once. Lu Xian and the young one stared as the 2 left. Once Su Ping was gone, Lu Xian said to the middle-aged man, you can stand up now. He is no longer here. The middle-aged man finally raised his head, his back was drenched in cold sweat. While his teacher was a legendary battle pet warrior, he would still be in trouble if he ever offended another. It is fortunate that the guy is merely at the titled rank. If he were at the legendary rank, I don't think you and I would stand a chance if we were attacked by him. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes. The young legendary battle pet warrior was surprised. Are you serious? We wouldn't stand a chance? Su Ping, if he were at the legendary rank, was able to defeat them instantly? The young legendary battle pet warrior didn't believe that. Lu Xian said coldly, didn't you see the dragon that Su Ping was riding? That vigor and look in the dragon's eyes. I have no doubt that the dragon would have crushed me if it had not stopped in time. The middle-aged man turned pale. His teacher had said so. He would have died if his teacher hadn't protected him. That dragon is scary. The young legendary battle pet warrior looked worried as he thought of Su Ping's dragon. The most powerful fate challenger of all times. When he reaches the legendary rank, he may become someone like our tower master. Lu Xian lowered his voice. The young legendary battle pet warrior said nothing in reply. At entrance number 7 to the deep caves on campus, there were more guards than usual. 6 of the guards were at the titled rank. 4 of them were standing by the entrance and 2 were hiding in corners in the distance. The latter pair were there to relay information in case that the guards by the entrance were killed by wild beasts bursting out from the deep caves. "Sir." The guards bowed to Yuan Wanli. "I'm going in," Yuan Wanli said. He flew into the entrance to show Su Ping the way. Su Ping had put away the Inferno Dragon. It could enter the cave but there wasn't enough room for the beast to move about at will. Su Ping and Yuan Wanli flew onward. Su Ping was so fast that Yuan Wanli realized he had to exert full strength to catch up with him. Su Ping wasn't using any teleportation. It was already difficult for him to keep up with Su Ping as it was. Su Ping could easily get rid of him if he decided to use teleportation. Still, Su Ping was just at the titled rank. Yuan Wanli complained about Su Ping inwardly. Soon, they had reached the deepest parts. They arrived at the first strategic pass. Suddenly, 2 people dashed out from the sides and a beast king of the stone family crawled out. "Brother Yuan?" The 2 were about to stop the people breaking in when, to their surprise, they saw that it was Yuan Wanli. "Brother Su, I cannot go beyond this point," Yuan Wanli said to Su Ping. Su Ping nodded. "I can manage." "Brother Yuan, this is?" A middle-aged titled battle pet warrior approached them and sized up Su Ping in confusion. A legendary battle pet warrior in his 50s, who was wearing a golden armor, gazed at Su Ping. Su Ping looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that it was the young man who had killed legendary battle pet warriors in the tower, in broad daylight. The legendary battle pet warrior shuddered with fear by the sudden remembrance. Chapter 640 Full-on Crisis. "This is Brother Su," Yuan Wanli said to the first legendary battle pet warrior. "Brother Su is going in to find his battle pet. I just came here to keep him company for a while." "For his battle pet?" That legendary battle pet warrior didn't recognize Su Ping. He sized the young man up and down and was even more perplexed. Brother Su lost his battle pet here? Was Brother Su a guard in the deep caves? The legendary battle pet warrior was wondering if something had happened to him. It was all because he felt Su Ping was merely at the titled rank. Guarding the deep caves was a job limited to legendary battle pet warriors. Titled battle pet warriors. They couldn't do anything in the deep caves other than dying in vain. "You can say so." Yuan Wanli shook his head. Su Ping's story was complicated, he couldn't explain in plain terms. Su Ping nodded to the legendary battle pet warrior and said to Yuan Wanli, "I have to go." "Okay." Whoosh. Su Ping flew past the strategic outpost and entered the complex pathway. The man wearing the golden armor finally relaxed after Su Ping disappeared. He approached Yuan Wanli at once and asked, "Brother Yuan, how do you know this? Malice? Malice?" The other legendary battle pet warrior didn't understand. "What do you mean?" His friend produced a forced smile. "Brother you were away for a while. You must have heard about the death of Brother Abyssal. That Malice did it." He also punched a senior legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State. "He killed Abyssal?" The middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior narrowed his eyes. Legend Abyssal was an ocean state warrior. He himself had spent some years in the tower. Even though he had not reached the Void State, he had been a respected legendary battle pet warrior. That young man was the murderer? He punched a legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State? Mr. Fan was at the Void State. We don't talk about his death often because his death also shamed the other legendary battle pet warriors of the same rank. You weren't there but I was. One punch and Fan was gone. The legendary battle pet warrior wearing the golden armor was still unsettled. Some legendary battle pet warriors who weren't there when the chaos at the tower happened did hear some details about it, but the legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State told people to avoid speaking about it because they wanted to protect their dignity. Being the case, those who were away like Yuan Wanli only knew that a violent guy had killed Legend Abyssal, and that guy's strength was equal to the Void State. Still, those who had been there in person knew that the young man was even more intimidating than that. That was why the young man had been able to leave the tower after he caused such a great commotion. It wasn't because they had let the young man leave. It was because no one had been able to stand up to him. Well, the middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior was at a loss for words. After a while, he finally found his tongue. "I think he's at the titled rank, right?" Yuan Wanli was also stunned. He had always known that Su Ping was powerful but he didn't know he could kill a Void State warrior with one punch. Su Ping had been into the Dragon Tower. That was proof that he was young. When he went to the tower, Su Ping might not have even been at the titled rank. The very thought made Yuan Wanli shudder with fear. He could not believe such a person existed on the blue planet. Whoosh! Su Ping was pressing forward at full speed in the darkness. "Wait for me. Wait for me." He became more anxious as he thought about how the little skeleton wasn't far away. He wished he could find it the next second. The place was like a maze, with many forks in the road. The pathways looked different from the last time he had been there. Suping felt he had gotten lost. Whoosh! He flew onward, searching one pathway after another. Dead end. Another fork in the road. Another one. Time flew and Suping was trying every pathway he found. He would mostly stumble upon dead ends. The search had been in vain thus far. Suping was losing patience. He felt the pathways were changing silently. The first half of a pathway would often seem familiar, then it would lead him to another place. It was as if the maze were a living thing, and the pathways were its internal organs. After another dead end, Suping began to blurt out insults. "Oh, to hell with you." He then said, "Come out and help me." The Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon came out from two swirls which appeared next to Suping, and their violent rage filled the pathway. Carrying bolts of lightning and wisps of darkness, the Inferno Dragon and Dark Dragon Hound stood and flanked him as guards. "Lend me your strength." Suping wanted to leverage their help. The Inferno Dragon's eyes were glistening in a purple color. The dragon roared and passed its energy to Suping through the bond of the contract. Suping was gaining momentum. His combat strength had instantly reached the legendary rank, even close to the peak of the ocean state. But the Inferno Dragon was just sharing 1/3 of its energy. The dragon was close to the peak of the 9th rank, but its energy was several times richer than that of a peak ocean state creature. That was the result of repeated training in cultivation sites. Suping's battle pets had to challenge beasts far more powerful, and they were oftentimes in dire need of energy. They had to condense and refine their energy again and again so that they could unleash greater skills. Void Sword. Suping took out his sword. His eyes glistened. His consciousness and his body became one with the weapon, and a strange feeling climbed onto his arm. Destruction. He moved. Bang. The wall collapsed, revealing a dark swirl behind the dead end. Dark Dragon Hound. Suping said. The Dark Dragon Hound barked, instantly adding more than 100 legendary ranked defensive skills over Suping and the Inferno Dragon. Suping stepped into the dark swirl. The turbulent air was peeling off the defensive layers. Suping could faintly tell where the little skeleton was by sensing the contract bond. Boom. The void soared again. The space in front of Suping collapsed. There was a void beyond that swirl full of violent and roaring winds. Suping stepped into the swirl with the Dark Dragon Hound and Inferno Dragon. They fell straight down after coming out on the other end of the swirl. He unleashed astral powers and immediately stabilized himself. He then saw that he had appeared in a vast and boundless world. Such a vast world was extremely empty. Completely empty. No landscapes, no flowers, not even the sea nor the ground. There was nothing but misty clouds. The wind field? Suping remembered the 5 fields that Yu Wuxiu had mentioned. The ice field had been one of them. The gale in the air told Suping it was most likely the wind field. It's difficult for titled battle pet warriors to even stay alive in this place. Suping didn't do anything to protect himself against the gale. His physical strength was close to that of young golden crows. He could also withstand strikes by beings at the void state without relying on any external help. The gale was like a gentle breeze to him. Someone's there. Suping looked to the west. Without hesitation, he hopped onto the Inferno Dragon and dashed away. After a while, Suping reached a place where the shadow of a building could be seen on the clouds. He saw some wings right under the clouds. It had to be a gigantic bird. The Mist Bird. Suping was surprised. It was a rarely seen void state beast king. Suddenly, he heard a shout, "Who's there?" 3 people appeared. The fastest one reached Suping in an instant. The person was surprised to see it was a human riding an Inferno Dragon. The man was less hostile. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man frowned. The other 2 had also moved closer. One of them was surprised to see that it was Suping. "Brother Su?" Suping found that man familiar. He seemed to be a legendary battle pet warrior he had met in the ice field. "It is you." That person fixed his eyes on Suping and said, "I cannot believe that you're here again. Did you come back to help us? Do you know Li Yuan?" Suping wanted to confirm. The man was a bit speechless. "Ah, Brother Su, you forgot all about me. Li is back and he told us about you. You got out from the corridor. Awesome." He gave Suping a thumbs up along with praise. Suping said, "I'm sorry. I was in a hurry and did quite get your names. I thought you were at the ice field. What are you doing here? Is Li here with you? Do you know each other?" The middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior who had met Suping first was still puzzled. The other legendary battle pet warrior had let his guard down as well. Since this young man is their friend, he must be here to help. The man who recognized Suping said, "This is the Brother Su that Li had told us about." "Really?" The other 2 were startled. They sized the young man up and down, as if he were an exotic animal. "The man who came out from the corridor? The one at the titled rank?" Both of them thought that old Lee was making up a story. But the hero of that story was at the moment standing right there. Not long after, they noticed that Suping was only at the titled rank. That is, unless he were hiding his rank, using a skill that even they couldn't see through. Otherwise, it would have been a fact that Suping was at the titled rank. How can a titled battle pet warrior be so terrifying? The two still had doubts. It was the corridor, a place that not even a team of legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State could make back from, not even with careful planning. Chapter 641 The Last Standing Field. Why don't you come back with us, since you're one of our friends? The middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior proposed. He didn't make light of Suping, even though the latter was merely at the titled rank. Suping didn't refuse the offer. Since Li Yuan was there, he looked forward to meeting him. The legendary battle pet warriors took the lead and they flew toward that cloud of mist. We're here because... Alas, that is a long story. The man heaved a sigh. The ice field collapsed. Captain Yi led us out. We exerted great efforts before we managed to escape. Fortunately, the wind field is still intact. This is the last field. The only one that is still intact. Suping could not believe that. The field of ice collapsed? Have the other fields collapsed as well? So, the wild beasts can't leave the deep caves at will. Yes. It was such a heavy word. Suping's mind was weighed down. The information he had received on the surface was that the wild beasts were breaking out in the Nordic continent. But the fact was hundreds of times even more terrifying than that. Of the 5 fields, 4 had collapsed. It would only be a matter of time before the wild beasts managed to get out and occupy the world above ground. No wonder beasts were striking everywhere. If the wild beasts can get out from the deep caves at will, soon, the entire world will start to suffer. Suping pulled a long face. He suddenly noticed that something was off. If the situation inside the deep caves was so bad, the beast kings from the corridor should have already gathered on the surface. But the fact was that, while the situation was risky, he had not seen large clusters of beast kings. It must be a complete chaos up there, right? A legendary battle pet warrior asked Suping. Suping nodded with a heavy heart. Yes. But we haven't seen many beast kings yet. Those damn beast kings. They must be planning something. I think they're trying to turn the entire world upside down in one try. They must have learned from their past failures. They have become even more cautious and sinister than before, said another legendary battle pet warrior while clenching his teeth. Suping was confused. Learned from their past failures? There once was a strike, many years ago. The beasts in the deep caves had spent a long time planning. They then went and assaulted a field, all to leave the deep caves from that access point. However, since they had merely struck one of the fields, the beasts only had one way of going out. Before the beasts were able to get out, the then master of the tower led the other legendary battle pet warriors and they pushed the beasts back, said the middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior. Still, they've struck 4 fields this time, and the formation became ineffective. We can't stay idle and do nothing to repair the formation. The moment the beasts notice our weak spot, that is going to be the moment when the true crisis will take place. Suping felt his blood freeze. He finally understood. The beast kings had exited the deep caves. They were just hiding somewhere. When time was right, they would launch a full-on strike. And the right time would come soon. The surface world would be toppled any time now. The tower knows about this, right? Suping asked at once. If the tower did not know about this, he would not even find a word to describe how bad that would be. Yes, the tower knows. The legendary battle pet warrior shook his head. But what good does that do? We're facing big trouble. I don't know if the tower master can get some battle pet warriors from the federal government to help us. If they were willing to send reinforcements, even a single star rank battle pet warrior, that would be more than enough to help us. Star rank. Suping repeated to himself. He had seen many creatures at the star rank in the cultivation sites. Dicky and the golden crow he had mostly interacted with was at the star rank. It seemed that such a rank was nothing to write home about for the inhabitants of that celestial star. But on the blue planet, just as the legendary warrior proposed, one battle pet warrior at the star rank would be enough to save them. Suping took a deep breath. He was more than eager to find the little skeleton and get back. They were approaching that cloud of mist. Suping immediately noticed that several of the people present were at the void state. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a person came out. He stood at a distance, then immediately dashed over when he confirmed Suping's identity. It is you. It was Li Yuan. Suping was full of complex feelings. He would usually be more than happy to see an old friend if they weren't entangled in such a crisis. He was not in any mood to be delighted right then. You're here again. What? Are you leaving your family? Suping produced a forced smile. The girl you sent over was helping me, right? She works very well. Besides, I feel much closer with my battle partners. Li Yuan chuckled. He had been away from home for far too long. The only bond between him and his family was their blood. But those who fought alongside him in the deep caves became his close friends. They stayed together day and night and were even closer than family members. Are you here to find your battle pet? Li Yuan asked. Last time, it was because Su Ping's battle pet had sacrificed itself, so that he and Su Ping managed to get away. Su Ping nodded. I am here to take it home. I will go with you. It's okay. I cannot allow you to take another risk just to keep me company. Su Ping shook his head. Li Yuan disagreed. Don't say that. I'm at the deep caves and no one here cares about taking risks or not. Besides, this place is safer than before, since a lot of beasts in the corridor have gone outside. Su Ping looked at him. More and more people were going into the clouds, including a serious-looking man. It was Yi Wuxiu. Are you planning on going outside? Su Ping asked. Li Yuan shook his head. This is the last field we can guard. I understand that the formation has a fair deal of flaws with no solution. Still, the formation is not failing completely right now. Once the formation fails completely, nothing else would stop the beats. Therefore, we must guard the last field. Su Ping remained silent. Brother Su. Brother Su. Yi Wuxiu and the other legendary battle pet warriors had arrived. Yi Wuxiu shouted Su Ping's name as soon as he saw the latter. The others called Su Ping with excitement as well. Su Ping had been at the titled rank, they had met briefly. But they were there when Su Ping went into the corridor. The fact that Su Ping was able to enter the corridor and come out alive was praiseworthy enough. They had heard from Li Yuan about their experiences in the corridor. They began to be even more respectful of Su Ping. Of course, they felt that Li Yuan might be exaggerating a little bit. Either way, the fact that the young man had escaped from the corridor was commendable. Captain Yi, hi, everyone, Su Ping said. Come on. Let's get inside. Li Yuan smiled. Su Ping shook his head. I won't stay. I ran into you by accident. I have to go back to the corridor. Brother Su, are you here alone? It'll be hard to get around without anyone showing the way. The paths are changing, said Yi Wuxiu. Su Ping nodded. Indeed, his patience was running thin. He was enraged by the dead ends he came across. He was so angry broke the walls by violence. Soon after, more people arrived. Who's this? Those legendary battle pet warriors had heard about Su Ping and Li Yuan's conversation. They had a general idea of who that person was. After all, during all this time, Li Yuan had been telling people about their exploration in the corridor. A lot of them had heard about it. Li Yuan introduced Su Ping to those who had just arrived with pride. This is Brother Su, a friend I can trust my life with. Brother Su, they are people who once were stationed in other fields. We could only retreat to the wind field, since all of the other fields collapsed, Yi Wuxiu said. He also introduced the legendary battle pet warriors at the void state to Su Ping, one by one. Su Ping admired their heroic deeds. He expressed his appreciation. Brother Su, getting to the corridor is kind of hard, said a gray-haired legendary battle pet warrior. He stood with Yi Wuxiu. The old man was at the peak of the ocean state and he had been at the ice field before. And Su Ping was baffled. Hard? Yi Wuxiu remembered something. Yes. The wind field is the last field standing, so we've closed the way to the corridor. We would have to open up that formation if you want to get into the corridor. However, making another formation will be difficult. Some of the materials are very rare and can't be reused if we deactivate the formation. Su Ping turned pale. There's no way into the corridor? I can't get back into the corridor? Li Yuan made a proposal. He said to Yi Wuxiu, Captain Yi, there must be a way into the corridor, right? Yi Wuxiu looked at him and Su Ping. Yes, but it's difficult. I can go with Brother Su, Li Yuan said. Yi Wuxiu was struggling. Many legendary battle pet warriors approached them. One of them with golden hair said, Brother Li, guarding the wind field is the most critical task. He didn't say it in so many words, but he was reminding Li Yuan that he had to prioritize. Li Yuan pulled a long face. Brother Li, you're at the void state. It would be a great loss for our team if you left. Another legendary battle pet warrior pitched in. That person was also at the void state. He's right. This is the last line of defense. We cannot afford to lose it. The other legendary battle pet warriors didn't support Li Yuan's choice, either. From their previous conversation, they had learned that Su Ping was there to find a battle pet. He was at the titled rank, so they had no authority over him. However, Li Yuan was important to them. One Li Yuan was equal to more than 10 legendary battle pet warriors at the ocean state. The rest would be under a lot of pressure if he went elsewhere. I said I would entrust my life to Su Ping. I owed him my life. I'm leaving and no one can stop me. Li Yuan said coldly. The others were surprised to see how much he valued Su Ping. They still thought that Li Yuan was exaggerating, but the fact that he was so determined made them realize that he had been telling the truth all along. Li Yuan, a powerful legendary battle pet warrior, favored Su Ping. This young man who was merely at the titled rank. He had to be outstanding. Yi Wuxiu yanked Li Yuan's sleeve when the latter turned hostile. The legendary battle pet warriors who were trying to persuade him were originally from other fields. Since they were currently together, the most important thing was to maintain the peace. Yi Wuxiu didn't want to sabotage that. Li Yuan knew that he might have crossed the line, but he still kept a cold face so that the others would know his stance. Brother Li, you don't have to do this. I can go by myself, Su Ping said to Li Yuan. You staying here is also a way to help me. If you can keep the deep caves safe, the others on the surface will be safe. My family is also outside. I hope that you can stay here. Li Yuan frowned. But there's only one way if you want to go to the corridor from here. You would have to go back from the way you came in and head to the other collapsed fields, and all the paths have been destroyed. There are vicious spatial currents. You'd be dragged away without the protection of a void state legendary battle pet warrior. Brother Li, did you forget? I know some space rules. Su Ping smiled. Li Yuan forced a bitter smile. I know you can teleport, but that is just a rudimentary understanding of space. Even I would have to be extra careful while moving through such adverse currents. Unfortunately, none of us is at the fate state, or else we could have directly opened up a path for you. The ocean state warriors felt awkward. Li Yuan was referring to teleportation as something rudimentary, but even some of them had yet to learn the skill. What a blow to their confidence. It's okay. I can do that, Su Ping said. His understanding of space was not as deep as Li Yuan's. After all, that man was at the peak of the void state and he had battled countless times. Su Ping had just learned the basic teleportation that all those at the void state knew. Brother Su. Li Yuan was about to say something when Su Ping cut him off. Thank you so much for your kindness. I will fight alongside you when I come back. Li Yuan saw the determination in Su Ping's eyes. Yes. I will wait for your return so we can fight together. His voice was sonorous and forceful. The other pet warriors felt relieved since Li Yuan had decided not to leave. Someone then began to persuade Su Ping into giving up. No matter how powerful Su Ping was, he was still just at the titled rank. Going through those violent space currents was not a test on combat strength, but the understanding of spatial rules. Anyone, no matter how powerful, could be torn apart by the turbulent currents in space. Su Ping said nothing, he merely asked Li Yuan to show him the way. The others heaved sighs of disappointment since he was adamant. They were fond of such a rare talent. If he could grow and develop unhindered, he would become one of the best warriors of the Blue Planet. It would be a shame if such a talent met an untimely death. Li Yuan and Yi Wuxiu led the way and the other legendary battle pet warriors tagged along to see Su Ping off. They reached a pitch-dark swirl which sucked in the nearby air. Even wind had stopped in that area. This is the way where we came in, Li Yuan said, worried. Brother Su, have you thought this through? Yi Wuxiu asked. He still hoped the young man would give up. Su Ping smiled. My battle pet is my friend, my family. I would never give it up. Yi Wuxiu decided not to say anything else. He knew how close the relationship was between a battle pet warrior and his battle pets. That was especially true for them, who stayed in the deep caves all year round. They had to rely on their battle pets. Their battle pets were the only ones that would give in sacrifice without any regrets. This is a defensive artifact. It can help you fend off some attacks in space, said Yi Wuxiu as he offered Su Ping an armor. Li Yuan came back to his senses. He took off an armor and an animal tooth pendant. Brother Su, these two can. Su Ping declined their gifts. Do not worry. My battle pet will protect me. Su Ping smiled. As he said so, the dark dragon hound barked. Instantly, over 100 legendary ranked defensive layers were overlaid on Su Ping and the Inferno Dragon. The many different types of defensive layers were glistening brightly. What? The other legendary battle pet warriors widened their eyes in surprise. That many defensive layers. What pet is that? Even Yi Wuxiu was dumbfounded. Those defensive layers were more powerful than his armor, by more than 10 times. Time to go, Su Ping said and waved goodbye to Li Yuan. The Inferno Dragon roared and took him inside the swirl. Chapter 642 Reunion. Is he going to be okay? What battle pet was that? I don't think I've ever seen the like. I cannot believe it. The battle pet used over 100 legendary ranked defensive skills in one go. The energy stored is close to the void state. The legendary battle pet warriors were still in shock after Su Ping stepped into the swirl. That battle pet had made them wonder if Su Ping was indeed just a titled warrior. Li Yuan had witnessed what Su Ping was able to do in the corridor. He knew that the Golden Hound was not the strongest battle pet. As such, he was not so surprised. He just felt concerned about him. Whoosh! As soon as he stepped into the swirl, Su Ping immediately felt how the turbulent currents in space were cutting him, peeling the defensive layers off. The defensive layers lasted for merely 10 seconds. Over there. The pet contract gave Su Ping the general idea of where the little skeleton was. He borrowed energy from the Inferno Dragon without hesitation. Void Sword. Bang! A ray of dark sword light suddenly rolled out, sweeping away all the spatial chaos in front of him. At the same time, a crack was torn in front of him, and then a faint light emerged from the crack. Su Ping stepped away from the swirl. That swirl was neither long, nor short. Slowly getting his bearings and looking for coordinates could get him lost, and that could be quite dangerous. Still, he was being guarded by the contract. The Void Sword enabled him to directly break free from space. Is this the corridor? Su Ping was surprised that he had reached the familiar place. One cut and he was there already? The extremely wide corridors in front of him, the dim light, and the stench of feces and blood in the air all told Su Ping that it was indeed the Beast King's nest. I think the formation has stopped working. Su Ping was not happy to have reached the place. If anything, he was worried. His cut should have strength equal to the Fate State. Those at the Fate State could use space folding and space confinement. They had the ability to cut and travel through space. If any of those Beast Kings had such a rank, they could easily leave the deep caves without anyone knowing, simply by using their spatial skills. That's not a if. It is a must. There must be Beast Kings at the Fate State. And even the star rank. Su Ping's face was clouded. Fate State Beast Kings would notice that the formation was failing as they made their attempt at escaping. And when that happened, Su Ping thought of something horrifying. He looked around. He put away the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound and decidedly went to where the contract told him to go. The bond had a stronger pull after he arrived at the deep caves. Su Ping could tell exactly where the little skeleton was and how far apart they were. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Ping teleported again and again. He saw many massive skeletons along the way. Some of the bones were scattered around. Su Ping ran about madly. Just as he had expected, he didn't run into any living beasts. His worries increased. Half an hour later he was getting really close. He was communicating with the little skeleton through the contract. He could tell that the little skeleton was also moving towards him. They would soon meet in the corridor. During the past 30 minutes, Su Ping had encountered 3 Beast Kings at the Ocean State. They were injured, recovering in their nests. Su Ping killed them directly. He was becoming more concerned as time passed. It seemed that the Beast Kings had vanished from the corridor. Those Beast Kings had left. Those Beast Kings were certainly hiding somewhere outside. However, he had learned from Qin Zhuang and Yun Wanli that while the number of wild beasts gathered across the world was large, there was still hope because of a lack of Beast Kings. If people knew that many Beast Kings were roaming the surface, they would be overwhelmed by panic. Did the tower hide the information so that the public would stay calm? Su Ping denied that idea at once. If those Beast Kings appear in public spaces, the tower couldn't have hidden that information even if they wanted to. Also, hiding such information would be meaningless because humankind would have already been on the verge of dying. The Beast Kings are hiding. Are they afraid of something? Su Ping frowned. He felt that their blue planet had some secrets. For example, why would the otherworld Heavenly King go to the Longjiang base city? He had been wondering about that for a long time. Hunting for food didn't make sense, given the large number of Beast Kings. The Heavenly King had some intention. What could have attracted its interest? Those beasts are leaving the deep caves, but Li and the others are still in the wind field. They don't know yet. Su Ping's face became clouded at the mere thought. No one in the wind field was at the Fate State. Not even in the tower. Nobody was at the Fate State. It seemed that only the Tower Master had such rank. Those at the Void State, while they had some understanding of space, they couldn't detect the decay of the formation and the state of the corridor. It's a complete waste of manpower if they stay there. But I don't think they're fools. I don't think they're going to stay there for long if they realize that no beasts try to attack them. Can it be that there are some beasts hiding somewhere, and they will only pretend to strike Li and the other guys so that they don't leave the deep caves? Su Ping blinked. Terrifying as it might sound, it could be true. He could not afford to belittle the intelligence of those beasts. Su Ping had met many sinister beasts in the cultivation sites. Some 8th or 9th rank beasts had become skilled hunters and they could be smarter than humans. Those beasts in the deep caves were organized. He was able to ascertain this from seeing all those beasts waiting on the plain when he left the deep caves the first time. The ruler of the wild beasts in the deep caves was playing a game. The game was to overrule the entire blue planet. Humans would be the losing party and would go extinct. I don't think the tower knows this yet. I have to go back and tell them at once. Suping said to himself. The ruler of the deep caves probably didn't think that a human would have the courage to enter the corridor at that moment. Whoosh! Right then, the strong connection told him that the little skeleton was very close. Summoning. He used the compulsory summoning that was a function of his contract to bring the little skeleton closer. As long as the pet wasn't fighting and was within a certain range, he could get the little skeleton back. That was the power of his contract. Whoosh! A ray of white light appeared in front of Suping. The next second, a white skeleton appeared in front of him. It stumbled out from a swirl in space. The little skeleton had just finished a teleportation. They made eye contact. Suping was thrilled. He got here in time. He found the little skeleton. This is great. I found you. This is amazing. Suping pulled the little skeleton into his arms. He could not find any words to describe how happy he was. He had to rely on the little skeleton to leave the deep caves, being forced to leave it behind. Suping kept on worrying about it, thinking that something might happen to the little skeleton if he didn't make it back in time. Finally, he could leave that matter to rest. The little skeleton didn't do anything in Suping's embrace for a bit. After some time passed, the little skeleton raised its hand and patted Suping's back. Two swirls appeared behind Suping. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound came out. Both cheered happily as they saw the little skeleton. Let me see you. Suping let go of the little skeleton and sized it up and down. The little skeleton didn't look much different, it only seemed more powerful than before. It was likely that it had reached the peak of the 9th rank. You must have suffered, Suping said and patted the little skeleton's skull. His heart was aching. Even though the little skeleton had no wounds, Suping knew that the little skeleton must have gone through fierce and brutal battles. It was just that the little skeleton had strong healing abilities so he couldn't see the wounds. But the little skeleton must have been wounded. No. I have not. The little skeleton moved its mouth and uttered some words even though it lacked fluency. Suping was dumbstruck. The little skeleton can talk? Suping found it hard to believe. He had always thought that the little skeleton was slow and would only react fast in battle. It had a sort of dull look when passive. He had thought that the little skeleton would have to reach the fate state before it could talk. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound eyed the little skeleton with surprise. Soon after, the Inferno Dragon turned around and looked at the Dark Dragon Hound. The latter understood the meaning behind the look and glared at the dragon. Of those three, the dog was the only one that couldn't talk. The Inferno Dragon grinned, showing an unmasked contempt. The dog stomped the ground. Suping didn't pay attention to their shenanigans. He felt depressed. The little skeleton must have gone through horrors in the deep caves while he was away. This was reality, not the cultivation sites. The little skeleton only had one life. And it survived. While the little skeleton could regenerate, it didn't mean that survival was easy for this pet. The world should treat the tough skeleton better. Suping was emotional. He once again pulled the little skeleton into his embrace. The skull felt cold but Suping swore he could feel the skeleton's warmth. I'm sorry. I will never let you go, Suping said. The little skeleton leaned its skull against Suping's chest. After a while, the little skeleton said, okay. Suping calmed himself down. He thought of the theories he had thought of, which made him feel bitter again. He asked the little skeleton, do you know when the beasts got out from here? The little skeleton had to know more about the things that happened in the corridor. Yes. The little skeleton nodded. Knowing that the little skeleton still had some difficulty to speak, Suping began to inquire through the contract. Soon, Suping had gained a basic understanding. They left 3 days ago. Not so long ago. Suping breathed in relief. It would have been terrifying if the beasts had escaped earlier and were hiding somewhere on the surface all this time. It would be terrifying. I have to let them know at once. The beasts have broken out. Still, I wonder. What's happening at the deepest level of the deep caves? Suping wanted to go back and inform Li Yuan so that they could tell the tower. But this latest thought intrigued him. He had never been there. He knew that the deep caves had levels, according to what Li Yuan told him. The corridor was at the upper level, the actual lair of those beasts was under the corridor. Those beasts lived down there, the weak ones could only leave their lair and go to the corridor. The much more powerful wild beasts were down there. He wondered if the lair had also been emptied. Suping frowned. That was a rare development. It should have been almost impossible to go into the lair because of the many beast kings on the way. However, they were gone now. He had a chance to see the truth about the deep caves. Suping finally decided. Come on. Let's go and check it out. That was a risky choice, but he had the void sword. He could cut through the void and escape, on the off chance he ran into a large number of beasts. On the other hand, if the beasts had left, he might be able to find something useful there. The little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound didn't disagree. They had become used to his orders, whether it was dangerous or not. Suping placed the dragon and the hound back in the contract space because they were too large. He could summon them if he did run into problems. Whoosh! Suping took the little skeleton's hand and flew away. The corridor seemed deserted without the beast kings roaming about. Bones and feces were all over the place, and there was slime of some unknown beasts on the rock walls, which made the place seem a little gloomy and hideous. He would see some beast kings along the way, but most of them were injured and resting. Suping went and killed them as soon as he saw them. They finally arrived at the end of the corridor after 4 to 5 hours passed. They made some detours because the corridor was like a maze. Suping preferred to err on the side of caution, not daring to cut space open like before, in case he would alert the beasts that might be in hiding. Chapter 643 Formation in the Deep Caves. Here we are. Standing in front of Suping was a bronze door of primitive simplicity. The door was engraved with bizarre but lifelike behemoths that seemed to be looking down at the world in front of them. An ancient savage atmosphere oozed out from the door, which seemed to have stood here for tens of thousands of years. The bronze door was slightly ajar. Suping let his sense seep in from the crack. There were no beast kings. I cannot believe there is a door in a place where the beasts live. Suping was baffled. This door didn't seem to have been made by some wild beasts. Could it be that in the beginning, the battle pet masters drove those beasts over and built that door to contain them? It seemed to be the only explanation. Suping moved without hesitation. Whoosh! He teleported himself through the slight opening and appeared on the other side of the door. The parts surrounding the massive bronze door were imbued with strange powers. He could not teleport through any other place, only through the crack. He would have had to push the door open if the door had been tightly shut. While on the other side of the door, Suping saw a passage full of mucus, cobwebs, beast skeletons and dried blood before him. That passage had a downward slant, it exuded an unpleasant smell, and there was no light. Suping had become used to pitch-dark environments, so he didn't feel any discomfort. After getting his bearings, his perception, he carefully followed the little skeleton down the passage. That shaft was extremely wide, with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters, it allowed for close to 5 large beast kings to walk by side. Compared to that massive passage, Suping was just like an ant. Hot gusts of air occasionally flowed from the depths of the passage, as if it were the mouth of a living, breathing beast. Suping carefully extended his consciousness to the maximum range. As he went deeper into the passage, he soon reached the end, where he found a flame burning at the entrance to a cave. Lying at the end of the passage was a lava field. There were no more forks in the road. It was a flat land with strange rocks standing there. The land was so vast that the radius had to be in the hundreds of kilometers. Suping could not even see the border of such a vast land. The rocks and walls were red, and the high temperature in the air had to be at least 80 or 90 degrees. Some huge skeletons were scattered around the land. It was obvious that the competition among monsters was fierce. I don't think there are any beast kings here. Suping failed to find any beast kings. Even the beast kings had left. Suping frowned, he still kept his energy concealed and pressed on. As he went deeper and deeper into the land, Suping noticed that the temperature in the surrounding area was getting higher and higher. The ground under his feet was covered with scarlet rock. Some rocks had been under such a high temperature that they eventually turned into scarlet crystals. There were some sharp blades formed by crystals on the nearby walls. Although the crystals didn't have any special effects, they could still be sold at high prices, even by the gram, given their beautiful appearance. Having visited the Golden Crow's Star, Suping was unaffected by the heat. The little skeleton, too, was at ease since it had gone through severe training in harsh environments. That place was actually cool when compared to the Golden Crow's domain. All of a sudden, Suping stopped. He saw a crimson beast perched on a rock wall in front of him, a 100-meter-long creature akin to a lizard with bright red scales. The beast was resting on one of those crystals. At first glance, he had mistaken it as part of the rock. The beast seemed to be sleeping. Void state. Suping frowned. He had never seen a beast like that, but he could tell that it couldn't be underestimated. The beast kings he had encountered above the lair were basically at the ocean state. But the first beast king he found down there was at the void state. Even though he had become very resistant to fire, virtually becoming an invincible opponent for beasts of the fire family, he decided not to attack. The land was vast and he couldn't assess the situation clearly. He did not know what more could be lying in wait around him. Detour. Suping went around the beast and then pressed on. After that red lizard encounter, Suping soon found other beast kings. One beast king was playing around in a pool of lava and 2 smaller beast kings were following the larger one, which was at the fate state. Suping was dumbstruck. A fate state beast king was as mighty as the other world heavenly king. Those beast kings should be rarer than this. He was seeing one right in front of his eyes. The 1,000-eyed demon beast I saw in the corridor was also at the fate state. So, there are 2 already. Suping's mind was weighed down. The tower only had 12 legendary battle pet warriors at the void state. One beast king at the fate state was equal to 7 or 8 legendary battle pet warriors at the void state. He was also taking the legendary warriors' battle pets into consideration. If each void state battle pet warrior were to have 3 void state battle pets, 7 or 8 legendary battle pet warriors combined could be equal to more than 20 at the void state. Still, they would be routed by 1 at the fate state. The battle pet warriors would have to use some special formations to even compete against a fate state creature. The gap between the void state and the fate state was as wide as a world. The 2 fate state beast kings he had seen there were enough to unsettle the tower, not to mention the 4 heavenly kings outside. The 1,000-eyed demon beast didn't kill the little skeleton. It also left the corridor 3 days ago. Suping learned that the 1,000-eyed demon beast had survived after communicating with the little skeleton. His skeleton had been unable to kill it since it was just at the 9th rank. It was already amazing that it had been able to hold out and even fight a beast king at the fate state. Likewise, the demon beast had been unable to eliminate the little skeleton, and the latter eventually found a chance to get away. The 1,000-eyed demon beast gave up on pursuing the little skeleton. That was how the little skeleton managed to stay alive. Suping went around those beast kings and continued on his way. Half an hour passed. He had encountered 3 more beast kings during that time, all at the void state. It seemed that ocean state beasts were a minority. What? All of a sudden, he sensed a powerful presence at about 50,000 meters ahead of him. All the beasts found there were at the fate state. Suping narrowed his eyes. 4 beast kings at the fate state? Counting the rest of the ones he has seen on the way, he had encountered 5 beast kings at the fate state in total. Such a number of overlords was enough to topple the world. Why are they all gathered in this place? Suping found it strange. He told the little skeleton to merge with him. The little skeleton dashed over and covered him up. Violent energy instantly flooded Suping's limbs. While covered in white bones, he was like a god of death. After they merged, he stole his way forward. Suping was able to conceal himself completely with the little skeleton's help. Soon after, he was close enough to get a better view. Flames were raging further ahead. There was actually a square formation. Outside the seal, 4 giant beasts each with a body of several hundred meters lay in 4 directions. The beasts seemed to be guarding the formation. Guarded by 4 beasts at the fate state? Suping felt how his heart skipped a beat. There's a formation right there. The array had a complicated structure. There were runes flowing around the formation. A ceiling formation? Yes. The system's voice popped out. Suping was startled. He got mad at the system after coming back to his senses. But it wasn't like he could ever discipline the system. Also, the system had confirmed his assumption. It was a ceiling formation. Suping had spent a lot of time with Joanna's subordinates in the demigod burial. He had learned many things from them. That was why he could tell the type of the formation from the runes used. There was a ceiling formation at the deepest level of the deep caves. Was that the formation that Li Yuan was talking about? Suping denied that idea. No, that wasn't it. If that formation was the sole element keeping the deep caves in order, the formation should have been broken at the moment. Also, the 4 fate state beasts guarding the formation has to be critical. But what was sealed inside the formation? An even more terrifying beast? Or is it something else? I wonder what would happen if this formation was ever destroyed. Suping was itchy to have a try. 4 fate state beast kings were there, but he was no longer the weak human everyone knew. Even without merging with the little skeleton, Suping was virtually on par with the fate state. He even felt that one such creature wouldn't have resisted his void sword. Once he merged with the little skeleton, he no longer worried about those beasts at the fate state. But he was still struggling. The 4 fate state beasts guarding the formation. None of them could be the actual ruler of the deep caves. If 2 men rode a horse, one would have to ride behind. That was the truth for any species, humans and beasts alike. The deep caves ruler had to be much more powerful, since it had been able to manipulate fate state beasts. The ruler was either at the peak of the fate state, or at the star rank. He could deal with the former, but it would be too much trouble if it were the latter. I'll take a look around, to see whether the ruler is here. Suping quietly left the formation and went to another direction. He had learned the stealth skill from Joanna. He had also discovered some disguise skills when he trained in the cultivation sites. Not even a fate state beast could see through his disguise. Of course, a fate state beast with exceptional perception abilities could later notice him. Time flew. 6 hours later. Suping had covered almost the entire area. He avoided places where the beasts were resting. This was unlike the corridor, where the passageways were complex, and if there was a battle in one passageway, beasts at another passageway might not notice. But there, every corner would feel it once a battle broke out, especially when the entire area was quite unoccupied. There are 8 Fate State Beasts. Su Ping's mind was clouded. He saw 8 of them at the Fate State. Those were the ones that stayed behind. He didn't know how many Fate State creatures had gone out. He was sure that their Fate State numbers outside had to be larger. For example, he didn't see the 1,000-eyed demon beast. But none of the beasts I saw on the way in were strong enough to be the ruler of the deep caves. So far, the 8 beast kings I noticed are powerful, but I can still defeat them if I manage to fight them one by one, Su Ping thought. He didn't think any of the 8 could have the power to command the 4 guarding the formation. The ruler must have left. I can try to destroy the formation. Once he confirmed that the ruler was not there, Su Ping was itchy to try again. He concealed his energy and stole his way back to the formation. The 4 beast kings were still near the formation. One of them was sleeping, and another was so bored that it was playing with its tail. Wait a moment, it's not like the ruler is sealed in that formation, is it? Su Ping thought of something. That was likely. If he destroyed the formation, he would have released the ruler. However, he soon dismissed that idea. If the ruler was sealed in the formation, how was it commanding the 4 beasts? Was it because the formation had loosened and the ruler could command the 4 beast kings with its consciousness? Or, maybe, a long time ago, the ruler was trapped in the seal and the Fate State beasts had been there to protect their ruler? Su Ping was struggling. Even though the likelihood was low, the risk still existed. All of a sudden, Su Ping stopped struggling. Say the ruler was indeed sealed in the formation, the fact that Fate State beast kings had to stay there and guard the formation meant that they had to ensure the formation was not destroyed. That was to say, destroying the formation would not be good for the beasts. Su Ping's eyes glowed. He mobilized his astral powers. He was going to do it. But at that moment, Su Ping suddenly noticed that there was a pool of lava next to the formation. As the lava surged inside, a scarlet scale dozens of meters long was revealed. Su Ping looked startled. He turned pale. The scale contained a surging vitality. The scale was from a dead creature. Either the scale had just come off or the scale was still attached to a living creature. Could it be that? Su Ping was wondering. He had once seen that a beast had placed a piece of feather in its lair. He had thought that the beast was away and he could steal the youngling. However, the feather had instantly turned into a beast which killed him. That was something that those at the star rank were able to do, long-distance teleportation. As long as a medium existed, the Beast King could teleport to any place, even from the North Pole to the South Pole. That floating scale was most likely the medium. Once something went wrong in the lair, the creature could head back via the scale. There were 4 Beast Kings at the Fate State. The owner of that scale had placed a lot of importance on the formation. What was being contained inside the formation? What could it be, that even the beasts in the deep caves were afraid of? If I could not destroy the formation and had alerted all those beasts, I could never come back again, Su Ping pondered. After a fair amount of thinking, he decided not to make a move at the moment. The current priority was to deal with the beasts outside. As for the formation, maybe there would be a right time in the future to return and destroy the formation to distract the beasts. It wasn't a proper thing to do right at the moment. After all, once he failed, the formation would be more heavily guarded. A second attempt would be that much harder. Chapter 644 The Space Swallowers. Without hesitation, Su Ping chose to leave. If the scale was the medium, the creature was most likely at the star rank, the ruler of the wild beasts in the deep caves. Destroying the formation when a star-ranked beast king was involved would be immensely difficult. He would rather make the trip another time when he was more confident. Maybe that formation represented a chance to maul the beasts in the deep caves. He couldn't make a rash decision. Whoosh! Su Ping disguised himself and went away. He went back all the way to the bronze door. He teleported to the other side of the door and ran away as fast as possible. I have to tell the people outside about the deep caves. The tower has loads of vermin, but it is still the most powerful organization on the blue planet. They know more than I do. They may have a solution. Su Ping hurried away. He was able to cover longer distances when merged with the little skeleton and teleporting. He could travel tens of thousands of meters, and that was still not the maximum distance he could travel. After some time, Su Ping was hundreds of thousands of meters away from the bronze door. The area behind the door is much larger than I anticipated. It's like half a continent. Su Ping pondered. His prior impression was that the deep caves were torn apart, and that there were everywhere in the world. But judging from the area behind that door, the nearby deep caves were in one piece. Perhaps it was related to the fields outside that interconnected the deep caves around the world. The true deep caves was one complete land. My understanding of space is not deep enough for me to locate the different fields. Su Ping stood in the corridor, frowning. He wanted to find the wind field, cut space open and get back so he could tell Li Yuang and the others about what he had seen. And yet, going back to the wind field of wind in such a fashion seemed to be out of his reach. Yun Wanli should have Li Yuang's contact information. Asking Yan Wanli to tell Li Yuan will be enough. Su Ping decided to go back outside for the time being. The fields were changing and he couldn't easily find his way in the deep caves, but he could manage to make a path to go back to the surface. Void Sword. Bang. He slashed space open. The light, dust, and basic elements around the sword light were all shattered and obliterated. Space then collapsed into a swirl. He went into the swirl directly. The turbulent currents in space landed on the white bones, but the former were completely unable to produce any damage. Covered in white bones, even without the Dark Dragon Hound's defensive layers, Su Ping was able to walk around in the turbulent spatial currents with ease. The little skeleton's help had thoroughly remolded Su Ping. In the wilderness, a brown-spotted rock hill tiger was gnawing a fifth-rank poison-tailed mink. The tiger was tearing open the mink's belly, tasting the latter's organs with relish. All of a sudden, something alerted the tiger. It turned around and stared at a spot in the air. Space collapsed. A young man with black hair stepped out. The moment the tiger saw the black-haired young man, the roots of the tiger's fur stood up. It was shivering. Fear appeared in the tiger's eyes. Its limbs felt weak, soon falling to the ground. The soil behind the tiger's rear had been soaked by something. Phew. Su Ping breathed in relief. He looked around. He was back on surface level. He saw the tiger he had freaked out, then stopped the merger with the little skeleton. Maintaining the merged state was very exhausting to him. He felt worn out, physically and spiritually, as soon as he dispelled the skill. I think I am close to the Longyang base city. Su Ping gazed into the distance and saw the outline of a base city. He rose from the ground, stirring up piles of dust. Next, he flew away and vanished. After he left, the tiger gradually recovered, shaking its head. It stood back up. Having lost its appetite, the feline picked up the remains of its prey and ran off. Longyang base city. Su Ping had soon reached the base city and arrived at the Valiant Academy. His intrusion and the violent energy from the Inferno Dragon had alerted many people on campus. Many title battle pet warriors came out from all corners of the academy. Brother Su? Several people flew over with Yan Wanli at the front. He had sensed the energy of the Inferno Dragon, so he hurried out to meet him. He was surprised to see Su Ping. Yan Wanli had stayed close to the deep cave's entrance, but Su Ping had not exited from that place. He's back. The other two legendary battle pet warriors narrowed their eyes. They had learned from Yan Wanli that he witnessed Su Ping entering the deep caves. He had returned, safe and sound. That fact alone was making them wary of him. Do you know that only the wind field remains standing? Su Ping asked while keeping a straight face. Yan Wanli was then convinced that Su Ping had indeed gone further inside of the deep caves. He wouldn't have known about that secret fact otherwise. We know. Yan Wanli kept his voice low. The formation is failing. The wild beasts sabotaged it, and the wind field is our last line of defense. Have you been there? Su Ping asked. Do you have a way to contact the wind field? Yes. We have space swallowers, Yan Wanli replied. Space swallowers? Yes. It's a special kind of insect. They live in space but are inherently weak. Even third or fourth rank beasts can easily kill them. Even so, space swallowers have a special ability. They can split up and the two parts can sense themselves even when far apart. Yan Wanli explained further. We studied that ability and then started using them as our communication devices across space. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. That was the first time he had heard of those special insects. I have to talk to those at the wind field. I need your help for that, Su Ping said at once. Weren't you just there? Yan Wanli was confused. It's a long story. Help me right now. I'm talking about a critical matter, Su Ping urged Yan Wanli. I don't think that's a good choice. The old legendary battle pet warriors frowned. Space swallowers are precious and hard to catch. Using them will shorten their lifespan, and we only have a couple of split-up pieces of the small ones. They can only be used twice. If we use them now, we would only have one chance left. If something happens and we don't have enough of them. The young legendary battle pet warrior said, right. The Longyang base city can be under attack at any time and the wild beasts can escape from the deep caves. We cannot waste the space swallowers. Brother Su, why don't you tell us about that critical matter? Su Ping glared at them. The wild beasts have disappeared from the deep caves. Is that critical enough? Disappeared? I cannot believe it. That's not possible. The three legendary battle pet warriors were startled. Yan Wanli came back to his senses first. Brother Su, you cannot joke about that. Su Ping sneered. Do you think I'm in the mood to joke around? Yan Wanli could still not believe it. But how can it be? Are those wild beasts already outside, on the surface? But, we haven't heard anything about it. Some of the beasts got out but not all of them. The formation is still working. I only trust what I saw. Most of the wild beasts in the deepest parts of the caves have disappeared. Only a few remain in their lair, Su Ping said coldly. He had seen many beasts' nests when he was exploring. There should have been a large number of beasts down there. Are you saying you went to the corridor? The old legendary battle pet warrior was having a hard time believing that. The corridor was a place that even legendary battle pet warriors were scared of, a place where beast kings lived. Any legendary battle pet warrior who went there unprepared would be torn apart by the beast kings. Su Ping suddenly felt that the situation was comical. He sneered, but was no longer in the mood to argue with them. Give me the space swallowers, Su Ping said to Yan Wanli. Yan Wanli knew from the coldness in Su Ping's eyes that he would resort to violence if they dallied any longer. This young man is not a friendly person. After a moment of hesitation, Yan Wanli agreed. Okay. Su Ping had gone to the corridor with Li Yuan, which is why Yan Wanli had become aware that Li Yuan was still alive. The latter had even praised Su Ping extensively. Also, Su Ping had challenged the tower. It was believable that Su Ping had the ability to go to the corridor. Old Wan. The young legendary battle pet warrior was about to say something when he suddenly felt as if a blade had been placed on his neck. He looked over, only to see the glint of coldness in Su Ping's eyes. That glare was as sharp as a tangible blade. The young legendary battle pet warrior turned pale. He eventually refrained to say anything else to stop Su Ping. Soon after, Yan Wanli returned with an insect in his hand. The critter was the size of his palm. It was curled up, like an earthworm. The insect had a strange mouth filled with small but sharp teeth. It would be a scary sight if the insect were hundreds of times larger. But since the insect was small, it didn't seem as disgusting. This is a space swallower, Yan Wanli said. Su Ping nodded. He wondered when he could get a space swallower himself. They worked better than phones, being able to connect different spaces. Contact the wind field, Su Ping said. Yan Wanli nodded. This little thing is my battle pet, I signed a contract with it. Brother Su, tell me what you want to say and I will tell the little thing to deliver the message. Su Ping then understood better. The only way for humans to control beasts was to turn the latter into pets. Of course, some had tried to tame beasts without using contracts, but none of those people ended up well. Taming without contracts could only work on beasts with mild and kind characters. Beasts born to be skilled in combat were violent in nature. They could only be temporarily tame and could always give in to violence, eventually attacking their masters. So, you saved up a spot for this little thing. Yes. The number of battle pets is not the most important thing. The battle pets and the warrior have to work well together. Of course, I would have to give up if I ran into some rare beasts but didn't have any spots available. I don't want to cancel any contract because that would make me weak and an easy target, Yan Wanli said. Su Ping nodded and then told Yan Wanli about the situation in the deep caves. Silence prevailed as he told the story. Yan Wanli and the other two legendary battle pet warriors stared at Su Ping in shock. They could not believe that not only had Su Ping gone into the corridor, he had also reached the deepest level. They had heard that the corridor was not at the bottom of the deep caves. The deepest level under the corridor was the most terrifying place inside the deep caves. Su Ping only mentioned seeing 5 beasts at the Fate State while he explored. He didn't count the ones that had already left the deep caves. The three looked at each other in speechless astonishment and fear. Su Ping didn't worry about the frightful effect of his news. The three were legendary battle pet warriors. If they couldn't stay composed in such a situation, they would not make a worthwhile contribution in battle. Brother Su, are you serious? Yan Wanli gulped. Su Ping glared at him grumpily. Do I really look like someone who would joke around? Tell them, and tell this to anyone who is really doing something in the tower, Su Ping said. Yan Wanli came back to his senses and nodded. His heart was still racing. This is terrifying news. Brother Su, we're fortunate that you noticed all this. Those beasts must be hiding somewhere, plotting something. Maybe they want to sneak up on us and deal a disastrous blow. Su Ping didn't answer. Those beasts were certainly behaving like that for a reason. That reason could have something to do with the ceiling formation he had seen at the deepest level. I have something else to do. I have to go, Su Ping said. The war was on the verge of breaking out, he could not waste any more time. He had to go back to his store so that he could train some battle pets. Judging by what he had seen in the deep caves, humans were sorely lacking in strength. He hoped he could make a difference. Of course. Yan Wanli nodded. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. He answered the call at once. Soon, the information provided made everyone turn pale. A super large strike to the Holy Light Base City? Yan Wanli was frozen on the spot. There would have to be 2 Beast Kings or more to categorize the attack as super large. Chapter 645 Reinforcement. Do they need us to go there? But, we have to stay here. After all, entrance number 7 is here. And Brother Su just told us that. The old legendary battle pet warrior was hesitating. The caller wanted them to go over and help because they needed more people. Still, the three of them had yet to recover from the sensational news Suping had just shared with them. I remember that Brother Go is at the Holy Light Base City. He should be able to manage if the Beast Kings are below the Void State, the young legendary battle pet warrior said. Legendary battle pet warriors are usually enough to deal with super large strikes. But things are different. Yun Wanli was worried. The wild beasts from the deep caves are hiding in unknown places. We may need to rethink the beast strikes categories. The other two turned pale, but neither disagreed. That was true. In the past, 2 Beast Kings were able enough to deal a super large strike, or level S. But with the many Beast Kings that had escaped, their numbers were unprecedented. If the Beast Kings were organized, it wouldn't be surprising that dozens of Beast Kings would coordinate and strike a base city. That attack would go far beyond what they knew as super large. Either way, I think we should go and check it out, Yun Wanli said. The Holy Light Base City is not far away from ours. We of course would have declined right away if the base city was too far away. It would only take us an hour to make a round trip. I'm thinking that we should send reinforcements. But what if something happens during that time? We can make it back if that were the case. Yun Wanli was determined. Long Yang can survive an hour without us in a strike. If the base city cannot even do that, no matter how many of us stay, it would be pointless. I think, just to be safe, we should send someone over to gather more info. If things are bad, I'll personally go there to help, the old legendary battle pet warrior proposed. Yun Wanli nodded. That'll do. Stay here. I will go there, Suping jumped in. You said that it wasn't far from here. Also, it just so happens that I know someone there. I'll take care of the reinforcing. You? The three gazed at him. Yun Wanli was delighted by the proposal. Brother Su, thank you so much for helping up. You're better than the three of us combined. I won't have to worry while you're there. Yun Wanli had deepened his understanding of Suping when he accompanied him to the deep caves, also based on what the legendary battle pet warrior in the golden armor had disclosed. Suping was a person who was able to kill Void State warriors with a single punch while in the tower. It was hardly believable, but Yun Wanli still believed that Suping's combat strength should be close to the peak of the Void State, or even the Fate State. Suping had entered the Dragon Tower. As far as Yun Wanli could tell, the young man was a rare talent, even compared to all the other talents in the Federation. We can also set our minds at ease, Brother Su, said the old legendary battle pet warrior. He still doubted Yun Wanli's words, but the fact that Suping had indeed entered the corridor had left a deep impression in the old warrior. Don't mention it. See you. Suping waved his hand. He didn't waste any more time. Time was pressing and he wasn't one for small talk. After all, he didn't like interacting with those legendary battle pet warriors from the tower, to begin with. He took his leave without delay. Suping summoned his Inferno Dragon and stood on one of its shoulders. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings, the scorching airwaves swept across the sky, then the dragon turned and soared in the sky. Yun Wanli wore a smile as he watched Suping leave. The Holy Light Base City still had hope. If Suping wasn't enough to save the Holy Light Base City, that might be a sign of true disaster. After all, a common super large strike was nothing for a freak like Suping. That person didn't join the tower, but I don't think he's a bad guy. The old legendary battle pet warrior narrowed his eyes. He was able to tell right from wrong. From the stories he had heard in the tower, he knew that Suping challenged authority, was prone to violence and merciless. However, since he had finally met him in person, he felt Suping was only a bit arrogant, and he openly disliked them, but he wasn't a vile person. You cannot say that. Maybe he's just trying to save his friends, the young legendary battle pet warrior countered. Yun Wanli frowned and cast a cold glance at the young legendary battle pet warrior. That was a time when cooperation was sorely needed. He would hate to see internal conflicts rise. The Inferno Dragon was fast. No one showed up to stop it when it dashed out from the base city's wall. Soon enough, Suping was able to see the outline of the Holy Light Base City. The wild beasts. He saw many groups of beasts in the wilderness as he got closer. The beasts were of various species, but they were all moving in the same direction. Many of the 9th rank beasts stood out because of their sheer size. Besides, Suping saw several beasts that were hundreds of meters tall. The aerial view was shocking. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 Beast Kings. Suping was worried. He had already seen 6 Beast Kings in the crowd. The other wild beasts were afraid to stand too close to them. All of them are at the ocean state, which is good news. Suping summoned the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound at once. He then told them to go ahead and fight the wild beasts. Bark. The dark dragon hound could not wait to let out its energy. The hound jumped right into the herd of beasts from the sky, alerting them. The pet's terrifying presence made the wild beasts run away. Soon, the beast kings noticed the unfamiliar presence. They stopped, turned around, and bellowed at the dark dragon hound. Roar. While afraid, the wild beast's violent nature was inspired by the beast king's roars. The wild beasts turned around and charged at the dark dragon hound. Bzing. The dark dragon hound covered itself with defensive layers, making itself as strong as iron. Then it walked around in the cluster of wild beasts, while the latter bumped into the defensive layers one after the other. The dark dragon hound found amusement in watching those wild beast kings getting hurt. The dark dragon hound was playing around while the little skeleton was working hard. It took out its bone blade and soon approached a beast king. The little skeleton was unstoppable. It wielded its bone blade and a ray of black sword light cut open the armor that the beast king had just raised, leaving a wound so deep that the bones could be seen. As a matter of fact, the little skeleton had almost halved the beast king. After struggling to survive in the deep caves, the little skeleton's swordplay had improved considerably. Roar. The inferno dragon flew over. Its wings were casting a large shadow over the group of beasts. Suping rolled his eyes when he saw how the dog was playing around. The dark dragon hound raised its head and stole a glance at Suping. Although unhappy, it no longer had the courage to fool around. It began to unleash many 9th rank skills. The ground was shaking and thunder clapped. The hound created a vacuum in the midst of those beasts. In the meantime, on the city walls of the Holy Light Base City, the entire base city was under a state of emergency. A warrior was reporting to a titled Battle Pet Warrior. Report. The wild beasts are 300 kilometers away from the base city, approaching at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The titled Battle Pet Warrior wore armor with the insignia of the Holy Light Base City's army. He worked for the government. So, at this rate, they will arrive in 5 hours. I think this isn't surprising for such a large crowd of beasts. They will start to charge once they get a bit closer. So, we have less than 4 hours to get ready. The titled Battle Pet Warrior murmured to himself. With that said, he turned around. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man who looked slim, with dark hair combed in a bun. His attire made him look like a man from the past. He carried a long spear on his back wrapped in cloth, merely revealing the head of the spear. Legend Riverside, what can we do? The titled Battle Pet Warrior asked with respect. The middle-aged warrior gazed into the distance. He could see some battle pet warriors and their battle pets working hard there. Have you prepared the mines and the missiles? The middle-aged man asked. Yes. Have you collected enough information? How many beast kings have you found? Well, we don't have the details yet, but I think the report will arrive shortly. Good. How about logistics? Tell them not to be so tense. The battle will last a few days. Don't allow them to stress out. Okay. The titled Battle Pet Warrior went away. He urged the intelligence unit to collect information in time so that they could make due preparations. If it weren't for Legend Riverside, the Holy Light Base City would have been in a complete mess right then. They were able to continue their work in an orderly fashion thanks to him. That was the sense of security that Legend Riverside had given them. Have you lent the battle pets that have been kept in the Trainers Association? Legend Riverside asked. The titled Battle Pet Warrior answered at once, yes, we have. We're in a state of emergency. The association contacted us 3 hours ago. Good. Legend Riverside nodded but said nothing else. Holy Light Base City. Trainers Association. Go to the shelter. A middle-aged man said to 2 girls in the distance as he walked past a lawn. No. We have to help distribute the pets. She's right. We can't participate in the battle, but the Holy Light Base City is under attack. We are part of this base city. We don't want to be cowards, the 2 girls said. Standing in front of them were many battle pet warriors wearing government armor. They were queuing to pick up battle pets from the Trainers Association. According to their experience and military ranks, each of them could get a different battle pet. The Trainers Association had categorized the battle pets into levels S, A, B, C, and D according to their combat strengths and aptitudes. Level S represented the rarest battle pets. They were strong and well-trained. Nonsense. Anyone else can help with the registration. Go to the shelter. The middle-aged man shouted at the 2 girls. None of the battle pet warriors dared to interfere when they saw that the middle-aged man was a master trainer. Dad, we're serious. One of the girls said. There's a legendary battle pet warrior in the base city, right? We can safeguard it while he's here. The seemingly less stubborn girl was also determined at this time. You don't even know what you're talking about. What if the wild beasts happen to breach the wall and invade the base city? You're just as vulnerable as the general public. Go. The middle-aged was both anxious and afraid. Compared to the 2 girls, he was the one who wasn't calm enough. Old she. A man arrived from a distance. The middle-aged man turned to meet an old man with thick hair. The chairman has called us for a meeting. What are you doing here? Come with me. We're talking about a grave matter. We cannot afford to be careless, the elderly man urged his junior. The middle-aged frowned. Of course, he knew that. He shouted at the two girls again, I don't have time to argue with you. Leave. I won't. Before she could finish, the other girl stopped her and nodded. Of course, sure, we'll leave right now. You Humphrey. The middle-aged man could see through the second girl right away. Old she. The old man was getting impatient. The middle-aged man bit his teeth. I won't be lenient if I see you two here when I get out. Sure. After the middle-aged man left, the two girls breathed in relief and went back to work. I wonder if we can succeed this time. One of the girls looked worried. Don't worry. We have a legendary battle pet warrior here. We will succeed. The other girl was more optimistic. Right, and you can count on us as well. We will try our best and fight till the last second. The warriors added. The rest nodded in agreement. The two girls smiled at those battle pet warriors who had shown their resolve. In a tent on the outer wall. The Holy Light Base City was one of the top-level base cities and the walls were wide enough to have fighter planes land there. There were even missiles lined up on the wall and cars could drive around freely. In one of the tents several people were standing there, including Legend Riverside. Standing next to him was an old man in silver armor. He was the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light Base City. The mayor was busy with other work. When a battle was about to break out, the place that was the least stable of all the base city's interior. After all, the population, rich or poor, were afraid of death. Once fear took over, a mess would ensue. Chapter 646 Holy Spirit. According to the information available, the beasts are mainly coming from two locations. The commander-in-chief's gray hair was meticulously combed. He gazed with concern at the sand table where a model of the Holy Light Base City and the surrounding area had been built. The Kinshan Mountains on the west and the Night River on the south. The two groups of beasts will meet here. Based on their traveling routes, we can reckon that their target would be the southwest side. We have detected 7 Beast Kings. There should be some Beast Kings that haven't shown themselves yet. Sir. The commander-in-chief looked at Legend Riverside. The former was not putting all of his hopes on Legend Riverside, but on the tower. Legend Riverside's face was clouded. 7 Beast Kings. Not counting the ones that they had not found yet. I only have 4 Beast King battle pets. Of course, he still had some advantage. If he merged with his battle pets, it would only be a simple case of 1 + 1 = 2. He could even try his hand confronting a Beast King at the Void State. He would certainly gain the upper hand if the Beast Kings were at the Ocean State, being able to finish them quickly unless the Beast Kings were of a special race. 7. The others present also looked worried. Sir, I wonder. Could the tower send another legendary battle pet warrior? The commander-in-chief asked Legend Riverside. That might sound rude, and a legendary battle pet warrior with a petty heart would certainly be offended. But that was not the time to mince words. The others were also looking at Legend Riverside with anticipation. If there were 2 legendary battle pet warriors, the chances for survival would be greater. They wouldn't have to be on edge and as worried as they were right then. It is hard. Legend Riverside shook his head and heaved a sigh. You must have heard about the global situation. Every place needs reinforcements, but we only have so many legendary battle pet warriors. Many base cities are currently under attack, but they have no legendary battle pet warriors to support them. The fact that I was able to come to the Holy Light Base City is because yours is a class A base city in the subcontinent district. People said nothing while overwhelmed by despair. Do not lose hope, Legend Riverside comforted them. Either way, I'm not leaving the Holy Light Base City. I understand there's a great number of Beast Kings, but please try to distract them and buy me some time, so I can kill them one by one and as fast as I can. His words had boosted the listeners' confidence. Yes, you're right. Thank you, sir. The Trainers Association will do its utmost. An old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, don't be so pessimistic. Legend Riverside can help us kill some Beast Kings and the Holy Light Base City is not a pushover, to begin with. Our military forces can deal with 1 or 2 Beast Kings and our Trainers Association will also take part. The Commander-in-Chief's eyes glowed. Are you saying that you have some powerful battle pets? Naturally. The old man kept on stroking his bear. Our chairman has learned a thing or two from his latest round of closed-door cultivation. He is at the threshold of the Holy Spirit rank. He managed to train 3 battle pets that are at the 9th rank but can compete against Beast Kings. Holy Spirit. How astonishing. That old man's tranquil state gave everyone hope. Holy Spirit trainer. That was much better than the 9th rank top trainer. Of the entire Trainers Association, it had been 100 years since a Holy Spirit trainer had surfaced. In all the history of the Trainers Association, there were only records of a couple of Holy Spirit trainers. It was all because of the Holy Spirit Trainers' effort that the Trainers Association had been able to become world-renowned, making the Holy Light Base City become the Holy Land for trainers in the Subcontinent District. The Holy Light Base City was named after the Holy Spirit Trainers. It was said that a Holy Spirit Trainer could inspire the intelligence and potential of a pet, turning the pet into a fate challenger. For a pet to challenge a Beast King while still being below that rank, such a pet would be considered as a fate challenger. I cannot believe he has made that breakthrough. The Commander-in-Chief could barely conceal his excitement. 3 fate challenger pets were equal to 3 Beast Kings. At the very least, they could buy enough time for Legend Riverside to kill the wild Beast Kings one by one. Legend Riverside, too, was surprised. He eyed the old man with reverence. The old man was the vice chairman of the Trainers Association. It was known that legendary battle pet warriors didn't care for the Trainers Association in the past, because all that the trainers had been able to nurture was still below the Beast King rank. Legendary battle pet warriors needed Beast Kings. Even the top trainers could only nurse their Beast Kings instead of training them. However, the Trainers Association had once again recovered its full glory with the appearance of a new Holy Spirit trainer. Even the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower would come knocking on the association's door. Congratulations. Legend Riverside cupped his fists. I will pay him a visit after the mission is over. I hope he will receive me. Of course, sir, we are in debt to you and we appreciate your help. The old man sounded flattered. The other people were glad and proud to see the change in Legend Riverside's attitude. Trainers were more valuable than battle pet warriors in their base city. There were still some legendary battle pet warriors, but the number of Holy Spirit trainers in the world could be counted with one's fingers. The rarer, the more valuable. That was the source of a trainer's pride. Let's talk about business. The Commander-in-Chief was the first to come back to his senses. After congratulating the vice chairman, the former changed back to his solemn look again. Even if we do have those battle pets, we cannot afford to be careless. After all, we haven't found out the exact number of Beast Kings heading our way. I don't know how many are in hiding and if there are more at the Void State. He wasn't a legendary warrior, but the Commander-in-Chief clearly knew the states of the legendary rank. The gap between the Void State and the Ocean State was enormous. That was what worried him. Legend Riverside put away his smile and nodded with a heavy mind. We should be prepared for Beast Kings of the Void State. The Scientific Research Department has recently produced several new nuclear weapons. Their explosive power can be controlled in a small range, but such weapons can inflict great harm on Beast Kings. The Commander-in-Chief added, the Holy Light Base City has collected some rare formations in the past years. If we do our best, I think we can stall 5 Beast Kings. That is the best we can do. Legend Riverside gazed at the Commander-in-Chief. 5 Beast Kings. That was better than any Class A base city was able to do. Class A base cities were usually able to deal with 1 or 2 Beast Kings. They would have to use some special means to terrorize the Beast Kings. But the Holy Light Base City had kept such secrets. I can have a try when we find Beast Kings of the Void State, Legend Riverside said. He could not hide his strength. They had to focus on the big picture and be honest. In this situation, anything that could sabotage their cooperation would result in death. Okay. The Commander-in-Chief pointed at the sand table. We will go through this opening. The wild beasts should be coming from mountain passes where rocks are everywhere. The rocks have a high volume of metal and that makes the mountain pass a perfect spot for the battle pets of the stone family. It just so happens that we have specially trained battle pets of the stone family. Legend Riverside frowned. High volume of metal? How? I thought the rocks were the usual sedimentary kind. The Commander-in-Chief smiled. Sir, you did not know this. We have secretly altered the mountain. We used battle pets of the stone family to inject metal elements into the rocks. This mountain is our base city's first line of defense, just in case something happens. So, this is our most important strategic pass and we have made it so. Legend Riverside could not believe this. That seemingly unimportant mountain pass was a secret defense line for the Holy Light Base City. The other locals merely smiled. They naturally knew of such secrets, given their status as members of the base city's upper class. You have my admiration. Legend Riverside seemed to be relaxed. Don't mention it. Without some foresight, one island bound to run into trouble afterward. The Commander-in-Chief went on and introduced his plan and arrangement. Time flew. They received updated information while they discussed, which helped them to fine-tune their plans right away. Now that's curious. The beasts are slowing down. I think they have stopped. Are they going to rest for a while and then start the charge? Someone wondered. That assumption was not without reason. The group of beasts would often have a leader that could be as intelligent as a human. I don't think so. They are still far away from us. Are you saying that they're going to charge from that distance? How I wish it were so. They wouldn't have much strength left by the time they arrived. I think something happened, Legend Riverside said in a low voice. The others agreed. They were still worried, they did not know if that was good or bad news for them. Soon, they learned another thing. The wild beasts moving toward the Kenshan Mountain are also stopping? The commander-in-chief was stunned. Go and find out the reason at all costs. I must know. Can it be that the leaders are coming out? Are they going to put all the wild beasts together so that they can focus on one place to strike? Some titled battle pet warriors voiced their concern. Legend Riverside frowned as well. Sudden changes were the most difficult to deal with. 10 minutes later. Updated information. The wild beasts coming from Yi River had stopped. In the meantime, some wild beasts from the Kenshan Mountain had left their group and a few were still going toward the base city. Noises of battles? I don't believe it. That information was shocking. A titled battle pet warrior took fatal risks and was able to collect some sensational information. He found traces of battles at the Kenshan Mountain, as well as wild beast corpses. Including beast kings? Are you kidding me? Was that an internal strife? Or, did someone go after the wild beasts? What? The commander-in-chief and Legend Riverside looked at each other speechlessly. That was beyond logic and reason. An internal conflict was easier to accept. If it were a person who stopped the wild beasts, how bold would the person have to be able to kill beast kings? It was impossible. Have legendary battle pet warriors from the tower come to lend a hand? Someone whispered. It seemed to be the only logical explanation. Apart from a team of legendary battle pet warriors from the tower, who else was capable of such a feat? Legend Riverside was confused. As far as he knew, no legendary battle pet warriors in the tower had such free time. Were they just passing by? But they wouldn't have attacked the beast kings when the sheer number of wild beasts was that massive. As everyone was making their own conjectures, another jaw-dropping piece of news arrived. Some wild beasts had also left the group at the Yi River, they were running for their lives. Someone had noticed a fierce battle, but since they were too far away, they were unable to see the details. That piece of information left the commander-in-chief, Legend Riverside, and everyone else utterly dumbstruck. They were certain that someone had stopped the wild beasts before they even arrived. That person had not needed them to help. He charged into the beasts and caused great casualties. How terrifying. It must be a senior legendary battle pet warrior from the tower who has learned of our plight and came over. Legend Riverside shared his suspicions. The tower would always have the most comprehensive information. So, was there a more terrifying presence hidden behind groups of wild beasts that they didn't know of? Was that the reason why the tower had sent over a legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State as a reinforcement? If the latter was true, Legend Riverside felt he could finally relax. Half an hour later another report arrived. All the beasts that were headed toward the Holy Light Base City had stopped. Some groups of beasts had been routed. What? The vice chairman of the Trainers Association stuttered in shock. So, we did nothing and the beasts stopped? The information seemed to be supporting that unbelievable theory. So, they had only discussed their planning and analysis with fervor, but the threatening droves of beasts weren't even a threat anymore. Chapter 647 doubts it must be a legendary battle pet warrior. Can you find out who? A titled battle pet warrior asked. That impressive group of beasts had been routed. It was even possible that several legendary battle pet warriors were cooperating. Tell the intelligence unit to find out. Guys, be ready for battle and greeting if required, the commander-in-chief said. They would be ready for battle in case there were still wild beasts coming. At the same time, they had to express their appreciation to the legendary battle pet warrior, or warriors who had stepped in and solved the problem for them. What? The vice chairman was a bit speechless. They had been discussing and sharing what secret weapons they had prepared when all of a sudden, they didn't have to use them. Of course it was a good thing, but it still felt strange. Let's head to the entrance, the commander-in-chief suggested to Legend Riverside. Legend Riverside nodded. They had planned accordingly, it was of no use staying in the tent. All they needed to do was to wait for more updated information. The intelligence unit was an eye for them, they could provide information so they would know what the wild beasts were like so they could plan ahead. Just one legendary battle pet warrior. They did not lie to me. Su Ping gazed at the magnificent wall of the Holy Light Base City. He really just sensed one legendary battle pet warrior. And that man is at the Ocean State. How weak. If those wild beasts would have reached the Holy Light Base City, they would have turned the whole place upside down. It's a good thing I finished almost all of them, except for some insignificant animals, Su Ping thought. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon dashed out from a cluster of clouds, some of the mist tried clinging onto its wings. The dragon flew down toward the base city's outer wall. Huh? Incoming. That's a powerful beast. Is it at the peak of the 9th rank? Wait, I see a person. Reinforcements? Many people on the wall had noticed the dragon as it dove down through the clouds. The dragon was large enough to stand out and its energy was oppressive. Reinforcements? The commander-in-chief in Legend Riverside had also noticed the dragon. I think that person looks familiar. The vice chairman narrowed his eyes so that he could see clearly. 2 seconds later, astonishment climbed to his face. It's him? What is a trainer doing here? Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 titled battle pet warriors took to the skies. A titled battle pet warrior stood in front of the dragon and asked with respect, "Sir, are you here to help?" Those who made an appearance at this time would most likely be reinforcements. Of course, there was a small chance of beasts disguised as humans would try to infiltrate to create some trouble. It seemed unbelievable, but beasts knew how to disguise themselves. It could happen. Some special beasts could morph into different creatures. Others had the ability to delve into other creatures' brains to manipulate them. Such a tragedy had already happened once. A beast disguised as a human had sneaked into a base city. The beast then worked from within, collaborating with forces posted outside, destroying that base city in an instant. Yes. Suping nodded. The problem was solved, more or less. I came to visit some old friends. The 2 titled battle pet warriors looked at each other in astonishment. The problem was solved? They had just been notified. How could this man know? They sized Suping up. Sir, what is your title? The Holy Light Base City will certainly be grateful for your kindness. Please help us take note of your information. You don't have to know my title. I'm Suping from the Longjiang Base City. Truth be told, I am also a trainer. Here's my medal. Suping knew what the 2 titled battle pet warriors really wanted to find out. He didn't find their vigilance discomforting. He took out this top trainer medal from the storage space and presented it to the pair. Top trainer? The 2 were stunned. This young-looking man is a top trainer? Since they were living in the Holy Light Base City, the 2 clearly understood very well how honorable the top trainers were. Longjiang Base City. Top trainer. One of the 2 suddenly remembered something. Do you have a student? Yes, from the Zong family, Suping said. It is you. The titled warrior exhaled in relief. He cupped his fists with delight and respect. I have heard so much about you. Was it a risky journey? This way, please. The vice chairman is here. Do you want to meet him? Okay. Suping nodded. The other titled battle pet warrior came back to his senses. He was still surprised. Not only was the young man a titled battle pet warrior, he was also a top trainer. Was he actually an old man in disguise? That must be it. The 2 accompanied Suping to the outer wall. Suping sent the Inferno Dragon back to the contract space and flew to the outer wall to meet the legendary battle pet warrior. Brother Su? It is you. The vice chairman soon recognized him. He was the first who ran to meet him. He was grateful since Suping had volunteered to help. Suping was just a trainer, while he was at the titled rank. Trainers usually didn't have the corresponding combat strength. They merely increased their ranks so they could have enough astral powers for their battle pets training. Long time no see. How is your student? Suping had missed that old man. He smiled at the latter. You mean Yunzin, right? She has earned the master medal not long ago. As he spoke of his student, the vice chairman could not help but flash a smug smile. He had chosen the student himself. He still trusted that he had picked the best there was. Time had proved him right. Zhang Lingtong, Suping's student, had not visited the base city to take the test. Muley Utusu had the best performance at the competition, but Yu Yunzin had actually passed the test before Muley Utusu. The vice chairman still made a mental note to hold a small contest when their students met again. Suping was present, but his student wasn't. It was also not the right time to bring a student over. Well done. Suping smiled. That was good enough. He remembered that Yunzin was very young. Since Yunzin had passed the test, if she could then discover a path of research for herself, she could later become another top trainer. Well, she's okay, I think. While the vice chairman said so, he wasn't able to conceal the happiness in his eyes. Brother Lu, who was this? The commander-in-chief in Legend Riverside walked over. Before that day, they would have had to wait for the vice chairman to approach them. Still, the Trainers Association had reason to elicit more respect since the chairman was at the threshold of the Holy Spirit rank. The vice chairman was not too focused on this, but as people would say, when a man gets to the top, all his friends and relations would get there along with him. Even Legend Riverside would need to behave respectfully towards the vice chairman. Approaching the vice chairman might not see much, still, it was indeed a sign of respect. The vice chairman realized he had lost himself in the reunion. Brother Su, this is Legend Riverside and he's here to help us. This is our commander-in-chief. They are the advisors. He then introduced Suping to the others. He spoke of Suping with pride, also including his status against a member of the association. Top trainer? They were surprised, seeing a top trainer so young. The commander-in-chief suddenly remembered that not long before, Suping had earned his fame with a stunning performance. He had committed that name to memory. The commander-in-chief was not made aware that the man was that young. "Ah, Brother Su from Longjiang, what a hero," the commander-in-chief exclaimed. "I admire you for the fact that you're still willing to take the risk for our sake." The commander-in-chief added, "Brother Su, did you arrive alone? How was the trip?" The vice-chairman sized the young Suping and was happy to see that there were no wounds nor blood on him. "Yes." Suping nodded. "I was in the Longyang base city and overheard that beasts were going to attack your base city. I decided to make the trip over. Most of the wild beasts have been dealt with at this point. There might still be small groups of wild beasts trying to attack, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for you." His words stunned everyone speechless. The commander-in-chief and Legend Riverside were harboring suspicions. They stepped further away from Suping. "Brother Su, how do you know that?" the commander-in-chief asked. Legend Riverside stared at Suping. They had just been informed about that. There was only one explanation that Suping also knew. He had to be a wild beast in disguise. Other than that, Legend Riverside could not find any other reason. Did he see them on his way over? No way. No way. The beasts were traveling on different routes. Suping would have to deliberately go around the area to see them all. "I finished them." "Of course I know," Suping said. There was a moment of silence. They eyed Suping with astonishment. The young man wondered if he had said something wrong. The commander-in-chief and Legend Riverside didn't say anything. They were waiting for an explanation, but that was not the explanation they had expected, and Suping had said it quite naturally. "Did he finish them?" "How? He's just a trainer. Not even a Holy Spirit trainer, let alone a top trainer, could have done that. You are only at the titled rank, right?" Legend Riverside pulled a long face. Suping was unhappy. He could infer what Legend Riverside was implying. "Who said that a titled battle pet warrior cannot kill beast kings?" Legend Riverside snorted. "That is not what I was saying. We do know fate challengers, and even if you are one, you couldn't have done all that. Do you know how many beast kings there were?" He was giving Suping the cold shoulder treatment. He believed that only Void State battle pet warriors from the tower could have stopped the strike. The credit should go to the tower. But Suping was trying to steal their thunder. How arrogant of him. "If I remember correctly, there were 12 beast kings." "Why?" Suping stared at him. He understood that others could have some doubts, but he wasn't happy about Legend Riverside's tone. 12? The commander-in-chief and the others were shocked. The information they had received was that there had been 7 beast kings, but Suping said the number was 12. So, 5 beast kings are hiding. "Are you kidding me? You're telling me that you personally took care of 12 beast kings?" Legend Riverside was livid with rage. Even he would have run away upon seeing 12 beast kings. Suping might have killed the beast kings one by one, but he couldn't have done so within such a short time. He understood that titled battle pet warriors were able to fight against beast kings. Still, it wasn't okay for Suping to boast like that. Suping was speechless. Arguing about it was meaningless. Since the beast kings are no longer part of the mix, you are welcome to go and find out for yourselves. The beast kings' corpses are most likely still there. You must have sentries, right? Tell them to go and find out, Suping said without batting an eyelid. The commander-in-chief was full of suspicion. Is Suping serious? But that's not possible. He and Legend Riverside shared the same thought. And yet, Suping was quite calm and collected. That was not how a liar would act. "Brother Su, are you serious?" The vice-chairman gazed at Suping in astonishment. Suping was at first talking to him about their students. He believed that it was indeed Suping, not a beast in disguise. That is, unless some pesticides had eaten up Suping's brain and absorbed his memory, but such pesticides were rare. Also, as a trainer himself, the vice-chairman was sensitive enough to detect the presence of any beast. He also had the beast alert device on him, and the device had not gone off. So, it had to be Suping in the flesh. Suping rolled his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? Don't worry. I'm not asking for anything in return. I'm just dropped by to help and to pay a visit. You don't have to thank me, but don't act so paranoid with me." The others looked at each other speechlessly. It seemed that Suping was telling the truth. As they wondered, someone had quickly returned to make a report. 9 dead beast kings had been found. The commander-in-chief and the others gazed at Suping in astonishment. They had found 9 dead beast kings and the search had not reached the end yet. Were there really 12 beast kings like Suping said? "Do you have any studying materials for master trainers in the association?" Suping asked the vice-chairman. The latter came back to his senses. "Studying materials? Yes. If you do, give me some copies. I want to show them to my students," Suping explained. He could directly turn Zhongling Tong into a top trainer by imparting her the rules he knew. However, she would only be able to copy him if they used such a method. That would limit her potential. She would then only be able to follow him, never being able to discover a path of her own. He didn't want that. He knew next to nothing about basics and theories, having to ask others for the studying materials. She would have to learn them by herself. His methods were unteachable because he was pursuing a different path from the ones used in the Trainers Association. Yes. I will take you there to lend you some, the vice chairman said. Good. Let's go now. I think everything is under control by now. After all, there is also a legendary battle pet warrior present, Su Ping said. Legend Riverside curled his lips. After all, there was a legendary battle pet warrior? Su Ping said it as if he were just a trophy warrior. Okay, the vice chairman agreed and said his goodbyes to the commander-in-chief. The latter didn't disagree. The vice chairman didn't have to stay there, since victory had been attained. Chapter 648 Poaching. That man knows all the details. I don't think we should allow him to enter the base city, not to mention the head office of the Trainers Association. Legend Riverside said with a frown. The commander-in-chief seemed to disagree. But Brother Lu seems to trust that man. Brother Lu is a top trainer. He should be able to tell if that man is a beast in disguise. What if Brother Lu cannot tell for certain? Do you know how big of a problem that would be? Legend Riverside snorted. He didn't feel comfortable about the situation. Su Ping hadn't taken any credit from anyone, but Legend Riverside was not okay with a man boasting also. Su Ping was quite suspicious. How had he managed to know all about their intel? I still think there has to be a reasonable explanation. I don't think Mr. Su is a beast in disguise, the commander-in-chief continued. If he were, he wouldn't have told us all the details and we wouldn't have questioned his identity. Why would he bring all that up if he were a beast? I wouldn't make any sense. Legend Riverside was tongue-tied. He could not answer the question. Brother Su, is everything fine at the Longjiang base city? Lu Kaiyu asked with concern. The entire world is in trouble. I heard that something happened at the deep caves and a lot of beast kings got out. This strike is a case in point. It is a first for us to have seen a strike with a dozen beast kings or more. It was as if they had merely come out from nowhere. Su Ping shook his head at the question. Longjiang is currently out of trouble. We also have legendary battle pet warriors. We can figure something out if something were to go wrong. I believe the Longjiang base city is the safest place in the world. You can come with me if you guys want to relocate to Longjiang. We can take care of each other, Su Ping advised. Su Ping was serious but Lu Kaiyu didn't understand the reason for that proposal. Longjiang was the safest place in the world? It was only a Class B base city, while the Holy Light base city had been a Class A base city for a long time. They would have survived a strike with one or two beast kings, without any help from the tower. On the other hand, one beast king would mean disaster for a Class B base city. I want to make you the same offer. I can make arrangements if you want to relocate to the Holy Light base city, Lu Kaiyu said. I'm being serious, Su Ping said grumpily. It would have been impossible for that Ocean State warrior to stop those 12 beast kings and the other wild beasts if I hadn't shown up, and I'm not saying this because I underestimate him or anything. The tower would have had to send another legendary battle pet warrior over to give him a hand. But, you also know that since the entire world is in trouble, the tower has too many problems to deal with at the moment. They don't have warriors to spare. Lu Kaiyu understood that. Brother Su, tell me the truth. Were you serious about the 12 beast kings? Lu Kaiyu asked. Su Ping didn't know what to say. I finished them myself. Do you think I cannot count? Additions and subtractions within 100 are not a problem for me. Lu Kaiyu didn't know what to say. This is not a math problem. It's about whether you could actually handle that many beast kings. You're just at the titled rank. Which titled battle pet warrior is able to kill 12 beast kings? Su Ping knew he wasn't getting through to Lu Kaiyu from the looks of it. Lu Kaiyu's mind had limited his vision. Su Ping could only blame the fact that he was just too outstanding. Brother Lu, I'm telling you this because I see you as a friend, Su Ping said. The situation is very complicated and the problem at the deep caves is a lot more serious than you think. I took care of today's strike, but they may try again another day. And the second strike will be more intense. By then, the Holy Light base city won't be able to handle it. Being a friend, I would hate to see you suffer. Su Ping was sincere. After a moment of stupor, Lu Kaiyu whispered, do you know some inside information? Kind of. Can you tell me? I have already told you. All in all, we are in great danger and the beasts will not give up so easily. The tower might not be able to handle it, Su Ping cautioned him. Lu Kaiyu narrowed his eyes in fear. Not even the tower? I don't believe it. The tower is a global organization of legendary battle pet warriors. Not even all the legendary battle pet warriors working together can solve this issue. Su Ping shook his head. Lu Kaiyu turned pale after seeing Su Ping shake his head without hesitation. He no longer spoke. They hurried on, soon arriving at the association's office building. The streets outside were crowded, many people were standing in lines near the front gate. Many trainers were hurrying to and fro among the buildings. The base city was still under a state of emergency. Only warriors and army vehicles could be seen on the streets. "We're here. I'm going to find you some study materials. How many do you need?" Lu Kaiyu decided to set the beast strikes and the relocation matters aside after they arrived. Su Ping no longer talked about those pressing issues, either. He had said more than enough. The more the better, Su Ping said. As far as he could tell, the Holy Light Base City could collapse at any moment. Those study materials could end up buried or destroyed. He would rather take away as many with him as possible. And what about staying there to protect the Holy Light Base City? No way. Longjiang needed him. Besides, based on what he had seen in the deep caves, whether he could save Longjiang or not was still a question. Maybe in the end he would only be able to protect the neighboring streets around his store. War was coming, there was only so much that Su Ping could do. It was unrealistic to only rely on his own power to save everyone. At that very moment, there might be base cities around the world where many were dying and weeping in sorrow. The war had affected the world. There was no paradise on the blue planet. "Well," Lu Kaiyu said, "if you want to ask for more, you can trade with your own training method materials. 1 for 10. Is that okay with you? I just want the free stuff. I'll 11 3 copies then. I will use my merit points to get them for you and you can come back for others after you finish the 3. Lu Kaiyu forced a smile. "Sure thing." They flew across the crowd. All of a sudden, Su Ping saw a line. There were a few people wearing trainer uniforms at the very front. The 2 girls. Su Ping saw 2 familiar faces, he immediately recognized them. "Brother Lu, wait for a moment," Su Ping said. Lu Kaiyu stopped. Su Ping flew toward the line. "It is you. Where's your dad?" Su Ping asked the 2 girls. Their father was Shihachi, the man who had once helped him. It was Zhenxiang and Tong. The 2 girls were quite surprised to see Su Ping descend from the sky. What are you doing here?" "Why? I shouldn't be here?" "That's not what I meant. I thought you had gone back. Are you here to help?" Zhenxiang finally found her tongue. She was gladly surprised. Su Ping nodded. "What are you doing?" "Where's your dad?" "He's in a meeting." "We're here to help," Tong said with a chuckle. Su Ping said to the 2 girls, "I'll be going back soon. Do you want to go with me to the Longjiang base city? It is safer there." "Safer?" Zhenxiang eyed him with confusion. "But that is only a Class B base city, right? We would happily go but your base city is not safe at all. Why don't you come here? We have a legendary battle pet warrior in the Holy Light base city, since we've been paying fees to the tower. The tower will focus on us, you should stay here instead." Su Ping repeated himself for the girls' sake, "This isn't necessarily safe. Think about it. If you want to, come meet me later and bring your dad with you. You're not making any sense. We will not leave. In any case, the Holy Light base city is on the verge of enduring great disasters. We cannot leave." Zhenxiang was determined. Tong nodded along. Su Ping knew he couldn't persuade them like that, so he tried something else. "Your problems have been solved but the Longjiang base city needs more assistance. Are you willing to go and help?" "Solved? How? The wild beasts haven't arrived yet." Tong's eyes were wide open. "She's right. It is true. You'll receive the news soon enough," Su Ping said. The 2 girls were still full of questions while the close-by onlookers were startled. The problem had been solved? But we were just getting ready to fight. Has the tower sent another legendary battle pet warrior? Zhenxiang asked. Su Ping offered a silent smile. "We will go if the Holy Light base city is safe, but I don't think we can be of much help. We can help train battle pets for free and strengthen them. But there's only so much that we can do." Tong said. "Yeah." Zhenxiang nodded in agreement. Su Ping heaved a sigh inwardly. These sisters are so nice. Offering help, without any strings attached. It's a deal. "I will go and find your dad later," Su Ping said. After saying their goodbyes, he went back to where Lu Kaiyu was. "Are you sure that you want to take them away with you?" Lu Kaiyu frowned. He didn't approve of Su Ping's actions. Longjiang would be more dangerous than the Holy Light base city. Su Ping's offer did more harm than good. Lu Kaiyu was unable to understand why Su Ping was doing that. "I can give you 2 rare battle pets if the Longjiang base city needs assistance," Lu Kaiyu said. He didn't know Su Ping well enough to give him rare battle pets for free. After all, each rare battle pet was valuable, but this was war, they should help each other at this time. He valued Su Ping and would hate for him to suffer misfortune. Su Ping heaved a sigh. Brother Lu, I'm serious. Think about my offer. The Longjiang base city is safer. Trust me. Lu Kaiyu produced a forced smile. I won't leave even if it's true. This is where I grew up, my home. I want to be buried here when I die, not somewhere else. Su Ping knew that there was nothing else he could do. A short while later, Lu Kaiyu took Su Ping to the association's library. He told Su Ping to wait outside while he went to pick the study materials for him. Once he returned, Su Ping placed the materials in his storage space, then they went to find Shihachi. They're having a meeting. I forgot to tell you that. Our chairman has just exited his most recent seclusion and is right by the door of becoming a Holy Spirit trainer. I spoke to our chairman about you, he has a great opinion about you. You've come at a good time. Talk to him, he may give you some inspiration. You may also become a Holy Spirit trainer in the future. Lu Kaiyu said gaily. Su Ping was surprised. Holy Spirit trainer? Holy Spirit trainers could inspire battle pets and make them intelligent. That was something similar to what the Enlightening Guide could do. To be exact, Su Ping was already a Holy Spirit trainer. He had already tried the Enlightening Guide when he participated in the competition back then. It was just that no one connected him to a Holy Spirit trainer, and he only realized that after he went back. Well, we will talk about that later. If the chairman agrees to it, I hope he can relocate to the Longjiang base city. That will facilitate our discussion, Su Ping said. Lu Kaiyu did not know what to say. Su Ping is thinking about poaching the chairman? Discussion? Didn't you hear what I said? The chairman is going to become a Holy Spirit trainer. You should learn from the chairman, not discuss with him. Lu Kaiyu was speechless. He realized that the stunning fact he had just revealed had not amazed Su Ping in the slightest. Lu Kaiyu shook his head. He didn't want to argue about it. I'll take you to Shihachi, Lu Kaiyu said. He led Su Ping to a tall building where the important meetings were held. The seal around the building would continue to stand even if a bunch of 9th-rank beasts were to strike it for an hour. That was a critical location for the association. Su Ping immediately sensed that dozens of 8th and 9th-rank battle pet warriors were gathered on one floor. As a matter of fact, they should be called trainers. Their astral powers weren't condensed enough when compared to the actual 8th and 9th-rank battle pet warriors. I'll go in and let them know, Lu Kaiyu said. Su Ping nodded. Lu Kaiyu left. Soon after, many people came out from the building along with him. There was a man with white hair and a white robe. There wasn't a speck of dust on him. He was a man who seemed not to belong to that world. It was an educated and graceful old man. Sir, this is Mr. Su, Lu Kaiyu introduced. He then turned to Su Ping. My original intent was for you to go and meet the chairman, but as you can see, our chairman is not a man of formalities. He decided he could come to you instead. Don't tell him what you just told me. No more nonsense. Su Ping sized the chairman up and replied to Lu Kaiyu, that was not nonsense. I'm serious. Chapter 649 Another strike very serious. Lu Kaiyu rolled his eyes at Su Ping. Since Su Ping wasn't listening to reason, Lu Kaiyu thought proper to caution the chairman, Sir, Mr. Su is still very young. Don't be mad at him if he offends you in any way. The old man smiled. Oh, don't worry about this. I have heard about Mr. Su's exploits. A talent like Mr. Su is bound to see and display uncommon things. Talents are different from the general public. Lu Kaiyu produced a forced smile. Su Ping is certainly different. He's insane. Su Ping asked, Chairman, how should I address you? Call me Elder Su. He smiled. Really? Zu kind of sounds like Zu. Su Ping blinked. The people present could not believe what they had just heard. Su Ping was bold enough to joke about the chairman. Lu Kaiyu was frightened. Mr. Su. Ha, ha. But Elder Su laughed. Brother Su, I see that you're indeed different. You stray from the norm and I like it. My surname is Zu and they always call me like that. But I think you're right. Ha, ha. Elder Su, the deep caves are in trouble and so is the world. The Holy Light Base City is not necessarily a safe place. I heard from Brother Lu that you're on the verge of becoming a Holy Spirit trainer. How about you go to my place? There's a location that is perfectly safe. I promise that you'll be safe and sound. Su Ping extended his invitation. He had determined through that brief exchange that the elder was a good man, worthy of his help. After all, it would be a shame for a Holy Spirit trainer to die there. Mr. Su. Lu Kaiyu was losing patience. He had just told Su Ping to avoid the crazy talk. And there he was, at it again. In the entire world, other than in the tower, no other place was safer than the Holy Light Base City. Besides, that was a sacred base city for all trainers and Su Ping was actually asking the leader of such a lofty place to relocate. What a ridiculous joke. Elder Zu was surprised. It surprised him even more since he was able to see the sincerity conveyed by Su Ping. The elder asked, Mr. Su, I heard that you're not only a top trainer, but an outstanding battle pet warrior. You can kill legendary battle pet warriors while you are only at the titled rank. You were even able to break into the tower and leave safely. Mr. Su, I wonder. Who is your teacher? The others were stunned into silence. Rukongai and the other top trainers opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Killing legendary battle pet warriors? Breaking into the tower? Is that all a joke? Because it didn't sound real. Elder Su, you've looked up my background, right? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Elder Su had collected enough information, or else he wouldn't have known those details. No wonder he was so respectful. Whoever my teacher is has nothing to do with what I did. I killed legendary battle pet warriors because they offended me or they deserved death. As for the tower, you know that I'm not in good terms with him and I'm not trying to hide that fact. But I'm asking you to go with me, and it's not because I want to anger the tower. The fact remains that if the tower can send more legendary battle pet warriors to keep the Holy Light Base City safe, I would be more than happy to see that. Su Ping admitted that he did those things. Rukongai and the others gazed at him in astonishment. They suddenly realized that they hadn't known Su Ping well enough. A top trainer who was also a fate challenger? Really? Elder Su nodded at Su Ping. You are right. Thank you, Mr. Su, I trust you. But I have to say that I am the chairman of the Trainers Association, and for me, the Holy Light Base City is not just my hometown. This is a place that I have spent my entire life to protect. If something were to go wrong, I would be more than happy to stand with the Holy Light Base City till the last moment. Of course, it would be for the best if nothing happened, he added with a smile. If you say so. Since the elder insisted on staying, Su Ping decided to give up on the lobbying. It was understandable. If it were him and people told him to leave the Longjian Base City to stay alive, he would. Leave, of course. So, at the end of the day, he didn't understand. Su Ping shook his head. If it were him, he would save his life first and then go back to his hometown to rebuild it. That was what he would do. Why stay until his life was in danger? Although he could not understand, he respected Elder Zu's choice. It was rare for people to act according to their beliefs. Those who did had to be respected. Mr. Su, are you here to help us? Elder Zu asked with a smile. Su Ping nodded. I was in the Longyang Base City for some business and heard about you, so I came over to help. But the problem has already been dealt with. The Beast Kings were killed and the remaining wild beasts won't inflict any great harm. We have heard about this from Rukongai. They're collecting more details as we speak. Elder Zu gazed at Su Ping. Mr. Su, I heard that you killed the Beast Kings. I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in the Holy Light Base City. Elder Zu placed his feet together, crossed his right arm in front of his chest and bowed. That startled Rukongai and the other trainers. Only senior legendary battle pet warriors would be worthy of Elder Zu's bow. Even some legendary warriors of the Ocean State would have to treat Elder Zu with respect, especially since he was about to become a Holy Spirit trainer. They would have to count on him to train their battle pets. Sir, don't do this. Sir, please. The top trainers wished they could forcefully make Elder Zu rise, but they were afraid to intervene. Su Ping didn't expect such a grand gesture, either. He released some astral powers to help Elder Zu up and said, Sir, you flatter me. It wasn't a big deal. After all, I'm not doing this for free. See, Brother Lu just got me 3 scrolls. They are more than enough as thanks and compensation to me. Elder Zu stood up and glared at Rukongai, who was still trying to help Elder Zu up but was hesitating. Don't mention it, Mr. Su. Are you planning to use those materials for your student? Elder Zu asked. Su Ping forced a smile. Sir, I see that you know everything about me. Yes, I requested those materials for my student, as I don't have the time to teach her. She will have to learn by herself. Elder Zu drew a long face and said to Rukongai, Lu, the Holy Light Base City owes Mr. Su. He saved our base city. Is this how you thank him? From today on, whatever Mr. Su asks for, as long as we have it, he can have it. Rukongai was dumbstruck. So was everyone else. Su Ping could get whatever he wanted? The matter of the Beast Kings had yet to be confirmed. Su Ping made those claims without showing proof. Why is the chairman buying that? Sir, we haven't reached a conclusion about that. Mr. Su is here to help. But. Rukongai wanted to explain but was unable to find the right words. Elder Zu scolded him, go and ask clairvoyance who Mr. Su is. He killed a legendary battle pet warrior in public at the Supremacy League and left the tower safely after killing 2 legendary battle pet warriors. The tower is not even thinking about holding him accountable. Why is it surprising that Mr. Su can kill Beast Kings? Why would a man of such caliber lie? Rukongai and the others were speechless. So, it was real. They gazed at Suping, perplexed. Of course, it was unlikely that their chairman would lie. But it was hard to believe. Suping looked at the shocked crowd. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your kindness. Now that you kindly offered, I want dozens of scrolls related to Master Trainer materials and also Top Trainer materials. Get me everything you have and I will give them back to you when I'm done. As the others had finally come back to their senses, they were once again shocked by Suping's greed. He was going to empty their library. Brother Su. Rukongai was stuttering. Elder Zu was confused. Mr. Su, I don't think your student can finish them all. She has time. Rukongai jumped in. You can come back and get more after she's finished reading 1 or 2. Suping answered, but I'm afraid all the books will soon be gone. Why would that happen? We keep them safe. Rukongai said. Suping shook his head. I said it before and I'll say it again. The situation is complicated. I averted today's strike, but no one can say for sure if the beasts would no longer return. The tower can't send more legendary battle pet warriors. Do you honestly think you can protect the base city? Rukongai moved his lips but failed to talk. Elder Su asked, Mr. Su, do you know something? Suping nodded. You can wait for the tower to tell you the details because I'm not at liberty to say, in case confidential information is leaked and the general public falls in a state of panic. In a nutshell, it's dangerous out there. The Holy Light Base City could vanish quickly if something were to go wrong. If you want to survive, go to the Longjiang Base City. I will try my best to keep that place safe. Elder Zu fell into silence. His reaction told the others that he trusted Suping. So, was it true that the situation was so grave that not even the tower could handle it? I understand. Thank you, Mr. Su, for telling us. Elder Zu came back to his senses. Don't mention it. You can go to my place whenever you want, Suping said. I'm in a hurry. About the studying materials. Take Mr. Su and get them, Elder Zu said to Rukongai. Mr. Su can choose anything he likes. Do you understand? Rukongai nodded. Brother Shi, pay me a visit sometime, and take your daughters along, Suping said to a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was Shihachi. He knew that Suping had gone there to find him, but the joy of reunion had turned into complex emotions after hearing the conversation. I will, Shihachi said. He had made a decision. He and Rukongai were different. Shihachi's wife had passed away prematurely and he worried about his 2 daughters. As long as the 2 girls were safe, he was even okay with giving up his medal as a master trainer. Suping left the crowd and went to the library with Rukongai. Suping went into the library and took everything he could find. He left behind the artifacts and armors for battle pets. What if the Holy Light Base City was attacked again? The Trainers Association would have to equip the battle pet warriors in the base city. Let's go. Rukongai was relieved to see that Suping had paid no heed to the precious artifacts. Still, the young man's actions were even more confusing. Are you leaving right away? Rukongai asked. The chairman likes you. If you want to ask for some guidance, I'm sure that the chairman would be happy to talk with you. Suping was speechless. Brother Lu, it's pointless to become a Holy Spirit trainer at this time. The beasts are coming. What good would it do to become a Holy Spirit trainer right away? Even a Holy Spirit trainer needs time to train a Beast King. There wouldn't be a chance to perform wonders. It wouldn't be a quick solution. The wild beasts are not going to give you any time to train. Rukongai was startled. Is it really that bad? More or less. Suping patted his shoulder but said nothing else as he made to leave. Rukongai went after Suping at once. They left the association and were on their way to the outer wall. They were about to reach the outer wall when all of a sudden, the outer wall began to shake. Following that, a crack appeared on the outer wall. From under the cracked outer wall reached out dark and twisted tentacles, each being thick and hundreds of meters long. The outer wall had been built by pets of the stone family and it was both sturdy and flexible. Not even a missile could have destroyed it. But the beast had done just that. Roar. The sonorous roar echoed throughout. Many battle pet warriors standing near the crack were caught off guard and turned into dust. Incoming. Rukongai narrowed his eyes. The device was beeping. A blue glow was seen through the fabric of his pocket. That was the wild beast detector. Suping frowned. A fish had escaped from the net, and a big one at that. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, a number of people flew up to the outer wall. Dozens of hundreds of swirls then appeared close to those people. Fierce battle pets rushed out from the swirls. Some of the battle pets had wings, some were like strange mantises, and others were dancing around like ghosts. Those battle pets charged to attack those tentacles. Still, those 9th-rank battle pets looked petite when compared to those tentacles. Not even 3 or 4 battle pets combined were as big as one tentacle. Roar. Right then, they heard a deafening bellow from a different creature. Chapter 650 Instant knockout of a void state beast king. A dragon covered in crystals was roaring as it made its way on the ground outside the wall. That dragon was several hundred meters long and close to 80 meters high. The sharp crystals all over its body were like the spines of a hedgehog. Mixed with the crystals were dragon scales covered in stone grains. Su Ping recognized it right away as a beast with a void state bloodline called Crystal Earth Dragon. That dragon was close to adulthood but was still at the ocean state. A void state bloodline didn't necessarily guarantee reaching the void state poorly trained, or malnourished. Like this one, the dragon would never reach the void state in its entire life. The ground around the tentacles shook violently as the dragon roared. Many crystal walls emerged from the ground and surrounded the tentacles. The ground was being crystallized. Stones were gathered on 6 corners, becoming 6 crystal pillars which deeply took root, in case the wild beast would try to sneak away underground. Go and hide. A man shouted. He was shouting to the commander-in-chief and the other titled battle pet warriors. They were too weak to deal with a beast king. They had to find a place to hide. The commander-in-chief and the others were startled by the sudden strike. They had been caught off guard. The Holy Light Base City had invested heavy money on building beast detectors, but they had not alerted them at all. No one had sensed the presence of that beast king. Since there were many beasts of the stone family, many base cities would be equipped with beast detectors, in case any of them tried infiltrating them through the underground. The beast detectors used in the Holy Light Base City were among the best. They should have been able to detect beast kings when they were hundreds of thousands of meters away. But that beast king had popped up too suddenly. It seemed that it had simply teleported to that spot. But, what beast could teleport across such a long distance? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commander-in-chief and the others released their battle pets to cover them as they retreated. They had to find a secure spot and wait for Legend Riverside to handle the battle. As soon as the commander-in-chief and the others left, Legend Riverside opened up the second swirl and the third without hesitation. Roar. Hiss. 2 battle pets came out. The second battle pet was a bird covered in flame feathers. It had fangs and its roar was sonorous. Yes, it was a roar, instead of the usual cry that most birds would utter. The other battle pet was a python with dark scales and a sharp horn on its head. There were scales of a lighter color mixed with the dark ones. When looking from a distance, the lighter-colored scales were like grayish eyes, which made for a disturbing sight. Legend Riverside had commanded the 2 Beast Kings to charge at the Wild Beast King as soon as they came out. A ray of scorching light was shot toward one of the waving tentacles. It looked like the blazing ray, but that ray of light was even more destructive. The ray penetrated the tentacle, leaving a gaping hole. The dark-scaled python quickly slithered toward the Beast King with tentacles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tentacles sensed the approaching enemies and stopped entangling with the pestering titled battle pet warriors and their battle pets. It turned over to face the dark-scaled python. In the meantime, a puff of dark mist oozed out from the ground. The nearby battle pets that came into contact with the dark mist cried miserably. They were even shedding their fur. Poisonous mist. Get away. Block the mist. Some titled battle pet warriors shouted and stepped back at once. The others also stepped away, clearly frightened. They used some of their battle pets to erect wind walls and ice mist to block the toxins. That mist didn't seem to disturb the dark python. It continued attacking some tentacles and the ground was shaking as a result. In the distance, many crystal spikes were coming into being on the Crystal Earth Dragon's back. The dragon was preparing a major move. Damn it. How come that beast is here? Have our detectors failed? I don't think so. Teleportation? But the beast would have to be at least at the void state. Not even void state beast kings could have teleported across such a distance. Didn't that man say that he had killed 12 beast kings? What's with this one? Do you still believe that? Do you understand what 12 beast kings represent? I will eat my own shit if he was able to kill them all by himself. The commander-in-chief was anxious. Many titled battle pet warriors and battle pets were unable to get away and they fell, one by one, victims to corrosion. Some of them who could not get out in time were melting like candles. The exposed bones were too horrifying to look at. The sudden appearance of a beast king was a scary event. The good thing was that the beast king was outside the wall. If it would have directly appeared inside the base city, the prospect of casualties would have gone beyond what they could even begin to imagine. After all, not many battle pet warriors were stationed inside the base city. The Beast King would have ruined everything by the time the protectors of the outer wall were deployed to offer assistance inside the base city. Prepare the dark wave radiation missile. Target the Beast King's body. Analyze the data and see if you can find a match in the database. Keep an eye out. I'm worried that this thing is just a distraction and the strike is going to happen somewhere else. There can also be another Beast King lurking about. The commander-in-chief was issuing orders. Although anxious, the old man was still in control. The people present followed their respective orders, still afraid and nervous. Another one? The Holy Light Base City would be doomed if there were another Beast King. Roar. While they were busy at work, they heard a dragon's roar coming from the mist, but the dragon sounded in pain. There was a bump on the ground. A tower-like behemoth had appeared. The mist blurred people's sights, they could only make out an outline. That thing looked like a conch. The shell had a sharp tip, and several thick tentacles were waving. At that moment, there was an enormous strip of shadow cast over the tentacles. The shadow was the python with the dark scales. The python was being entangled by some tentacles and it was struggling. The python tried to fight back but nothing had been enough to crack that shell. Damn it. Legend Riverside bit his teeth. The moment the beast came out, he then noticed its void state rank. He wasn't confident of fighting against the void state beast, but he was the only legendary battle pet warrior in the base city, so he had to face the challenge. It was just that he didn't expect that his old friend, the python, would be routed so quickly. Merge. Legend Riverside quickly merged with the bird. The bird instantly transformed into heavy flames that surrounded him. After the flames disappeared, a majestic man appeared. Legend Riverside was 3 times as large as before, he had a pair of red wings with feathers on his body, his hands had turned into claws. Go to hell. Legend Riverside charged toward the mist. His whole body was ignited with raging flames, he forcibly blazed a path in the poisonous mist, directly intent on attacking the conch-like Beast King Mu. The conch-like Beast King sensed that Legend Riverside was approaching. The Beast King raised its body and uttered a cry similar to a cow's moo. The call was echoing in the area. The titled battle pet warriors who had not yet been freed from the toxic mist covered up their ears and raised shields. And yet, the shields had soon been broken. Soon, some titled battle pet warriors began to bleed through their eyes or noses. Legend Riverside was flaring up. Ignoring his discomfort, he made a ball of fire and threw it at the Beast King. The ball of fire was murky, albeit destructive. Bang. The next second, the fireball disappeared. However, the wall on the other side suddenly trembled. There was a mushroom cloud. Legend Riverside narrowed his eyes, his heart was racing. That was the power of a Void State Beast King. He was just one state below, but a Beast King of that rank had already mastered spatial techniques. The Beast King was practically bullying the weaker Legend Riverside. Squeak. The Beast King uttered a noise like a squeaking mouse. It seemed that the Beast King was openly laughing at Legend Riverside. The next second, a swirl suddenly appeared in front of him and would soon suck him in. Legend Riverside knew that he would find turbulent currents in there, stepping into the swirl would mean nothing other than doom for him. Run. Legend Riverside turned around at once but another swirl appeared behind him and he almost fell. Crystal. Affected by fear, Legend Riverside summoned his battle pet. The crystal earth dragon roared, killing intent was being radiated by the dragon. The thick crystal spike that the dragon had been building was launched. Whoosh. It seemed that even the air began to twist. The crystal spike penetrated the toxic mist and landed on the conch-like beast. Bang. The wild, shelled Beast King didn't see that coming. The spike landed on the shell and the Beast King tilted to a side. Squeak. The Beast King was enraged. Over a dozen swirls appeared around Legend Riverside. The Beast King was determined to pull Legend Riverside in. Legend Riverside was burning in more intense flames. He wanted to destroy the swirls with the power of fire but the swirls just kept sucking the flames in. Oh crap. Legend Riverside's face was clouded. When he was about to take out another artifact to protect his life, the swirls around him suddenly began to collapse and disappear. A man arrived and pulled Legend Riverside back. Legend Riverside was caught unprepared. He was thrown back. The last thing he saw was a young man standing in front of the beast. You, escaping fish. You should have found a place to hide and live a little longer, instead of coming here. Go to hell. Suping gazed at the Beast King coldly. It was a 6 swirls conch with a void state rank, a rare beast born to be skilled with 6 elements. That type of Beast King didn't have a powerful bloodline, it would only reach the void state after growing up. There was a small chance that a 6 swirls conch could evolve to a 9 swirls conch. Suping took out his word. Slay. Void sword. Space was split up in front of Suping. A ray of sword light appeared, hundreds of meters long, it silently vanished into the ground. After the ray of sword light went into the soil, the ground behind the 6 swirls conch was cracked with a bang. At the same time, the 6 swirls conch was frozen on the spot. The next second, the beast was split into 2, green blood gushed out, along with the spilling of some internal organs. The dark-scaled python was finally able to get away, it looked at Suping in fear. Once there was some distance between them, the snake lowered its head and touched the ground to show its appreciation. Suping darted a glance and put away his sword. That 6 swirls conch was at the void state. He was able to tell that the creature was skilled in the stone, darkness and poison elements. He had probably failed to notice the Beast King because it had been using strong concealing skills to hide somewhere. Hiss. Suping suddenly took a deep breath and sucked in the dark mist. The toxic mist flowed into Suping's mouth, soon taking it all in. Burp. Suping belched and patted his belly. He felt he could skip dinner that day. He wasn't immune to toxins, but he was highly resistant. Suping had become used to all kinds of harsh environments in the cultivation sites, including toxic environments. After all, toxic beasts were pretty hard to deal with. In the distance, those who had been busy preparing missiles and plans stopped and gazed at Suping while dumbstruck. Did Suping just suck in that mist? Did he? Legend Riverside, who had been thrown back by dozens of meters, stared at Suping with a dull look in his face. It seemed unreal. Was the Void State Beast King cut to death? Chapter 651 Alliance. Suping put away his sword and said to Legend Riverside, who was still in a trance, "How are things in the battlefront? Are more beasts coming? If not, this Beast King must have escaped my detection." Legend Riverside finally recovered. "Are you at the Fate State? None of your business." That dismissal completely pulled Legend Riverside's consciousness back to reality. He shook his head to Suping's first question. "We haven't detected any more wild beasts." This Beast King's appearance was completely out of the blue. "I don't know if you, sir, if only this Beast King escaped your detection or whether more are coming." After Suping proved able to kill that Void State Beast with a single cut, Legend Riverside had begun to consider Suping as a legendary battle pet warrior at the Fate State. He had never seen Suping in the tower, but those who lived in the tower had secrets. Some of the legendary battle pet warriors who had joined the tower ages before would never show themselves in public. He only knew some of the newly affiliated legendary battle pet warriors by their names, not their faces. Even Legend Riverside had always had the feeling that the tower was an unfathomable organization. "I think that was just a fish that escaped from the net," Suping said. He added, "I'm going back, so I will entrust this place to you. I will do some checking on my way back and deal with any new Beast Kings that I find. Of course, it would be great if I don't find any." Legend Riverside twisted the corner of his mouth. "Deal with them." It was as if killing Beast Kings were like stomping ants to death. But that wasn't an exaggeration for Suping. "I have offended you. Sir, please forgive me." Legend Riverside lowered his head and apologized. He didn't consider it shameful to apologize to a Void State warrior, let alone one who was at the Fate State. "Get over it. Just keep this place safe." Suping waved his hand. "You must pay attention to any abnormality. This worldwide wild beast strike is not as simple as you might think. There can be an even bigger strike. If you cannot keep the city safe, keep the people safe. You can even give up the city altogether." Legend Riverside didn't expect that Suping would talk that way. A bigger strike? Legend Riverside was startled. Suping sounded too serious to be joking. It seemed that he was privy to some inside information. "Sir, are you serious?" Legend Riverside asked. He would have died along with the demise of the Holy Light Base City if Suping hadn't been there to help. He no longer doubted that Suping had killed 12 Beast Kings by himself. The Void State Beast King was probably the leader of the 12 beasts and the commander of that strike. "I guessed it." "I'm not sure." Suping shook his head. He was indeed unsure. He merely thought it was possible. If he were sure, he would have made the information public and pressed further to relocate the Holy Light Base City. After all, compared with all the people's lives in the base city, keeping such information confidential was not the priority. It was just that he wasn't sure. The only relocating destination would be Longjiang Base City. However, Longjiang's space was limited. How many people could the Longjiang Base City take? Also, apart from the Holy Light Base City, the other base cities were also under attack. He couldn't give refuge to everyone in Longjiang. The Holy Light Base City was a class A base city after all, with a history spanning for hundreds of years. The base city's defense devices were much more advanced than those of the other base cities. The people of that base city could still be kept safe. However, the other Class B and Class C base cities would be easily turned upside down by one Beast King. You guessed it. Legend Riverside gazed at Suping with reserve. He wanted to ask something but eventually kept the question to himself. Right then, many people approached them. They were the titled battle pet warriors who had been fighting the 6 Swirls Kong. "Nice to meet you, sir." "Nice to meet you, sir." All the titled battle pet warriors bowed to Suping. Suping was taken aback. "You don't have to thank me. You also did your part, stalling the Beast King, or else the harm would have been greater." The titled battle pet warriors seemed to be thrilled and excited. They believed Suping was a legendary battle pet warrior, one who was even more powerful than Legend Riverside. No beast strikes could unsettle them while having such a legendary battle pet warrior as a guest. Whoosh! Another person arrived. It was Lucayu. After all, He was a titled battle pet warrior, and he had also seen how Su Ping had slain that beast king with a single cut. Lu Kaiyu seemed to be surprised and embarrassed. He stood in front of Su Ping, but was unsure about proper etiquette in front of Su Ping. Same as before, Brother Su. Legend Riverside was unable to finish that beast king, but Su Ping then managed to kill it with only one move. It was unquestionable, Su Ping was at the void state or above. Lu Kaiyu was the vice chairman of the Trainers Association and a man of high status. However, the best he could aspire to was to be shown respect by those at the Ocean State. As for Void State warriors, even those at the Ocean State would have to treat them with respect. Mr. Su. In the distance, the Commander-in-Chief made his way over with some titled battle pet warriors. They were clearly excited. Su Ping was getting a headache from seeing all those joyful faces. The entire world is in an abyss of suffering. I have to go. Time is pressing. Try to get this place repaired. The Commander-in-Chief didn't even have the time to express his gratitude. He said in a hurry, Mr. Su, you were the one who killed this beast king. Why don't you stay so we can host a dinner in your honor? Su Ping had already guessed their good-willed intentions, but he declined. I was only lending a hand. You won't have trouble for the time being, while I still have to go and take care of my base city. There's nothing worthy of honor and praise. We survived the current strike, but there can be more in the future. I suggest you stay on high alert, don't let your guard down. The Commander-in-Chief opened his mouth, but no words came out. It was surprising to experience Su Ping's direct and unorthodox personality. Sure, the Commander-in-Chief said. He knew that he couldn't have persuaded a powerful man like Su Ping. Rather, pushing too hard would have only made Su Ping unhappy. Su Ping nodded. He heaved a sigh and was ready to leave. Brother Su, Lu Kaiyu stopped him. He rubbed his hands with embarrassment. The thing you asked me, does it still count? What? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. About relocating to the Longjiang base city. Oh? I thought you weren't going. You said you wanted to be buried here. Well. Lu Kaiyu cleared his throat. I'm staying. I only want to relocate some of the young in my family. I was wondering if you could take them with you. Su Ping understood. The man was trying to protect his family's future. Fine. You have 20 minutes. Can you bring them over? Su Ping asked. Lu Kaiyu was overjoyed. Yes. Of course. I'll tell them to come right now. With that said, he made a call to his butler and said 4 names. He spoke with the most serious tone he had ever used. After hanging up the call, he called someone else so that the 4 young people could get there as soon as possible. While Lu Kaiyu did that, the Commander-in-Chief and the others were surprised by what that arrangement meant. Soon, they realized something that Su Ping said. More beast strikes. They turned pale. Was that not the end of it? Lu Kaiyu was trying to leave a way open for the future. Is the Holy Light Base City in danger? The Commander-in-Chief asked at once, Mr. Su, could you take 2 from my family as well? Su Ping looked at the Commander-in-Chief. Only if they can get here within 20 minutes. If it's not possible, you can take them directly to the Longjiang base, but be careful. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Su. The Commander-in-Chief began to make calls as well. They wanted their young to go with Su Ping because they were worried about potential beast strikes on the way. Apart from the Holy Light Base City, many other base cities were being attacked. The wilderness was not as peaceful as before, not even titled warriors could ensure their own safety. Sir, there are 3 in my family. The titled battle pet warriors joined in. Su Ping looked at the titled battle pet warriors who had been fighting against the Beast King. You have 20 minutes. I can take them with me if they get here on time. Go and call your families. The titled battle pet warriors thanked Su Ping and went to make the calls. More titled battle pet warriors started to gather their families' young ones as well. Moments later, many people arrived while riding on huge birds. Lord Lu. 2 titled battle pet warriors came down from a bird at the peak of the 9th rank with 4 young people in tow. A pair of them were teenagers, while the other 2 were in their 20s. The 4 looked around curiously. They had seen the collapsed outer wall and the Beast King's corpse when they were in the air. They're here, a titled battle pet warrior said to Lu Kaiyu. The former found the reigning vibe was kind of strange. Lu Kaiyu nodded. He looked at the 4 and said, here they are. Sure. Su Ping didn't make further comments. Come here. This is Mr. Su, a legendary battle pet warrior. He will take you to the Longjiang base city. You must behave. Respect Mr. Su like you respect me. Lu Kaiyu said to the 4 with a serious tone. The 4 were surprised, since the young man who seemed to be close to their age was at the legendary rank. They were well informed, being young members of big families. They knew that some special herbs could keep a person's appearance. There was also the chance to change a person's appearance after reaching a certain rank. Nice to meet you, Mr. Su, the 4 said. Su Ping nodded. Don't be so exaggerated. I'm just going to take them there. The Longjiang base city is not big, but it's not a small one, either. It can take a few extra people. You should know that I don't have time to take care of them. Rukongai said at once, I understand. You don't have to, we are already more than grateful that you can take them with you. Suping nodded. Soon, the others arrived. Time was almost up. He looked around, there was about a score of people. Roar. A swirl opened up behind him and a scorching heat came from within. The Inferno Dragon stepped out. It looked small when compared to the 6 swirls Kong, but it wasn't any less intimidating. That battle pet. Legend Riverside was surprised by the battle pet. He was even more afraid of the battle pet than that the 6 swirls Kong. Still, he was also able to tell that the battle pet was also at the 9th rank, just like Suping. Suping told the Inferno Dragon to take it down a notch. He rode on one of the Inferno Dragon's shoulders and said to the crowd of young people, come on up. The young were a bit afraid, but that was a pet, not a wild beast. Soon, a first went up to the Inferno Dragon and the others did the same thing. The Inferno Dragon rolled its eyes. It wasn't happy to see those people climbing up using its tail as a ramp. After everyone got up, Suping said to Rukongai, I'm leaving now. Take care, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. The others said. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings and let out a roar that echoed in the sky. It took flight. Suping unleashed astral powers over the passengers in case the wind blew them off. They looked at the Holy Light Base City, saddened by the departure. Suping had seen a few small groups of wild beasts along the way. They no longer posed a big threat. That Beast King was a fish that escaped the net. Suping shook his head and directly flew to the Longjiang Base City. He arrived in half a day. What he saw along the way made him frown. He had seen many groups of wild beasts, the largest ranging in the hundreds of thousands. Some groups merely had thousands of beasts. All of them were roaming the wilderness. Those wild beasts were threatening. Once he arrived at the outer wall of the Longjiang Base City, he asked the guards for Qin Zhuang's whereabouts and went to him. Soon after, he found Qin Zhuang guarding the south. Qin, is everything okay? Suping steered the Inferno Dragon to meet with him. Qin Zhuang was talking to an officer when he heard the voice. He turned and asked, who are those people behind you? I went to the Holy Light Base City and brought some people with me. The Holy Light Base City? Did you lend a hand? Just now, Z heard from clairvoyance that the Holy Light Base City was enduring a major strike. How was it? Qin Zhuang asked at once. The beasts have been taken care of. Right. You were there. It would have been troublesome if you couldn't have taken care of it. Qin Zhuang forced a smile. He had witnessed how Suping had defeated the Otherworld Heavenly King and he had been searching for information in the old archives. Even though Qin Zhuang didn't join the tower, he had gained the basic knowledge about the legendary rank. He had started to treat Suping as one at the Fate State. The situation is getting worse across the world and many base cities are being attacked. Just now, Z said that the tower wants to take the initiative and ask all the base cities, all of them, to form a defense alliance in order to fight the beasts, Qin Zhuang said. Chapter 652. The list. 1. A defense alliance? Suping frowned. The base cities are scattered around the world. How can they form one defense alliance? Are you saying that people would have to abandon some base cities and relocate elsewhere? Most likely. Qin Zhuang heaved a sigh. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's impossible to take care of all the base cities, so we have to give up some. Some remotely located Class C and Class B base cities will have to merge with the other base cities. What about Longjiang? I don't know. We haven't seen the list yet, but I don't think we would be relocating. Qin Zhuang smiled at Suping and continued, you're here and besides, I'm also here. I'm at the legendary rank after all. Our base city is not any weaker than a class of base cities. We may be even better. I heard that no class of base cities were going to relocate. So, I don't think we would need to move. The ones who came with Suping heard the entire conversation and were dumbstruck. Another legendary battle pet warrior? Say there was another important matter. It seemed that the legendary battle pet warrior was implying that Suping was even more powerful. For a moment, many started to understand why their families had gathered them up. It had been quite the meaningful move. That's good. Suping nodded. That's how it always was. The weak had to drift along. It wasn't the usual relocation. The relocated would have to give up their families. They would have to find new homes in other base cities, while the locals would forever see them as refugees, the outsiders. Since the beginning of human history, whatever the situation was like, humans would find a sense of superiority by comparing with those around them. That was pure human nature. Apart from merging settlements, the base cities will select some powerful warriors who would go to the battlefront and beat back the wild beasts, Qin Zhuang added. 3 defense lines will be set up, led by 7 class-based cities in our subcontinent district. I've been studying the maps all day long. I believe that the Longjiang base city will be a part of the Xinjiang defense line, with Xing and Longjing acting as strongholds. There will be 12 base cities in the Xinjiang defense line, and the defensive line will be in a curve. We rely on the difficult terrains by the Dragon Spine Forest and the North Pass Mountain to avoid large-scale assaults. After all, we would be at a disadvantage in a fast assault. Su Ping nodded. When will the defense line be set up? Ken Zhuang shook his head. They're still talking about it. After all the base cities in the subcontinent district are involved. There are complicated interests. We're not getting any updates right now. Su Ping nodded. Indeed. That was not a complicated relocation. He saw it as a war between 2 different races. Some saw it as a chance for development. Opportunities could arise in turbulent times. Some might find the matter ridiculous, the fact that some people would try to find chances to get rich during a critical time for humans, but it was a fact. Let's wait. Su Ping was not in any rush. He had not found out all facts about the deep caves yet. Defense lines or not, he needed to be more powerful. He would rather take the time to cultivate. If he could make further progress and reach the legendary rank, he would undoubtedly become more powerful. He would have more confidence in dealing with the deep caves. Has the Holy Light Base City suffered a great loss? Ken Zhuang was still interested in that group of people sitting on the Inferno Dragon's back. He wondered if he was wrong. He had seen that those people were young but at high ranks. They were even better than graduates from famous academies. Was Su Ping supporting the Holy Light Base City or ransacking the Holy Light Base City? It was okay. Not much of a casualty. I knew it. Ken Zhuang produced a forced smile. See you around. Su Ping said goodbye to Ken Zhuang and went back to his store. Su Ping's Inferno Dragon had become famous in Longjiang. Even though the base city was on alert and warriors were making the rounds, no one made a move to stop Su Ping. This is my store and my home. Your families have asked me to bring you here, but I don't have time to take care of all of you. You can go ahead and find a place to live in the city by yourselves. You can go back to your base city after the beast strike ends. The young people looked at each other, speechless. One dainty girl said gingerly, Sir, my father told me to follow you and listen to your orders. So, listen to me. Do what you want to do. But remember this, do not make trouble and do not bully others. And another thing, don't come and bother me for useless matters. The young ones realized that Su Ping was not easygoing. They didn't insist on staying, but some of them began to think of something else. If they couldn't butter Su Ping up directly, they could always find other ways. It would be silly to not butter up a legendary battle pet warrior. Soon after Su Ping entered the store, Su Linayu, Zhong Lingtong and Tang Ryuan had hurried over. They had sensed the dragon's presence and knew that Su Ping had returned. Ping. Su Linayu greeted her big brother. She would have never acknowledged her loser big brother, she wouldn't have ever greeted him proactively. But that day, she was even a little bit shy. Su Ping did not spend time on small talk. Don't go out. Stay inside the store unless going out is absolutely necessary. Don't be overly pretentious thinking you can do anything just because you think you're a jack of all trades. Tang Ryuan rolled her eyes. You gave me a beast king. I am a fate challenger, you know. Me too, me too. Su Linayu raised her hands. Su Ping rolled his eyes at her. Even a pig could become a fate challenger with the battle pets I gave you. Stay in the store and cultivate. Chapter 653 The list. 2. Pigs could become fate challengers? Even if you call us pigs, we would be the best pigs. Tang Ryuan argued. Su Ping sneered. He only said that they were grounded and left to find Joanna. What's the deal between your brother and Joanna? Tang Ryuan wondered why he cared that much about Joanna. Su Linayu stood akimbo and snorted. Not a legitimate one. You don't know? Of course I know. I know everyone who's acquainted with my brother. Is that so? Yes. In the pet room. That's the thing. Have you heard about such a formation? Su Ping told Joanna about what he had seen in the deep caves, including the formation used to contain the area, the 5 fields and the ceiling formation that some beast kings were guarding. Joanna was sitting in a nursing pen with anima surrounding her. She had a dainty and exquisite look, like a fairy. The 5 fields. Joanna raised her eyebrows. You must be speaking about the 5 elements formation. Judging by the situation you described, I think it's just a small 5 elements formation, but that would be more than enough to contain those beast kings. A small 5 elements formation? That was a pleasant surprise for Su Ping. You know about this? Do you know how to repair it? It's easy to repair such a formation. Find where the break is, then use energy and formation grains to repair it. Joanna made it sound like a walk in the park. I understand that 4 of the 5 elements were depleted and the 5 elements formation exists in name only. I suggest you build a new one. Sometimes it's easier to build from scratch than to repair, just like this case. Suping twitched his mouth. Small thing? That small thing had contained all the Beast Kings in the deep caves for over 1,000 years. The Beast Kings had to exhaust their means to break free, for Joanna to say that the formation was a small thing. I understand you can build one, am I right? Suping asked. Joanna answered with pride. I can build you a big 5 elements formation, let alone a small one. A big 5 elements formation can even contain star-rank beings with ease. But well, I cannot leave your store. My hands are tied here, sorry. Suping was speechless. The scheming glow in her eyes told him what she was thinking. Don't even think about leaving my store. Not a chance. Suping thought about it and suggested something else. If it's not complicated, teach me and I will build it. Joanna snorted. It's not complicated, but learning is that easy. You would have to spend a month or 2 if you're a quick learner. If you're not, it'll take you dozens of years or even over 100 years. I can teach you, sure. But when do you plan on taking me to the Archene Divinity? Are you sure that you can take me there? That place was broken ages ago. Of course. We've talked about this. I'll take you there, but you'll have to behave and become an outstanding employee, Suping promised. I will trust you, but only for now, Joanna said. I have the materials to build this formation at my place, but I cannot control whether you can learn it or not. Speaking of which, I think your so-called teacher could deal with those puny Beast Kings easily. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Well, you got me there. I think my teacher is kind of stupid. Suping curled his lips. Verbal abuse, first offense. Sometimes you ask some people to come out and they pay no attention, but they sure notice in a flash when you call them stupid, Suping said with sarcasm. Second offense. What? Joanna was perplexed, but she did understand Suping's first comment. She was surprised. She believed that a mysterious teacher had helped Suping become crazy powerful. For him to be actually taunting his teacher. She realized she might have underestimated Suping all this time. Who on earth is this guy? Nothing. Since you're willing to teach me, let us begin right away. Once I learn, maybe I'll be able to drive the beasts back to the deep caves and imprison them again, Suping said. She neither agreed nor disagreed. You'd better be prepared. According to what you said, I think the wild beasts from the deep caves are prepared and they are planning against something. I cannot tell what the other ceiling formation at the deepest level is. After all, your description is not in detail and I've never seen one like it. I'm not sure. There shouldn't be a second core inside a small 5 elements formation. So, I don't think the ceiling formation is part of the small 5 elements formation. It should be an independent array. As for what is sealed inside, I have no idea. Suping frowned. He still thought that the ceiling formation was a hidden risk. He wondered when the risk would present itself. Suping shook his head to calm himself down. Overthinking would not do him any good. He would rather make the most of the time available and work on the things that mattered. Let's go back to your place so you can teach me, Suping said. Joanna nodded. She missed her hometown. Suping had been busy, so it had been some time since she had gone back. I'll go and tell them, Suping said. Suping went back to the storefront. Ryuian and the other 2 girls were still there. Go back home and don't go anywhere else. I have to close the store for a day. Again? Ryuian was surprised. Sulinayu voiced her confusion. You've just returned. I thought you loved making money. Why don't you open the store? The beast strikes are coming. Our store can help many battle pet warriors. Helping them would raise the chances of survival for all of us. Zonglingtong gazed at Suping but said nothing. I said go home, so go home. I have my business, Suping said grumpily. He could not explain the secrets of the store, so he had to tell them to leave. Getting all mysterious again, Ryuian mumbled and went away. Sulinayu didn't say anything else. The 3 girls left the store. Suping closed the door, paying no heed to the looks of resentment thrown at him by the 3 girls. He gathered Joanna and opened the portal to the demigod burial. Desperate times. The wild beasts could arrive at any time. Suping had to return every day. 1 day in real life was 10 days in the cultivation sites. That was the same for all the cultivation sites. He asked the system about the principle, but the system turned a deaf ear to him. Suping had become used to the system playing possum during critical moments. The way to get the system's attention was easy. Calling it stupid was enough. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Do you want a taste of thunder? The pain will be 10 times stronger than before. The system warned Suping with a gloomy tone. They arrived at the demigod burial. Same as before, Joanna's original self told some people to escort them to her residence. It had been a long time since Joanna had visited that realm. The gods on the mountain were thrilled to see her return. They hurried over to greet her. Joanna knew that Su Ping was in a rush and the blue planet was indeed in grave danger. Joanna resolutely told her subordinates to leave and then took Su Ping to a library located on the mountain. There were some mysterious skills that Joanna's original self had collected. They were kept in a library, including the 5 elements formation. The theory of the 5 elements formation is easy. You use the 5 basic elements and take advantage of their mutually dependent and mutually exclusive nature to generate energy. The 5 elements formation has a particular trait: the containment power will grow with the passing of time. If a 5 elements formation has a history of 1,000,000 years, then the 5 elements formation can even contain gods. However, there are hardly any 5 elements formations that are 1,000,000 years old. The small 5 elements formation that you're going to learn doesn't have such a trait. Its power will always remain the same. You also cannot break the balance of the 5 elements. Once the balance is upset, the formation's power will deteriorate and the things contained inside will eventually find a weak area they can breach. Joanna took out a Magatama bead. The explanation of the small 5 elements formation had been carved on it. Go through this first and memorize all the information. I will explain later. This will help you understand it. Su Ping nodded. He sat down on the ground regardless of the dust. He probed the Magatama with his mind. Time flew. Su Ping studied the small 5 elements formation and Joanna kept him company. She was not an expert in formations, but she was more than capable enough to teach him. Joanna's explanation was thorough and Su Ping's study was comprehensive. Su Ping attained a basic understanding of the small 5 elements formation in merely 10 days. Su Ping's progress was faster than Joanna had anticipated. She realized that Su Ping had become quite talented when it came to learning of formations. You can finish the study in less than a month. Indeed. I am a good teacher, Joanna exclaimed. Su Ping rolled his eyes. 10 days had gone by. He summoned the system and went back to the store. He opened the door at once to check the situation outside after he returned. The wild beasts were on the move. Many things could happen in one day in real life. As soon as he opened the door, he saw many titled battle pet warriors of the Ken family across the street. The other families were also gathered there. Everyone looked sullen. Chapter 654 The List 3. What is going on? Su Ping shouted as he went over. The titled battle pet warriors turned around and greeted Su Ping with respect. Someone murmured, Mr. Su is here. Thank God. Let's see what Mr. Su thinks. Sure. The titled battle pet warriors quietly made way for Su Ping as he approached them. Mr. Su. Some elders of the Ken family and the family heads of both Doyus and Gazaos went to greet Su Ping. Liu Tanzong gazed at Su Ping with complicated emotions. Back in the day, their pet store had competed against Su Ping's while resorting to underhanded means to tarnish his store's reputation. As he thought of what he had done, Liu Tanzong had to admit. He could not believe he had ever done that. That had to be one of the most daring moments in his entire life. The good thing was that Su Ping only requested half of the Liu family's wealth. Otherwise, the young Su Ping, a man with legendary rank combat strength, could simply say the word and the Liu family would disappear without leaving a trace. Even if some of their members managed to escape, they would soon realize how they would never be able to see the light of day again. Legendary battle pet warriors established the rules on the blue planet. What are you talking about? Why do all of you seem so worried? Said Su Ping after taking a glance. Liu Tanzong came back to his senses and produced a forced smile. Mr. Su, we are talking about relocating. The tower issued the list this morning, but the Longjiang base city is not part of the Xinjiang defense line. The tower hopes that Longjiang can be merged with the Xuanglong base city. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Are you sure about that? We have Qinjuang here. Why are they relocating a base city when there's a legendary battle pet warrior stationed here? That relocation didn't simply mean that people would stay somewhere else till the strike ended and then return. After all the people left the base city, the wild beasts would then arrive and occupy the base city. No one would be able to come back. Each base city had its customs and culture, all of it would be lost with the relocation. Su Ping also knew that relocation was not possible for him. His store was there. He didn't want to leave Longjiang. That was a Class B base city and he had lived in a poor community where the streets were old and the buildings were aged. However, those mottled walls and the humidity in the air were a part of him. That was his home. It was shabby but beautiful. Liu Tanzong forced a smile. Qin is a legendary battle pet warrior but he didn't join the tower. We heard that the legendary battle pet warriors in the tower have formed different parties and things have become quite complicated. The tower claimed that Longjiang's geographic location wasn't suitable to be used as a defense line. We could become a weak link for everyone. I have to say, this isn't entirely unreasonable. However, we can make up for that flaw with Qinjuang. The tower is just making excuses. Su Ping frowned. What did Qinjuang say? He went to the Xinjiang Defense Line's head office and hasn't returned yet. An elder of the Ken family sighed. Zi Jinshui is also making calls. He's trying to work something out using his connections, in order to have Longjiang added in the defense line. If the Xinjiang defense line excludes us, no other defense line would accept us, since we would become a liability for them. The family head of the Zhou family heaved a sigh and added, I had thought that we would certainly be part of the defense line, considering there's Qin Zhuang and Mr. Su. I cannot believe they're telling us to relocate. This is outrageous. Zhu Tainlin wanted to hurl out some verbal abuse, but he had already done so earlier, when he first heard the news. He no longer had the urge to spew curses. He was merely anxious to find a way to add their base city in the defense line. Otherwise, all the base city's residents would have to relocate or they would be facing the strike alone. Relocation could be detrimental, especially to the major families. All of their territories were in Longjiang. All the fixed assets would become worthless once they left. All their estates and businesses would have to be given up. They could only take some cash and part of their family assets with them. But any major family considered fixed assets as the most important part. One could only have so much money. Su Ping pulled a long face. Qin Zhuang had briefed him about the defense line. He didn't understand anything about the geographic location. He wasn't concerned about such an issue. Still, he trusted Qin Zhuang's judgment. Longjiang would be treated as part of the defense line, unless the base city's location was too remote. Do you have a map? I need to see something, Su Ping said. An elder of the Qin family said at once, yes. Mr. Su, this way please. They went into the building's lobby and placed a sand table. That lobby was originally used to display some of the ceramics, rare pet feathers and shells that the Qin family had collected over the years. It was no longer an exhibition hall. The sand table, plus a map of the subcontinent district and the world were the only things on display. Here's the Longjiang base city. A Qin family elder pointed at the map. Su Ping looked. He saw a place next to a mountain range and there was a small flag with the word Longjiang written on it. Mr. Su, we. The Qin family elder thought about giving Su Ping an introduction but the latter signaled him to stop. No one said anything. Su Ping saw the locations of the base cities on the sand table, as well as the Dragon Spine Forest and the North Pass Mountain, the two which flanked the base city's landscape. There were over a dozen base cities built around the area, 12 of them were close to the North Pass Mountain, including Longjiang which was the closest to the mountain and further away from the Dragon Spine Forest. However, by looking at the big picture, the distance between Longjiang and the Dragon Spine Forest was insignificant. The Longjiang base city was in no way a weak link. Can you contact Zi Jinshui? Su Ping asked. Liu Danzong shook his head. Zi Jinshui is busy calling everyone he knows. You will have to go to the city hall. Su Ping nodded. I'll do that. He left right away. The others looked at each other. Someone whispered, is Mr. Su thinking about personally going to the tower to beg for help? Begging to the tower? Mr. Su once went there to beat them up. Do you honestly think Mr. Su would go and beg the tower over this? The tower knows that the Longjiang base city has Mr. Su, but they're not including us in the defense line. They're clearly doing this on purpose. They wouldn't relent even if Mr. Su went to beg. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to embarrass Mr. Su in order to force him to crawl over to them. These are special times. Mr. Su cannot beat them up again. If he were to hurt or kill legendary battle pet warriors again, he would be fighting against the entire human society. We cannot have an internal strife at this moment. Why can't he? We didn't start it, the tower did, talking nonsense about geographic location, weak links and whatnot. What the hell? We are not fools. They can't even fool the general public with this. I really cannot understand the tower. Longjiang has 2 legendary battle pet warriors and still we have to relocate. How the hell did they come up with such a stupid decision? They're just doing this on purpose. Mr. Su shamed them before, so they are trying to get back at us. No wonder Mr. Su doesn't approve of the tower. I thought legendary battle pet warriors were indifferent to fame and wealth. But they're just like us. Hush. You cannot say that. This isn't something we should think about. If they knew. They looked at each other. Although still angry, they stopped talking. Indeed. Su Ping was able to rattle the tower because he had the ability and the courage. On the other hand, they themselves weren't legendary battle pet warriors. Apart from the Qin family, none of the other families had legendary battle pet warriors. If their complaints were to be made public, the tower could easily destroy their families. Those were the plights of the weak. They were furious, but unable to even complain about it. City Hall. Everyone at the City Hall knew Su Ping from his pictures. They would bow to him with respect and no one stopped him. When Su Ping found Zi Jinshui, the latter was making a call while standing by his office window. Gee, please, we've known each other for years. Could just please relay my message? I will go and thank you in person after this ends. You know about us. The Longjiang base city is not a Class C settlement. We are not Class A, either, but we have legendary battle pet warriors. Gee. Hello? The call ended. Su Ping pushed the door open and went in. Ziqinshui turned around with a start. He produced a forced smile after Su Ping's unexpected appearance. Mr. Su, how long have you been here? Just a second, Su Ping said calmly. I've been briefed of the situation. Is someone deliberately creating trouble for us? After seeing the sand table, Su Ping had then found out that the reason for excluding Longjiang from the defense line was utterly irrational. The Longjiang base city's circumstances were not valid for it to be ignored. Ziqinshui wished he could say something but stopped on second thought. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. Ken went there to find out. The tower should show him some respect. Although, I still wonder if he is going to come back with good news. The tower is managing the Xinjiang defense line, right? How many legendary battle pet warriors are in charge? Who is the leader? Su Ping asked. He could think of one legendary battle pet warrior from the tower with whom he shared a deep-seated hatred with. Yuan Tanshan. If Yuan Tanshan was the one behind it all, Su Ping would no longer show mercy. Even though Su Ping kept a calm face, Ziqinshui's experience as a mayor allowed him to immediately notice Su Ping's killing intent. Startled by it, he said at once, Mr. Su, this has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Do not give in to impulse. If you fight the tower, you will be putting yourself against all of humanity. The tower represents justice at this time, and justice always wins. It's not that justice always wins. It is the surviving party that wins. Su Ping snorted. I won't deal with them for now. They are scum, but the public are innocent. The tower's members are rotten, but they'll have to fight to protect the base cities, and this is their sole value. Ziqinshui was relieved. I'm glad to hear that. I trust that you'll be a man of your word, Mr. Su. I am. You don't have to warn me. No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Su. Ziqinshui waved his hands at once. He was about to continue when his phone rang. Ken Zhuang. He must be back already. Ziqinshui looked glad. He answered the call without hesitation. I failed. He heard two words that took away all his delight and hope. Su Ping heard that as well. He narrowed his eyes. Ziqinshui became absent-minded. He stood in a daze for a moment, not even noticing that Ken Zhuang had hung up. After a moment passed, he came back to his senses and saw that the call had indeed ended. He produced a forced smile and said to Su Ping, Mr. Su, why don't you go back home? I have to make some calls. I have some old schoolmates I can contact, and I know that my wife's family has some connections. I will call them. After looking at the forced smile, Su Ping said, you don't have to find anyone. Since the defense line does not want us, we will simply defend ourselves. Ziqinshui was surprised. This strike is not a common one. I heard that there's a major problem at the deep caves. According to some ancient and confidential records, I know that the wild beasts contained within are much more intimidating than the ones we've seen in the barren areas. The former are heartless. There must be over 100 beast kings in the deep caves. You don't have to guess, Su Ping said. There are probably over 1,000 beast kings, but they're scattered around the world. The subcontinent district only has to deal with 100 or 2, and Longjiang will merely have to fight dozens of them. Over 1,000? Ziqinshui was so stunned that he almost dropped his phone. He curled his lips and turned pale. We? Dozens? He looked desperate. Dozens of beast kings. How terrifying. They were enough to flatten the Longjiang base city. They had Su Ping and Ken Zhuang in Longjiang, but the base city was not a small place. If they were posted at the east side, the west side would be left unattended. If the beasts came from different directions, there would be nothing that Su Ping could do. Don't worry. I am here, Su Ping said to the trembling mayor. I am here. The 3 words boosted Ziqinshui's confidence. He gazed at Su Ping and said with a heavy mind, Mr. Su, I don't know the extent of what you can accomplish, but I understand that you're better than those at the Void State. Still, dozens of beast kings. Can we do this? I will open my store for business, and I will call some friends for help. I have given a look at the sand table. I can guard one side and Ken Zhuang can guard another. The other sides can be protected by my battle pets, Su Ping said. But. No buts. Let's do this. Su Ping cut Ziqinshui off. Ziqinshui was inspired by Su Ping's determination. He took a deep breath and the worry on his mind finally vanished. You are right. Let's do this. No one was willing to help us, no matter how I begged. Those bastards. I knew that begging wouldn't work, and I'm done with begging. Relying on them is worse than relying on ourselves. Damn it, we will do this. Chapter 655. Heaven Executor regret arrived as soon as he finished this self-pep talk. Anyone could say bold words to seek a momentary gratification. But not everyone went and did bold things. The Longjiang base city had a large population, and yet he had given in to impulse. Stop hesitating. Go and get ready. I have to go back now. Su Ping saw how Zi Jinshui was showing his hesitant nature again, so he decided to snap him out of it. He left the office soon after. Zi Jinshui watched as Su Ping left, feeling powerless. From that moment on, he would have to place all his hope on Su Ping. Prepare for war. Su Ping went directly back to his store. Since the Longjiang base city had failed to become part of the Xinjiang defense line, they would have to rely on themselves. Su Ping knew that someone in the tower was targeting him, but that was not the time for him to seek revenge. Brother Leng, do you have time? We need more people at the Longjiang base city. Su Ping called Leng Yingjun Venerable the Blade at once after he returned. Mr. Su, I heard about your base city. I was at the head office of the Xinjiang defense line when Mr. Qin went there. Leng Yingjun heaved a sigh and continued, I became aware of the situation but was unable to do anything about it. I am so sorry. But if Longjiang is in danger, I will be there. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about it, this had nothing to do with you. Do you know who suggested excluding our base city? Well. Leng Yingjun sounded hesitant but he eventually answered, a senior legendary battle pet warrior of the tower did, but I'm not at liberty to tell you the name because I am a member of the tower. Su Ping was surprised. You're a member of the tower? You've finally reached the legendary rank? Yes, and I'm mortified to say that. Leng Yingjun forced a bitter smile. I have to thank you, Mr. Su. I reached the legendary rank because of the Beast King you sold me. I was able to feel the special energy harnessed by Beast Kings through the bond of the contract, which later inspired me. I was able to get through the bottleneck. If it weren't for the Beast King, I don't know how much longer I would be stuck. I might have never been able to take the final step. Congratulations. Su Ping was glad. There was one more legendary battle pet warrior with a sense of responsibility. The tower called me soon after I reached the legendary rank. I joined the tower for the greater good of humanity. Leng Yingjun felt a bit embarrassed. I've heard about the matters between you and the tower. I don't hate the tower. I hate my enemies. Su Ping cut him off and said with a smiling voice, whichever organization you joined, the fact that you're a legendary battle pet warrior is a happy occasion. When time allows, come to visit and I will hand you a gift. Mr. Su. Leng Yingjun didn't know what to say. He felt too mortified to meet Su Ping after joining the tower. It was thanks to the Beast King that Su Ping sold him that he had been able to reach the legendary rank. He wouldn't have been inspired without that Beast King. It just so happened that the breakthrough came at a critical time. The titled rank was no longer enough in those trying times. Several legendary battle pet warriors had passed away. He was indebted to Su Ping. Okay, I have to call someone else. See you, Su Ping said. Leng Yingjun heard the call end and he put down his phone after a few seconds of silence. In the meantime, Su Ping started to call others. Wu Guangcheng was the second person he called. Su Linaiu's teacher. Wu Guangcheng was at the peak of the titled rank, but different from Venerable the Blade, the former was an expert in healing. His own combat strength was not strong, but it would be much better than 1 + 1 = 2 when he assisted others. No problem, Wu Guangcheng answered without hesitation. Su Ping was touched by Wu Guangcheng's attitude. He could not imagine how he had become friends with a titled warrior whom he had coerced into staying. Su Ping didn't call a third person. As a matter of fact, there were only a few titled battle pet warriors he knew. People like Yan Wanli and Han Yuxiang had to protect their own base cities. The Longyang base city was important because of the entrance to the deep caves, making it an easy target. If we do end up needing more people, the Ken family, the Zhu family and the Yi family have many titled battle pet warriors, Su Ping said to himself. The Longyang base city did have a large population of titled battle pet warriors. However, compared to the number of wild beasts, their numbers were only a drop in the bucket. That being said, titled battle pet warriors could sign contracts with beast kings. If every titled battle pet warrior in Longjiang could be equipped with a beast king, Longjiang would have enough power to defend itself, even if dozens of beast kings were to come. Su Ping thought of a plan. Head office of the Xinjiang defense line. The place had been up in the Xing base city. Both Xing and Longjing competed openly and covertly. Eventually, the Longjing base city gave in. More and more battle pet warriors started pouring into Xing after the head office was set up. Titled battle pet warriors from the 11 base cities which made the defensive line would make frequent trips to report. More than 20 legendary battle pet warriors had been appointed to the head office by the tower. One of the 20 was at the Void State, a healthy man in his old age. Just a legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State. How dare he come to us and argue? An old man was sitting on a wooden chair with the engravings of a phoenix and a dragon. That Ken dude refused to join the tower. Stupid thing. He thought he could do better by buttering up that Gaisu in the Longjiang base city, instead of joining us. How ridiculous. Right. Joining the tower is not to gain benefits, it's all for the greater good of humanity. We are managing all the base cities across the world and we work hard with both mind and body. That Ken dude is a lowly, pandering ingrate. What does he know about difficulties? The other 3 legendary battle pet warriors in the room sneered. The old man snorted. How is the Longjiang base city doing? Has that Gaisu called to beg or ask someone to do it on his behalf? No, not for now. Who would be foolish enough to beg for that kid's sake? He killed several legendary battle pet warriors. He's a traitor to human society. Don't worry. He will come and beg when the beast strike arrives. The 3 legendary battle pet warriors laughed. They could even see how Suking would beg before them when the strike came. Never mind. We should be prepared. The master has entrusted this defense line to me. We cannot afford to make mistakes, the old man interrupted them. You're right, Lord Ni. We gave a chance to the Longjiang base city but they refused to relocate. They are only seeking their own doom. With Lord Ni here, even if wild beasts come to the Longjiang base city, we will surely be able to defend it. The old man nodded. Speaking of which, Longjiang is important because it also has an entrance to the deep caves. That place is our priority. Report anything out of the ordinary immediately. That is correct. Longjiang has a heaven executor who will take care of the deep caves, so I don't think we need to be worried. Anyway, those heaven executors hide in the base cities. What are they protecting? I heard that some base cities that have no entrances to the deep caves have heaven executors as well, Longjiang for example. Humphrey. The old man suddenly darted a cold glance at the 3. The strike is upon us, I suggest you leave those messy thoughts to rest. You don't have the authority to ask about the heaven executors. That is top secret and even I am being kept in the dark. Be careful. The master may hear this. Discussing heaven executors is forbidden. The other people smiled apologetically and no longer touched that subject. They hid their curiosity deep inside. Even the tower regarded the topic as top secret. How interesting. In the meantime, Longjiang base city. Suping was about to close the door to visit a cultivation site when his father Su Yuan-shan arrived. Ping, is this your store? Su Yuan-shan stood by the door and looked around. Suping smiled. I got the store from you. This is our store. Chapter 656 Crisis. Your mother was the one managing the store. You got the store from her. Su Yuan-shan shook his head. It was just a small, ordinary store when she ran things. But now. See all the titled battle pet warriors. I cannot even count how many have come here. Suping smiled silently. I saw in the news that the wild beasts are striking everywhere and many base cities are relocating. Have you also thought about moving? Su Yuan-shan asked. Suping shook his head. I'm not leaving Longjiang. Su Yuan-shan gazed at him. Are you sure? It's not a small strike this time. The wild beasts could be even more intimidating than the other world heavenly king you met. Suping was surprised. How do you know? I saw it on the news. These news reports are very detailed. Suping was speechless. Anyway, let's roll with the punches and we'll see what to do when the time comes. Su Yuan-shan didn't offer a reply. Dad, I have to do something. Could you head back home for now? Sure. Suping closed the door after his father left. He pulled up the systems shop and found advanced beast catching rings. He refreshed the shop several times. 3 out of 5 rounds, he found beast catching rings. He grabbed the beast catching rings, called Joanna and went to the demigod burial. Suping went and said to Joanna directly, I need 4 beast kings at the void state. Do you want to sell them? That is correct. Sure. Finding 4 beast kings at the void state within 10 days is a piece of cake. Joanna accepted the mission. Suping looked at her. She had helped him deal with many troubles. She was indeed a great helper. You'll become an outstanding employee after this beast strike. I'll take you to the Archene divinity by then, Suping said. Joanna was surprised. Are you serious? She stared at him. Yes. Suping nodded. Joanna bit her lips and took a deep breath. Good. Is that a deal? Suping replied with a smile. Do you want to deny it later? No. Then why don't you answer me? I'm a man of my word. If I wasn't, no matter how many promises I make, they would all be pointless. Joanna quietly stared at him. She summoned 2 god warriors and asked them to catch void state beast kings. Joanna began to teach the small 5 elements formation to Suping after the god warriors left. The teacher and the student. Joanna was a patient tutor. She told the celestial gods to get some materials so that Suping could practice. Those materials were not cheap, but Joanna had a large fortune. She could afford Suping's practice materials. 10 days passed. The god warriors had caught 4 Void State Beast Kings on the 3rd day. They placed the Beast Kings in cages and delivered them to Su King. Su King told the god warriors to beat the Beast Kings half to death before he used the advanced beast catching rings. He was able to catch 3 after 4 attempts. That was a pretty lucky draw. Those Beast Kings lived in the demigod burial. They were different from the wild beasts he had seen on the blue planet, since they had divine energy coursing inside them. They had crystal cores to store divine energy, adding the fact that they could learn and develop faster. Besides, those Beast Kings had 1 or 2 divine skills that were powerful or mysterious. Su King was happy after catching 3 Beast Kings. He didn't even want to sell them. After all, the 3 Beast Kings were much better than the ones he had previously found on the blue planet. He was even reluctant to sell them to others. It's such a shame I still can't sign a contract with Void State Beast Kings. Su King felt sorry he had mastered the small 5 elements formation during the 10-day period, and he switched to cultivating whenever he had spare time. He wondered if he had experienced too many heavens tests or whether he had done something else, but he still couldn't take the final step, even while having enough astral powers inside him. I thought the turning point had to do with the heavens test. Su King was confused. He was unable to sense when his own heavenly test would arrive. It meant that he wasn't going to reach the legendary rank anytime soon. However, when he made use of people's tests, he had been able to feel how the thunders and bolts of lightning were manifested, emerging from the void. That splendor and magnificence had amazed him. And yet, he no longer felt a thing during the testing, even while being at the peak of the 9th rank. He asked Joanna to find more people who were about to take the test so he could try it, but he lost that feeling forever. He had turned numb. Have I become immune to the heavens test? Su King feared that he had become desensitized after having gone through many heavens tests. Let's not forget that he had reached the 2nd level of the solar bulwark. His physical strength could already be compared to that of the Fate State. The heavens test could barely harm him. I can't break through if I can't feel the calling, right? Su King asked Joanna. He thought he could break through by making use of other people's tests. All heavens tests were essentially similar. You're right. Joanna eyed Su King as if the latter were a fool. If you achieve a breakthrough like this, not only could you do the same with the heavens test for the legendary rank, it could also be used for the star rank. But then there would be too many powerful people in the world if I could revive them like you can and simply borrow the heavens test of the supreme god rank. Su King was speechless. Tell me. Why can't I sense heavens test? I'm at the proper stage, theoretically speaking, and the breakthrough should arrive as naturally as drinking water and eating. Who knows? Maybe you need something else. Joanna shrugged. Su King made no reply. Never mind. Success will arrive once the conditions are ripe. He asked for a bunch of materials to lay the small 5 elements formation and then went back to the store with Joanna. Another day in real life had passed. Huh? Su King was startled after sensing that there were merely 1 or 2 titled battle pet warriors across the street. He pushed the door open and went out at once. Have the wild beasts arrived? Su King asked at once. 2 elders of the Ken family were pointing at something depicted on the sand table. Su King's question startled them. They bowed to him at once and one of them answered, Mr. Su, I heard you were cultivating in your store. The wild beasts have indeed made a move but our base city was not affected. The crisis befell in the Xinjiang defense line. The Xinjiang defense line? Yes. The Longjing base city was seriously attacked this morning. I heard that over 100 titled warriors and 2 legendary warriors have died. The other elder answered. Chapter 657 Base Cities as the formation the Longjing base city. Su King mumbled to himself. He had been paying attention to the other base cities ever since he found out that there was an entrance to the deep caves in the Longjing base city. If his guess was right, there was also an entrance to the deep caves in Longjing. So, the starting point of the strike was the entrance to the deep caves? Did the strike begin inside the base city or from the outside? Su King asked the 2 Ken family elders. Inside. That is what I heard, one of them said. That was to be expected. The wild beasts were coming out from the deep caves. The odd thing was, he had barely seen any wild beasts when he was inside the deep caves. They must have been hiding somewhere in the caves. Su King was worried. He wondered if Li Yuan and the others were fine. It was unfortunate that he had no space swallowers and couldn't contact Li Yuan. Where is Qin Zhuang? Su King asked. He's patrolling the outer wall. Do you need to talk to him? We can call him for you. It's okay. I'm just asking. Su King looked at the sand table. Those base cities had been marked on the sand table and Longjing wasn't far off. There were 3 base cities between Longjing and Longjiang. It would only take 30 minutes to arrive by riding a common 9th rank bird. Longjing base city. Longjing base city. Both names start with Long. Su King shook his head. Something caught his attention all of a sudden. He looked at the sand table again and something seemed to be off. Of all the base cities of the subcontinent district, over a dozen had a name starting with long. When looking at the base cities with a long prefix, Suping suddenly realized that those base cities were actually forming the shape of a five-pointed star. There were actually 2 five-pointed stars, the overlapping stars revealed 10 points. Some base cities around the 2 five-pointed stars were like supporting structures. Suping was no longer a green hand when it came to formations. He had studied formations with Joanna for more than 20 days, having mastered the small 5 elements formation. He noticed how the base cities had created a formation. The supporting structures were normally used to stabilize the formation and to provide energy to the formation. However, he was able to recognize the formation type. Am I wrong, or is it plain overthinking? Wait a minute. Suping suddenly remembered the other world Heavenly King. It had first sent Beast Kings to attack the Longjiang base city, and then the Heavenly King made an appearance. It wasn't a hunting mission. Suping believed that the other world Heavenly King was trying to find some things in the Longjiang base city back then. Or, something in the Longjiang base city was appealing to the Heavenly King. Longjiang seemed to be one of the supporting structures. The Longjiang base city was not part of the 10-point star. There were 6 supporting stars. 6 supporting stars are scattered around the 10-point star. There are entrances to the deep caves in Longying and Longjing, but not in the Longjiang base city. There's one in Longlan, which is a Class B base city. I don't think this is a coincidence. Suping blinked. He decided to take the sand table to Joanna. It was highly likely that she'd be able to recognize the formation. I'll be borrowing this, Suping said. Although surprised, the 2 Qin family elders didn't stop Suping. They could get another one. He picked up the sand table and went back to his store so that he could show Joanna. Take a look. What formation is this? Suping asked Joanna. He had highlighted the base cities which had the long prefix in their names with astral powers. Joanna looked at it, and then she appeared to have been amazed. The Heaven Lock? A formation indeed. Suping's mind was weighed down. What type is it? Some sort of sealing formation? Something like that. But the formation is not sealing any life forms, but heaven itself. What? Suping didn't understand. Back at the Celestial Star, he had learned from the Golden Crow's chief elder about existences related to heaven, the Heaven Master. The Heaven Masters could destroy over 100 blue planets with one stomp, and could even flatten the entire Federation. Still, Joanna said that the formation had been used to seal heaven within? Joanna gazed at him. I think you might have misunderstood me. I mean the tangible heaven and earth. What? Well, this is a sealing formation that affects space. Once the seal is opened, both the heaven and earth sealed inside would be revealed. The blue planet would grow. The planet's potential growth is dependent on how much heaven and earth had been sealed. Joanna continued, I didn't know that this small planet of yours was keeping that many secrets. The one who set up this heaven lock probably wanted to loot astral powers. He or she was surely trying to contain all the astral powers in that area so that he or she could enjoy the astral powers alone. I don't know whether the astral powers have already been absorbed by someone else, but if not, all the astral powers across the entire blue planet will be more profound and you'll have more powerful humans and beasts alike. Suping was surprised. Gee, someone used over a dozen base cities to build a heaven lock, just so that he or she could enjoy the astral powers alone? Which rank would this person or being have to be able to build this formation? Suping asked. Building formations is not strict when it comes to ranks. Legendary Fate State Warriors, as you call them, can build this heaven lock and the small 5 elements formation. It would only take them more effort. Those at the star rank can build those formations with more ease. However, I don't think those at the star rank would want a small portion of astral powers. I suppose the builder was most likely at the Fate State. Suping nodded. The builder of the formation surely had something to do with the construction of more than a dozen base cities. Some base cities had been recently built while others like Longying and Longjing had been put together over 1,000 years before. No wonder the other world Heavenly King would pay us a visit. It must have been thinking about destroying the heaven lock so that the astral powers could be unleashed. That way, the wild beasts around the world would enjoy a boost of strength, which would help them encroach on human lands. I bet the Heavenly Kings were actually trying to devour the astral powers themselves, Suping mumbled to himself. The statement made sense. The other world Heavenly King had shown up in the flesh, just so that it could destroy the formation and enjoy the stored astral powers. 1,000 years ago. Was the first master of the tower the actual builder? Suping thought of the possibility. He decided he would have to ask Zijin Shui. The mayor had to know more about Longjiang's history. Do you know how to build and deactivate the heaven lock? Teach me, Suping said to Joanna. He didn't mind opening the formation to unleash the astral powers himself. He could take the astral powers, other battle pet warriors could have a share if there was too much of it. The wild beasts would grow, of course, but humans would find reaching the legendary rank much easier. This is a third rank formation, as easy as the small 5 elements formation, Joanna said. That formation was merely child's play for her. You just have to destroy the 6 supporting stars, which is the most common approach. There are 2 special methods. First, you can use the power of rules and enter the sealed space directly to destroy it from within. The second method is to build 3 additional supporting stars, thus reversing the formation. Joanna added, you would have to be at the star rank if you wanted to try the first special method. As for the second, you would have to build 3 base cities, which would be more possible for you. I'll tell you where to build the 3 supporting stars and how. Su-ping clicked his tongue. Such an extraordinary formation seemed to be a piece of cake for her. He knew that some of the third-rank formations could be strong enough to directly kill those at the star rank. You're a good employee, Su-ping exclaimed. Joanna had helped him greatly. I am glad you know that. I've developed swordplay that contains the power of rules, and I can cut open the void with it. Can I enter the sealed space with this? Su-ping was curious. If he was able to enter the sealed space with the help of the void sword, he would have the chance to consume the astral powers which had been accumulating for 1,000 years. He had reached a bottleneck in his rank, but the Chaos Star chart was miraculous enough, it allowed him to continue absorbing astral powers. If he could consume more astral powers, and since a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change, he trusted that he would be able to reach the legendary rank even without the heavens test. Swordplay. Joanna looked at him. You're still a mortal being who has not yet reached the legendary rank. Have you truly started to understand rules? Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't think I'm a trophy boy just because I'm handsome, Su-ping answered. Joanna. That is not what I meant. She sneered. I know what you meant. How about I show you? Su-ping asked. Sure. I want to see. Joanna still had doubts. She knew that Su-ping was powerful, but rank limits were also true. She was fine accepting that Su-ping was able to compete against one at the Fate State. Talents like him did exist. But, a mortal being mastering the power of rules? He would be as talented as I am. That reincarnated version of her original self carried the memory of her previous lives, including the understanding of rules and principles. That was why she could use a large number of secret skills. Boom. Su-ping lifted his hand and the sword appeared in his grasp. He slashed. The void was torn open. Destruction. Annihilation. Joanna saw a dark mark in space. She could see through the crack and into the many layers of space inside. She narrowed her eyes. That's the power of rules. She felt that. You. Su-ping asked, can I cut the formation open with this? Joanna gradually came back to her senses. No. You'd have to be proficient in using the power of rules to break the formation. Your usage is still crude and not nearly enough. Joanna forced a bitter smile. Even though Su-ping was still far from being an expert, she already found the situation terrifying. This guy is a monster. Ah. Su-ping was disappointed. Since Joanna had confirmed that it wasn't enough, she had to be telling the truth. He had never doubted her. So, the only thing I can do is to build 3 base cities to reverse the formation or to destroy 6 base cities, and the latter is obviously not possible. Su-ping shook his head. He couldn't destroy their base city, or any other base city for that matter. He then decided not to linger on that topic. He returned the sand table to the Ken family. The task at hand was to deal with the beast strike. He would revisit the Heaven Lock topic with Joanna in the future. He went to the west segment of the city wall. There he saw many battle pet warriors instructing their battle pets to help them move weapons and devices around. The Longjing base city was under attack and the wild beasts could later spread to Longjing. They had to be ready. Su-ping went to see Qin Zhuang and ask about the situation in Longjing. The Xinjing defense line had excluded the Longjing base city, but that was only the tower's decision. Su-ping didn't loathe the base cities. They didn't ask us for help. The titled warriors from the base cities in the Xinjing defense line and the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower are hurrying over to Longjing. I heard that they have only lost 5 legendary battle pet warriors. Qin Zhuang told Su-ping about the frustrating updates. They were all humans, honor one and you honor them all. Qin Zhuang didn't want to see the Longjing base city fall. 5 legendary battle pet warriors have died. Su-ping frowned. Legendary battle pet warriors should have enough power to stand on their own and they could help each other. However, 5 had already passed away. That was definitely not good. The defensive line was useless if not even the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower were able to stop the beast strike. The other 11 base cities which were part of the defensive line would also be in danger. Those base cities had even accepted relocated population. The defense line had a population of over 1 billion. I'll go there if the situation is urgent, Su-ping said. Qin Zhuang looked at him. But the Xinjing defense line excluded us. My grudge is with the decision makers, not with the public. The people in the base cities are innocent, Su Ping said. Ken Zhuang expressed his admiration. Mr. Su, you have my respect. Su Ping waved his hand. He wasn't trying to prove how generous he was. He was simply unwilling to see that many people suffer. Right then, his phone rang. XXMR. Su. It was Venerable the Blade's voice. Mr. Su, can you come to the Longjing base city? Chapter 658. He arrived. How is Longjing doing? Having been alerted about the situation, Su Ping remained composed. Mr. Su, do you know about the Longjing base city? Venerable the Blade said at once, the base city has fallen into the enemy's hands. A surge of beasts came from the deep caves. They came prepared. We've already detected 40 or 50 beast kings. Ken Zhuang heard that. He narrowed his eyes in fear. 40 or 50 beast kings? He could even picture how those mountain-like beast kings were wreaking havoc in the Longjing base city. It would be difficult for some base cities to deal with dozens of 9th-rank beasts, let alone dozens of beast kings. We discussed the situation. We're planning to trap the beast kings in the Longjing base city and use the existing assault formation to contain them. We may not be able to kill them all, but we will have the chance to push them back into the deep caves at the very least. Otherwise, those beast kings could get out and merge with other wild beasts. That could be detrimental to base cities that are still relocating. Venerable the Blade asked Su Ping for a favor. Mr. Su, I know what you can do. A legendary battle pet warrior at the ocean state like me cannot even compare with you. Could you come here and lend a hand? I know that the tower has mistreated you with the defense line arrangement, but the general public is innocent. Yes. I'll be there, Su Ping said before Venerable the Blade could finish. He could feel how sorry and embarrassed the latter was. Being a friend, he would help and make things easier for Venerable the Blade. Take care. Hang in there, I'll be there, Su Ping repeated. Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade had thought that persuading Su Ping would be a difficult task, but he had already agreed before he got to the begging part. Venerable the Blade bit his teeth and clenched his fists. The new legendary warrior gazed into the distance. People were shouting and the beasts were roaring. The legendary battle pet warriors were hurrying here and there. Venerable the Blade was full of complex feelings. He didn't know why the tower was acting towards Su Ping with such hostility. They couldn't set their prejudice aside even at this time. On the other hand, Su Ping was the bigger man. Venerable the Blade took a deep breath and shook those ideas away. He was determined. He would quit the tower once everything ended. That was not the tower he desired to be part of. You're going? Ken Zhuang asked Su Ping. He was worried. Su Ping was the base city's cornerstone. Ken Zhuang was at the legendary rank but he knew the limits of his abilities. He had acquired his beast kings through Su Ping. He believed that the latter's battle pets would only be more powerful. Besides, Su Ping had ousted creatures like the otherworld Heavenly King. He couldn't even tell how stronger Su Ping had become. And yet, there was one thing he did know, he couldn't protect the base city by himself if Su Ping left. This time, the beast strike was definitely not a common one. A strike with 7 or 8 beast kings would have caught the attention of the entire world in the past. However, strikes of such severity were commonplace in recent days. Many base cities had fallen to such beast strikes. Many people, young and old, female and male, had lost their lives to the wild beasts. I won't be there for long. Don't worry, Su Ping comforted Ken Zhuang. He thought for a moment and summoned the dark dragon hound. This pet would always act like a kid when around Su Ping. Still, it had become a fierce battle pet after having gone through countless rounds of deaths. Even Ken Zhuang felt stressed around the dark dragon hound. I'll leave my battle pet here. Call me if anything happens and I'll come back right away. The dog will help you in the meantime, Su Ping said. Ken Zhuang gazed at the battle pet. It was a sort of mix between a wolf and a dog with a tail and scales of a dragon. It was like a veteran that had survived fierce battles. You are leaving your battle pet here. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go there like this? Ken Zhuang was concerned. A group made of dozens of beast kings should never be underestimated. If those beast kings were intelligent, they could work together. That could be even more destructive. It's okay. I have other buddies, Su Ping said. He patted the dark dragon hound's head and told it what to do. The dark dragon hound barked unhappily. Su Ping said grumpily, stay here and guard my home. Don't loaf on the job, you won't like what I do to you if the city is breached. The dark dragon hound barked. Not wasting any time, Su Ping summoned the Inferno Dragon, hopped onto one of its shoulders and flew away. Longjing Base City. Roar. Roar. The beast roars resounded, and the flames of war were raging. The entire base city had fallen. The residential buildings and the landmark skyscrapers had collapsed during the battles. The base city had been reduced to a heap of rubble. The beast kings were causing damage everywhere. Some of them would lift buildings more than 20 stories high and throw them at the battle pet warriors. The building would break, revealing the supporting rebars. The ground shook and the sewers were exposed. Many wild beasts were traveling in the sewers. Some corpses were dangling from the mouths of wild beasts, their arms were swinging back and forth. Come on. Hurry. Use the iron wall to stop them. Do we have reinforcements? Man down. The battle pet warriors were risking their lives. Some of them had lost their limbs and some had been smashed from the waist down. The heavily mauled battle pet warriors were dragged out of the battleground. Some battle pets also fell, forming pools of blood. Wild beasts rushed over and stomped the battle pets' heads before they could be treated. The battle pet warriors felt their hearts ache as they saw their battle pets die. Slaughter. Blood. Screams. Surrounded by the gunfire and cries of misery, some of the weaker-willed battle pet warriors were shaking, while some of the more courageous battle pet warriors felt their blood surge. The latter would try their best to kill as many wild beasts as they could. Damn it. There are too many of them. Lord Ni, we should leave. We are losing ground here. Several legendary battle pet warriors were floating in the sky with Lord Ni placed in the middle. They had been searching for beast kings to kill. Those creatures weren't stupid. Some of them beast kings had gotten too excited in the beginning and strayed from the herd, ending up dying. The surviving beast kings did the smart thing and stayed together. It had become difficult for the legendary battle pet warriors to resist groups of beast kings launching coordinated attacks. Each legendary battle pet warrior had 3 to 5 beast kings, but their pets were much weaker when compared to the beast kings from the deep caves, even when they were at the same rank. Those wild beast kings would fight like crazy. On the other hand, the beast king battle pets had been captured either outside or inside the deep caves. For the latter, warriors would have to ask friends to find the beast kings for them in the deep caves. Either way, the tamed beast kings had stayed with them for too long and had lost some edge after living on velvet. Those legendary battle pet warriors would only practice with their pets in ways that wouldn't inflict any substantial harm. Their battle pets had never risked their lives. After all, those legendary battle pet warriors would mostly choose to escape whenever they encountered real danger. They would go back to the tower and then win by resorting to numbers. Why would they risk their own lives? After all, getting hurt or getting their battle pets hurt would cost them a fortune in medical bills. Their lives would be ruined if they were unlucky and suffered injuries with possible sequelae. We would all die here and we would still be unable to stop them. Those damn beasts. There are even more wild beast kings coming. There's no end to this. I think we should give up this place. We can come back and finish them one by one after the wild beasts and beast kings begin to leave the base city. It's too hard for us right now. The legendary battle pet warriors said anxiously. Some of their battle pets had been wounded, they weren't happy about that. For one thing, treating their pets' injuries would be expensive. For another, training those beast king pets was difficult. After all, there were barely 3 Holy Spirit trainers in the entire globe. Training beast kings was impossible for the 9th rank top trainers, they would be threatened by the beast kings instead. The tranquilizers used to subdue 9th rank beasts would be ineffective on beast kings. Lord Ni, we cannot leave. One of the legendary battle pet warriors worked up the courage and suggested otherwise. Those beast kings have a plan. They came out so suddenly that none of the alarms went off. It was an ambush. Beast kings were still working together, even outside the Longjing base city. They had a leader and an agenda. Venerable the Blade, what are you suggesting? Do you want us to be killed here so that the wild beasts can go to other base cities? Our lives are precious. We have to live to save more people. He's right. You've just reached the legendary rank, we don't blame you for not seeing the bigger picture just yet. The other legendary battle pet warriors were furious. Staying till the end? They would if they could. After all, it would add to their honor if they succeeded, they could later say they had finished their job. But judging by the current situation, they had decided that the sacrifice was too heavy. The old man with gray hair shouted, "Shut up." The others stopped talking. Lord Ni, we can ask for reinforcements and we can borrow some legendary battle pet warriors from other base cities. We can't give this place up. Venerable the Blade stressed. If they gave up this place, they would leave behind a gaping breach in their defense line. The other base cities would fall under the hooves of the wild beasts. Give up once and they would give up twice. By then, not only would a Longjing base city be doomed, but the entire Xinjiang defense line. Maybe those legendary battle pet warriors could help relocating 1 or 2 base cities, while the wild beasts were focused on the Xinjiang defense line. But what about the other base cities? The population was over 1 billion. What are you talking about? Borrowing help from other defense lines? Do you know how few of us there are? What if the other defense lines were in crisis because they came to help us? A legendary battle pet warrior with golden hair and green eyes shouted. He was a legendary battle pet warrior from another continent who had been assigned to that place. Right. Casualties would rise if we put the other defense lines in danger because of this one base city. The other legendary battle pet warriors disagreed with Venerable the Blade and they did not like him. Venerable the Blade was the weakest of them all. He had just reached the legendary rank and only had one Beast King. They on the other hand had several Beast Kings each. Although all of them were at the ocean state, they were much better than Venerable the Blade. Roar. The ground suddenly shook. A Beast King that looked like a mammoth ran over and smashed away another Beast King. As soon as the second Beast King fell to the ground, many spikes grew out from the surface and vines entangled the Beast King. The spikes had made the Beast King bleed. Lord Ni turned pale. The Beast King was his battle pet. It was a Beast King at the ocean state, nevertheless, it had been heavily wounded. Retreat. Lord Ni squeezed the word out of his mouth. He didn't want to leave, he would prefer to stay if he could. Retreating would mean that his job had failed, and the tower had expressed that he had to stay and guard the base city no matter what. And yet, he could not. He preferred going back to face the punishment. He believed his leaders would not behave too strictly with him, given the situation. Lord Ni. Venerable the Blade was losing patience. If we leave. Stop talking. You can stay and cover our retreat. Don't give the wild beasts a chance to go after us. Lord Ni glared at Venerable the Blade coldly. Venerable the Blade became devoid of color. He was both angry and stunned. Help. Help. We're losing it. Some battle pet warriors were shouting and crying. They only had a dozen battle pets left and each was currently wounded. They could fall at any time. Some battle pets were so weak that they could barely lift their paws. Still, standing behind them were their masters and their masters had given the command. They were afraid but they couldn't step back. Some battle pets were trembling at the prospect of death. Roar. Dozens of battle pet warriors were behind those pets, which in turn were led by a titled battle pet warrior. They had stayed as an attempt to stop the wild beasts. All of a sudden, a huge shadow was cast over the crowd. A Beast King. The battle pet warriors could not believe that a Beast King was coming for them. Desperation. The presence of the Beast King had thrown them into desperation. The titled battle pet warrior came back to his senses. He had noticed that a group of legendary battle pet warriors was flying away from them. Were they going to support other places? But those legendary battle pet warriors ignored them. The leader felt hopeless. They could not fight a Beast King. Run? There's nowhere to run. Roar. A certain organ inside the Beast King was stimulated as it uttered a cry. No one could see the Beast King's mouth, but something like a hand came crashing down right on the crowd of battle pet warriors. The light had been blotted out. All hope was lost. However, they suddenly heard a shrill noise coming from the distance. Boom. The hand froze as if something had stopped it. The hand then began to swell, and then it exploded. Blood rained down. Standing in front of the hand was a young man. His fist was golden and his eyes were cold. He crushed that hand with a punch. Chapter 659 Slay. The battle pet warriors would never forget that. Shocking. The young man who was standing amid the settling dust was like a god. After a moment of silence, everyone heard a shrill cry of pain across the battleground. The Beast King's other limbs held the mangled arm and the Beast King was crying. It was summoning the other Beast Kings nearby. That cry was so loud that many battle pet warriors elsewhere had noticed. Huh? Venerable the Blade, who was on his way to help the group of battle pet warriors, stopped all of a sudden. He stared at the back of the man. That man looks familiar. He's here. Venerable the Blade felt a spread of warmth. He clenched his fists and bit his teeth. Roar. The Beast King with the disabled arm roared at Su Ping to intimidate him. This damn human. The Beast King felt threatened by Su Ping, but it wasn't alone. It had friends. As the Beast King finished its roar, the rage-filled roar from a dragon was heard from behind Su Ping, outside the base city. The sky turned red. A ball of fire was approaching, the flames were twisting the air. The creature was flying faster than the speed of sound. That was a dragon surrounded by flames. Even though it was merely dozens of meters tall, much smaller than those Beast Kings, the dragon was more intimidating than them. That dragon's roar was much louder than the Beast King's roar. The Beast Pet could not accept the fact that some wild animal was bellowing at Su Ping. The Beast King that was confronting Su Ping stepped back as the dragon approached. The dragon's roar even made the Beast King tremble. Another beast? No, I think it is someone's battle pet. No Beast Kings should be coming from that side. The battle pet warriors were stunned by the dragon's roar. Even though the dragon wasn't going after them, they still felt their blood freeze. They felt they could be torn apart by the dragon at any time. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to kill the Beast King immediately. Since time was pressing, Su Ping had teleported over moments before. That Beast King was merely at the ocean state, it wasn't a worthy opponent for him. Feeling Su Ping's killing intent, the Inferno Dragon cried to the sky and the flames surged even higher. In an instant, The dragon became the most dazzling creature. The beast pet opened its mouth and breathed out a column of fire. Boom. The column of fire reached the Beast King across the distance. The Beast King swiftly raised many stone walls. That was a legendary rank skill, crystal iron. Some of the forbidden areas in class-based cities were protected with crystal iron. Using bombs to blast crystal iron walls open was useless, even after going at it for a whole hour. However, bang, the many crystal iron walls collapsed, unable to resist the column of fire. The fire melted the crystal iron and landed on the Beast King like a fist of fire. Wisps of smoke billowed. The fire burned a hole through the Beast King's body, revealing white bones. The high temperature had scorched the flesh and the Beast King's blood was boiling. Hearing that cry of pain, the battle pet warriors were stunned and thrilled. It was a powerful skill. That Beast King was overwhelmed. Roar! Roar! 3 Beast Kings snarled from a distance. The ground shook as the 3 behemoths rushed to wounded Beast King's aid. They eyed Inferno Dragon with a mix of hatred and fear. The Inferno Dragon felt different. They sensed that the dragon's rank was not as high as theirs, but the dragon's presence spoke of terror. Not again. Those Beast Kings are indeed working together. Damn it. Many battle pet warriors turned pale upon witnessing such a sight. They would have stood a chance if those Beast Kings were fighting separately, because they were human and they could cooperate. However, the fact was that those Beast Kings were not in a state of disunity. The human side had lost all of its advantages. Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade approached Su King. He expressed his appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade was still struggling with complex feelings. He turned to the 3 Beast Kings and said determinedly, let's do this together. Su Ping refused calmly, we don't have to. I? Venerable the Blade, who was ready to charge, came to a sudden stop and eyed Su Ping with confusion. The next second, Venerable the Blade felt some sparks of electricity in the air. There was a destructive power coming from behind him. Venerable the Blade felt a chill running down his spine. He was drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if the fire was going to melt him. Venerable the Blade turned around warily. He heard a dragon's long cry. It was the Inferno Dragon. The beast flapped its wings and released the flames. Electricity sparks were dancing around all over its wings and scales. A ball of fire, as well as lightning, was being formed in the Inferno Dragon's mouth. The energy of destruction came from the ball. Roar! The Inferno Dragon threw the ball. That energy ball broke through the void and flew toward the Beast Kings. While the Inferno Dragon was still preparing a skill, the Beast Kings had already felt danger, so they raised their guard. The Beast Kings unleashed some defense skills before the Inferno Dragon threw away the ball of destruction. Dark Soul Guard. Protection of Thunder. Earth Prey. 3 legendary ranked defense skills of different types came into being. Glows of energy were shining with radiance behind the Beast Kings. They wanted to cut off the Inferno Dragon's strike. Many invisible blades approached the Inferno Dragon but they were destroyed before they could hit the target. There was an invisible dragon armor around the Inferno Dragon. It was the Inferno Dragon's inborn skill, one that could make sure nothing would disrupt it. Boom. Some energy masses bumped into the ball of fire and thunder. It was as if a nuclear bomb would have been detonated in the air. The sand and stones flying, however, nothing could block the Inferno Dragon's ball of destruction. Against all hindrances, the ball of destruction smashed into the defensive layers set up by the 3 Beast Kings. The ground was shaking yet again. Some smashed cars that lay by the ruins were smashed away. It was a scene similar to an erupting volcano. Many battle pet warriors who had yet to reach the titled rank were still out there. The shaking ground terrified them. They thought the base city was going to be turned upside down. That was how a battle between Beast Kings was like. It was earth-shaking. One Beast King, if committed, could easily flatten one base city. Not to mention that several Beast Kings were attacking as if in a brawl. Boom. The 3 defensive layers were broken. A smoke mushroom rose to the sky and the noise was deafening. The Beast Kings were bleeding, which was a sign of their serious wounds. Venerable the Blade was startled. He had seen that dragon when he first became acquainted with Su Ping. The dragon was at the 7th rank back then. He thought the dragon was Su Ping's watchdog. More like a watch dragon. However, the dragon had grown quite fast in a matter of months, and its combat strength had reached the void state. No wonder Su Ping was willing to sell those Beast Kings he had. Compared to the Beast King Su Ping sold, that dragon was rare. After everything was settled down, the other battle pet warriors finally gasped. One move and the 4 Beast Kings had been wounded at the same time. What is that dragon? The battle pet warriors regained their morale. They were once again able to see hope. Kill them. Follow my lightning horn tiger and let's guard the 6th Avenue. Many battle pet warriors started to target the stray wild beasts close by. Many wild beasts had lost the courage to fight due to the intimidating presence of the Inferno Dragon. They began to take detours, seeking a breakthrough elsewhere. Su Ping took a glance and said, "How many legendary battle pet warriors died?" He asked with a frown. 6. Venerable the Blade answered with a heavy mind, 5 are injured. Their battle pets are still here. This strike became all too ferocious. The city would have been breached if it weren't for you. Su Ping nodded. You don't have a Void State warrior? Venerable the Blade didn't look happy. Yes, we do. Lord Ni is in charge of the place. He is at the Void State legendary rank and the tower sent him here to take care of the Xinjiang defense line. Where is Lord Ni? Dead? No. Venerable the Blade was surprised by the bold attitude, but the things that happened moments before had emboldened Venerable the Blade. They gave up this place. They decided to leave. What? Su Ping was surprised. His face was clouded. He had hurried over from Longjiang to help. It later turned out that the people in charge had decided to retreat. Retreat? With so many wild beasts running about, retreating would only lead to more casualties. They're turning their backs to the wild beasts. They were courting to death. Where are they? Are they gone already? Su Ping looked around. The huge mess left after the battle made it impossible to detect the presence of any legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State. Venerable the Blade also looked around. Since he couldn't see Lord Ni, Venerable the Blade was certain that they must have packed up and left. He was livid with rage. Since Su Ping was present, and if Lord Ni stayed, winning was a possibility. But Lord Ni ran away. I will go and find them. We cannot give this space city up. Venerable the Blade bit his teeth. He took out his phone. Beep, beep. The call ended. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Su Ping curled his lips. How amusing. Never mind. We'll find them later. Let's go and help, Su Ping said. The presence of even one more legendary battle pet warrior could greatly decrease the casualties of battle pet warriors. He had the chance to save thousands with one more move. Time was pressing, it wasn't the time to point fingers. I'll be leaving this place to you, Su Ping said. He opened up a swirl. Eerie and cold energy oozed out from within. It was as if some horrifying creatures would have been peeping outside. Venerable the Blade felt his blood freeze. A mundane creature came out from the swirl. It was the little skeleton. Time to get some work done. Su Ping smiled. Venerable the Blade widened his eyes and stared at the little skeleton in disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that he was there in person, he would have never believed that the sense of death he had felt was from the little skeleton. He had taught the little skeleton once. At the moment, he believed that the little skeleton could kill him at any time. That was what his instincts told him. The little skeleton looked at Venerable the Blade and then looked away. It seemed that the little skeleton didn't remember Venerable the Blade well. The little skeleton slowly merged with Su Ping with a surge of dark mist. Su Ping turned into a devil once he merged with the white bones on his body. Powerful energy surged into him and Su Ping's eyes glowed in. He dashed out. Bang. Bang. He could cover tens of thousands of meters every time he teleported. He had soon reached a Beast King that was destroying some buildings. Standing in front of the Beast King was a group of battle pet warriors. Their numbers were close to 100. They were trying to set up a defense to stop the Beast King. That group of battle pet warriors would suffer great losses with each confrontation. Some of them had coughed out blood, they looked colorless. Roar. When the Beast King was about to smash into the group of battle pet warriors again, all of a sudden, a figure had arrived. Time stopped. Then bang, the figure vanished. The Beast King lifted its hooves, but before the Beast King was able to stomp on the battle pet warriors, the Beast King fell to the ground. Its head was then cracked open. Boom. The fall of the behemoth was like the collapse of a skyscraper. Surrounding dilapidated buildings broke down even more. The battle pet warriors in the group stood in a complete daze. What? Chapter 660 Instant Kill. Whoosh. Su Ping didn't stop after punching the Beast King to death. He hurried over to another place where a Beast King was fighting against 3 groups of battle pet warriors. The sense of danger stimulated the Beast King, it roared out of instinct. A layer of dark armor emerged and covered the Beast King. It was the Beast King's inherent skill. The armor was quite sturdy, able to endure attacks from dragons of the same rank for several minutes. The other Beast Kings heard the cry for help and looked over. Boom. Su Ping dashed closer, decidedly punching the Beast King with full strength. The Beast King's dark armor caved in with a bang, blood and flesh squeezed out from the cracks in the armor. Still, Su Ping didn't stop, he pushed his fist further into the Beast King. It was as if a mountain would have fallen onto the back of the Beast King. The ground trembled and the Beast King was pushed to the ground. Whoosh! A thick wind arrow was discharged towards Su Ping from a distance. He was about to land another punch on the Beast King when he sensed the incoming attack. He turned around on the spot and landed the punch on the arrow. Boom! The air rippled. The arrow then broke to pieces. It had been shot by a creature that was dozens of meters long with a pair of butterfly wings. The Beast King was covered in strange, dark patterns, its claws were hideous and it had a mouth similar to a crab's. Suping left behind the Beast King he had just beaten half to death. He reached the Winged Beast King with 2 teleportations. Woo! The Winged Beast King seemed able to anticipate Suping's movement. The Beast King generated a wave of a rare sonic blast at Suping. That sonic blast smashed the concrete and steel rebar into dust. Suping wasn't the least worried. He had merged with the little skeleton and even if he wasn't, he could have easily stood the blast. Hurrah! Suping roared. The moment he did so, clouds began to tumble in the void behind him. A huge skeleton appeared and roared together with Suping. Suping's roar dispersed the sonic blast. The Winged Beast King was caught off guard, it began to bleed and its chest caved in. The Beast King collapsed on the ground at once. The Battle Pet warriors were stunned into silence. One roar and a Beast King fell? Who was that guy? Even Venerable the Blade was startled. He had always known that Suping was a powerful one and his hunch was right about the young man. Still, what happened just then made him realize he had underestimated Suping. Not even a legendary Battle Pet warrior at the Void State could have done that. That is, unless it was a legendary Battle Pet warrior that focused on sonic blasts. If it was, but clearly, that was not Suping. That guy was a freak. After the roar ended, Suping glanced at the Winged Beast King and slashed at it with a sword skill that combined lightning bolts and Ashura energy. He had integrated his understanding of the rules of lightning with the Sin Cutter. The creature wasn't even able to fight back, the cut landed on its head, utterly crushing it. There weren't even signs of breathing afterwards. Suping turned around and went to another place. He saw many 9th rank wild beasts leading other weaker beasts, they were fighting against Battle Pet warriors. Suping generated bolts of lightning and smashed those wild beasts. Those bolts of lightning had combined the energy of the heavens tests, they also had a natural suppression against 9th rank wild beasts. All those beasts were crushed as a result, even the 9th rank beasts died on the spot. The ones that were a little bit away from the stampede were lucky enough to survive. Suping was like a fighter plane streaking across the sky, the bolts of lightning being the bombs he unleashed. The wild beasts were routed, buying some time for the Battle Pet warriors to catch their breath. Is he a legendary Battle Pet warrior? I don't remember seeing this man in that pre-war meeting. That is terrifying. Is that what a legendary Battle Pet warrior can do? It's amazing. I think this legendary Battle Pet warrior is more intimidating than the others. We would have already won if the others were like him. The Battle Pet warriors gazed at Suping who was flying across the sky with admiration and respect. Even titled Battle Pet warriors were insignificant in a war like that. However, Suping had managed to become the man under the spotlight. He was able to control the forces of nature. At another section of the defense line the noises were world-shaking. Everything had been ripped up and no one could see what the place had once been like, all the buildings had collapsed to the ground. That was the most difficult section being contained by the defense line because a large number of Beast Kings had been gathered at that point. Standing on one side of the defense line were dozens of Beast Kings, several Battle Pet warriors were standing on the other side with their battle pets. Both sides were unleashing legendary rank skills of various kinds. The stone skills made the ground rumble and the plant-related skills created swamps and odd vines. Fire was raining down from the sky and the fireballs came crashing down. Clusters of chaotic energy were found everywhere. The radiation emitted by the chaotic energy was enough to kill ordinary advanced Battle Pet warriors directly. Some legendary Battle Pet warriors had suddenly heard someone approaching, they then saw a man quickly flying toward the defense line. The man had been able to teleport across the more peaceful zones. He would generate lightning bolts and when he was flying past areas with a larger number of wild beasts. Blasting wild beasts with such a speed and frequency required a large reserve of energy. Common legendary Battle Pet warriors would have exhausted their astral powers by then. Some Beast Kings had tried to stop that man but he would kill them with one punch. Who was that? Teleportation? Is it the Void State warrior? That is not Lord Ni. Someone else is helping us? The legendary Battle Pet warriors shouted, openly showing their delight. They would have a chance to win with the help of a Void State warrior. He is awesome. I think he is better than Lord Ni. The legendary Battle Pet warriors marveled at the fact that Suping was able to kill Beast Kings with a single blow, nothing could slow him down. Not even Lord Ni was capable of that. The young man's actions were clean and neat, it was as if he weren't killing Beast Kings, but 9th rank beasts instead. Roar. A Beast King suddenly jumped out and displayed its anger, it was a starburst dragon covered in red scales. A Void State Beast King. The 5 legendary Battle Pet warriors and their Beast King battle pets trembled after hearing the roar, their blood froze and their brains buzzed. There were times that dragons were even able to knock out their enemies by using their roar or killing them directly. A Lord-level Beast King. Damn it. I cannot believe this. The other one was distracted by the Heaven Executor, but he hasn't returned yet. Hang in there, guys. That legendary battle pet warrior is coming. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were seized by a fit of despair, but the thought of that unknown man arriving to help boosted their confidence. Lord Ni and the Heaven Executor weren't there, but the newcomer was also at the Void State. They could do this. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were unleashing astral powers while using their full strength. 2 of them had some questions in mind because they felt the man lending a hand looked somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him? In the meantime, the Starburst Dragon had charged forward, away from its group. The flames burning around its body were glorious. Even though the dragon was more skilled in close-quarter combat, it did not lack long-range strike skills. Of course, the wild dragon's most noticeable trait was its strong constitution, which was why dragons were famous. The legendary battle pet warriors turned pale as the dragon moved toward them. Charge. Stop it. We cannot let the dragon tear open our defense line. Boom. Boom. The legendary battle pet warriors tried all the skills they knew to stop the dragon, using special gravity fields or creating swamps for example. The ground caved in and a swamp as large as a football field appeared. Still, the Starburst Dragon vanished on the spot and reappeared right in front of the defense line. The dragon blotted the sky. It was glaring down at a Beast King battle pet from a height. That Beast King battle pet was a blazing crocodile that was powering that special gravity field. The dragon's sudden appearance caught the crocodile completely off guard, freezing on the spot. Chapter 661 A Game Roar. The Starburst Dragon showed its fierce teeth and spat out filthy saliva all over the blazing turtle. Still, the blazing turtle didn't dare to make a move to avoid it. The crocodile was trembling as if it would have been caught doing something wrong. The dragon set its feet down. It was going to stomp the blazing turtle to death. The master of the blazing turtle was witnessing this taking place from a place close by. He became anxious once he saw that his battle pet had been intimidated to a degree that it had forgotten how to use defense skills. He urged his pet to do something through the communication bond of the contract. Boom. The blazing turtle suddenly retracted its limbs the moment the Starburst Dragon stomped on its body. There was a gray hue over its shell, etched with strange lines. However, that gray hue was immediately disrupted. The ground caved in and a heavy wind sprung into motion. There was a pit dozens of meters deep after the gust of wind moved past them and the dust settled. The blazing turtle was lying on its stomach inside the pit. Its 4 limbs were dangling outside its shell, and there was a hole in the chest section. The edge of the hole was melted and blood was oozing out. The turtle was barely breathing. The legendary battle pet warriors were stunned. That blazing turtle was the strongest in defense among all their battle pets, but it wasn't even able to withstand a blow from the Starburst Dragon. Shit. The master of the blazing turtle swore. His eyes reddened, knowing that the strike was fatal. Most of the blazing turtle's internal organs had been melted and its 3 hearts were torn. The blazing turtle would be declared dead unless a top healer showed up and took care of the blazing turtle right away. So, this is what a Void State Dragon can do. I cannot believe this. There's nothing we can do. Damn it. The other 4 legendary battle pet warriors turned pale. Their own pets would have already died if they were in the turtle's place. The Starburst Dragon looked up with a cold and violent gaze at the legendary battle pet warriors. But then, something distracted the dragon when it was about to strike them. Bang. The dragon saw the golden image of a fist coming toward it across space. The Starburst Dragon narrowed its eyes. Roaring, it waved its paws toward the incoming fist. There came a loud noise. The flames on the dragon's claw were dispersed and the beast stepped back, making the ground shake. The golden fist image vanished after making contact. A man emerged from the void during that moment of silence. He stood in front of the legendary battle pet warriors. Teleporting across such a distance? The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised by the sudden appearance of the Void State young warrior. 2 of the legendary battle pet warriors who thought the man looked familiar widened their eyes in astonishment. It's him. The freak who had killed a legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State with 1 punch. The Starburst Dragon pierced Suking with its furious and doubtful looks. The dragon's claw was trembling. It knew perfectly well how intimidating that punch had been. You are the only ones here, said Suking. The legendary battle pet warriors were startled to see him act so calm and composed in front of that dragon. What if the dragon snuck up on him? He could end up getting wounded. Sir, the dragon is quite scary. We can work with you, the team leader said. All those battle pet warriors were at the Ocean State rank, but the leader surpassed the others since he was at the peak of the rank. Scary? Suping turned around and looked at the Starburst Dragon that was glaring at him. He chuckled. The dragon was indeed at the Void State, but its combat strength was limited. It could not fight with those of a higher rank. The dragon's potential was not much to speak of. Enough of that glare. Time to die, Suping announced calmly. He lifted his hand and put his fingers together like a sword. A wisp of darkness came into being at the tip of his fingers, then he made a forward motion. That seemed to be quite the ordinary gesture, and there was no trace of energy behind it. But if one were to look carefully, Suping's fingertips were actually cracking space open. The starburst dragon was about to strike when it suddenly narrowed its eyes. The next second, before being able to do anything, the dragon's head moved. It fell. The cut on its neck was quite neat. Blood gushed out from the cut as the head fell. Only a small portion of blood had sprung out at first, then, as if some hindrance had been removed, blood began to pour out. Bang! The dragon's body collapsed on the ground, stirring up dust clouds. Silence prevailed. The legendary battle pet warriors opened their eyes so wide that their eyes almost popped out. That was beyond any reason and logic. That terrifying void state dragon died, just like that. Death came so quietly and there was no struggle involved. They didn't even get to see how Suping had done it. What did just happen? 2 of the 5 legendary battle pet warriors had seen Suping while in the tower and knew he had killed a legendary battle pet warrior of the same rank. And yet, they were still at a loss for words after witnessing that weird and frightening event. This dragon should have had a better potential. Suping shook his head as he looked down at the dragon corpse. Without looking back, he said to the legendary battle pet warriors standing behind him, "Go and help out in the other places. I'll take care of the beast kings here." Huh? The legendary battle pet warriors were still processing the meaning of Suping's remarks. The next thing they saw was how Suping had teleported again, appearing right at the center of the beast kings group. Clang! Clang! Not all the beast kings were as vulnerable. They unleashed many long-range skills after detecting Suping's approach. Even a beast king would have been skinned alive by that many blasts of energy and explosions. However, Suping managed to keep teleporting. Just like a ghost able to appear and disappear mysteriously, Suping hopped around the field as it dealt with the beast kings. He would punch one beast king to death and stomp another with the same outcome. Suping was like a wolf in the midst of a flock of sheep. He was finishing the beast kings in a flash. That was not a battle for him. It was a game. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Is this a legendary battle pet warrior at the void state? No, he should be at the fate state. However, those in the tower who had a void state rank were usually in management positions. It was said that only the master and a mysterious old man living in seclusion inside the tower were at the fate state rank. Is Suping that man living in seclusion? The 2 legendary warriors who had seen Suping at the tower knew that Suping was not at the fate state. The 2 understood why the tower did not hold Suping accountable after seeing how Suping was killing the beast kings. Not even the tower master had intervened. He had most surely learned from many sources that the young man was out of the ordinary and decided not to provoke such a violent man. The massacring of beast kings attracted the attention of the people in other areas. Some war correspondents shifted their attention to the beast kings. Everyone received a nasty shock when they saw how the beast kings were dying at an alarming rate. The human side was at a disadvantage moments before, but then the tables were turned. Who was the legendary battle pet warrior killing the beast kings non-stop? Some war correspondents zoomed in with their cameras while trying to capture the legendary battle pet warrior's face, but Suping's movements were so fast it made this impossible. Still, there were times when the man would stop occasionally. Some war correspondents had been able to get a close-up shot. It was an aloof young man with dark hair and dark eyes. That close-up shot would be kept forever. If humans did have a chance at keeping a future for themselves, those close-up shots would surely be included in textbooks. After all, a disaster of such magnitude would certainly earn a place in history. The beast kings are being routed. Oh my god, I see 8, no, 9 dead beast kings. Look at him go. He's insane. Who's that legendary battle pet warrior? He's killing those beast kings as if mowing a lawn. This is what a legendary battle pet warrior should be like. The battle pet warriors gazed at the area where the beast kings were gathered. Despair was finally leaving their hearts. Inspired by what they saw, the battle pet warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Chapter 662 One man against them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suping dashed around amid the crowd of beast kings while covered in white bones. Slaying those ocean state beast kings was like child's play to him. He had already been able to fight against the other world heavenly king, which was at the fate state when he was merely at the 7th rank while merging with the little skeleton. The heavenly king had probably not displayed all of its strength back then, but Suping did have the strength to punch those at the void state to death at that time. He had recently broken through to the peak of the 9th rank and had attained Solar Bulwark's 2nd level. The understanding of all his skills had become more profound after his experience on the Celestial Star. Dealing with powerful enemies with the least effort. A human slaying beast kings. Dealing with the starburst dragon was already an easy task for him. He would have had to exert a great effort to kill a void state battle pet warrior in the old days, let alone a dragon of a similar rank. How dare you leave the deep caves? Go and rot in hell. Suping glared at the beast kings. One day, he would make the beasts know that the world of humans was off limits to them. As Suping finished more and more beast kings, the ones that he had yet to attack were already scared out of their wits. Once he killed the starburst dragon, the remaining beast kings had already developed an urge to run for their lives. Suping went on and on, until the beast kings turned around and ran away at once. Humans were cheering while they saw this happen. The beasts were the ones cheering just moments before. Humans had been steadily losing ground, barely able to hold on. Wild beasts saw humans like cats saw mice. But then, everyone experienced how even the extremely arrogant beast kings would also tremble in fear and end up running for their lives. I knew it. I knew it. Far in the distance, Venerable the Blade was helping the other battle pet warriors in dealing with the 9th rank beasts. He felt his blood boil with excitement upon seeing Suping's gallant deeds. He always knew that Suping would exceed his expectations. Not even a void state warrior would act as valiantly as Suping. He still remembered how he had visited Suping's store with Yuan Tanshin. It turned out that the latter had almost gotten himself killed by that golden-haired girl in Suping's store. Yuan Tanshin had only survived because he had managed to teleport away. Suping was an inscrutable enigma for Venerable the Blade. The Longjiang base city should be the safest place in the world. Lord Ni was blinded by his petty short-sightedness. Venerable the Blade thought. If Lord Ni had not meddled in the process, Longjiang would have been a part of the Xinjiang defense line. The moment Longjiang was attacked, the Longjiang base city would have sent reinforcements over. Even the breathtakingly beautiful girl with golden hair in Suping's store would have been enough to handle all the wild beasts. They would have suffered less and many people wouldn't have had to die. Venerable the Blade felt a pang in his heart as he looked at the collapsed buildings and the corpses that the wild beasts were stomping on. He decided to report the whole thing to the master of the tower once everything was over. He no longer cared if the void state warriors would hold a grudge afterwards. Boom. Boom. The sounds of explosions lingered and the ground shook. No beast king stood a chance. Suping took away their lives, one by one. Defense skills. Close combat. Bloodline skills. No skill of any sort would work to withstand Suping's punches. Some beast kings tried to fight him, but Suping still managed to punch a hole in their bodies. That violence was a shocking sight. The beast kings were routed in less than 3 minutes. Yes. The area with beast kings was the most difficult one since the attack began. It was at the moment covered with beast corpses in a matter of minutes. Some of the beast kings were as large as buildings, and yet they were lying on the ground like mountains of flesh. Is that the place? I think that's an underground passageway to the deep caves. Suping stopped in midair. Many corpses lay disorderly around the broken steel and concrete structures. The large beast king corpses were testimony to Suping's advantage, being a powerful yet smaller-sized human being. The beast kings were taken care of. Suping had noticed another area some distance away where beast kings were gathered, but he didn't detect the presence of any legendary battle pet warriors. Those beast kings were heading his way. He closed his eyes and basically pinpointed the locations of those beast kings by using his perception. 2 swirls appeared next to him. He summoned the purple python and the void bug. Suping had also trained the purple python during his stay on the celestial star. The purple python had become quite resistant to fire. It could basically become immune to fire if there was another chance to visit the celestial star. The purple python would become able to withstand any fire-related skills below the fate state. Of course, beast kings barely used any skills of a single sort. They would usually mix fire skills with lightning or spatial forces to increase their destruction power and hit rate. But generally speaking, the purple python was powerful enough to deal with beast kings at the ocean state. In addition, the purple python's constitution was also changing. While its strength remained at the peak of the 6th rank, its combat strength was close to the ocean state. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do with them, Suping said to the 2 battle pets. The purple python would technically be fine as long as the beast kings didn't surround them. As for the bug, it was an alien being that would even trouble the gods in the demigod burial. The bug had a special trait which allowed it to consume dead gods and excrete divine crystals. Its body was able to refine energy. Suping had done experiments. The bug would poop strange things when it ate some beasts. Of course, the bug would also discharge regular poop as well. Greenie, a name that Suping had given to the bug, was good at disguising and was able to protect itself very well. Therefore, Suping didn't worry about the 2. Greenie and the purple python charged toward the wild beasts with glee. In the meantime, Suping ran toward the beast kings that were going after him. 40,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Suping was soon welcomed by many long-range strikes. The Beast Kings felt Su Ping's presence, which enraged them even more. The onlookers started to get nervous after seeing that overwhelming spread of strikes. Those skills were enough to destroy half of the Longjing base city. The skills were enough to instantly flatten a Class C base city. The inhabitants wouldn't even have enough time to react, they would merely see how the sky would light up before the world reached its end. Boom. Dozens of strikes were shattered by Su Ping. A mess of disrupted energy was left in the air, raging all across the sky. The void was collapsing. Spatial cracks were seen in the area. Even an ocean state warrior would end up crushed by the turbulent air inside those void cracks. There was a swirl in which the air had collapsed into. Those Beast Kings knew that Su Ping was able to teleport, so they were locking the surrounding space, also making it fragile so that a legendary battle pet warrior of the void state was unable to teleport. Once Su Ping tried teleporting, he could be sucked into the turbulent air currents on a deeper level. Damn it. Is he going to be okay? Those Beast Kings sure are scheming. They're working together. I knew those Beast Kings had a plan. They're actually organized. Once they take over Longjing, they're going to take over the other base sites one by one and shift to the other defense lines. We're going to be in tons of trouble. Many people were anxious. Some of the titled battle pet warriors were worried. The other places would surely be affected once they lost that base city. The other two defense lines in the subcontinent district would also be destroyed. By then, the entire subcontinent district would fall. Phew. A sharp cone suddenly appeared from a puff of smoke. The smoke was pulled upward and then torn apart. A figure covered by golden light rushed out of the smoke. It was a person with a golden-colored glow. He was completely unharmed. The other battle pet warriors in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief and excitement. He did it. Su Ping did it. He had survived that bombardment. Even the 7th rank and 8th rank battle pet warriors were able to tell that Su Ping was much better than the Beast Kings. Hope. There was hope for them. They gazed at Su Ping with nervousness and anticipation. Roar. The Beast Kings were bellowing angrily. Some Beast Kings were appalled by the appearance of the man. This human is the actual monster. Many Beast Kings were thinking about withdrawing. However, the arrow had to fly once it was placed on the string. The Beast King still charged towards Su Ping as they launched another round of strikes. The first round had failed. Maybe the second round would succeed. Su Ping was obviously not planning on standing still to take on those attacks. He strode forward and teleported across tens of thousands of meters. He could already see the Beast Kings clearly after several teleportations. Su Ping was bombarded again. He lifted his hand and a golden fist image countered those strikes. Space rippled, leaving many cracks behind. Su Ping stepped out from that mess of turbulent energy and stomped his feet on a Beast King right in front of him. The Beast King was running over. It could produce an impact strong enough to destroy a mountain. However, Su Ping had stomped its head open. Blood gushed out. Without the control of its brain, inertia carried the Beast King forward until it fell on the ground. The corpse pushed many rocks and boulders forward, clearing out a whole area. Su Ping vanished on the spot and reappeared in front of another Beast King. He took out a sword and sliced open the many defensive layers protecting the Beast King, which was bleeding badly at the moment. Compared to the Beast Kings,